Welcome to Something to Wrestle With. Bruce Prichard. Well, you know.
That's not a rib.
She pooted.
She pooted.
What a rib?
No, yeah, amigo.
There's no box of gimmicks.
Rumor and innuendo.
I don't deal in rumor and innuendo. And was he there? I was there.
Say something about
I don't give a shit. I ain't scared of shit.
I ain't scared of shit.
Fuck him.
Q, Bruce.
I love you. Take the double cheeseburger. You take the gravy. Double cheese. Well, you know. And then double mayo. You know.
Hey, it's Conrad Thompson, and you're listening to Something to Wrestle With. Bruce Prichard. Bruce, what's going on, man? How are you?
I am absolutely excellent. Hell, we could complain, but nobody would listen to us.
Well, let's get to it, man. We've been shilling long enough. Let's talk about the British Bulldog. The Davey Boy Smith was born on November 27th, 1962 in Manchester, England. Of course, he, like a lot of kids over there, I'm sure, did some rugby action, but he also did amateur wrestling. But he knew very early in life that he wanted to be a professional wrestler. He even started training at just 12 years old and turned pro around 15. It's sort of an interesting time to talk about wrestling in England because, you know, I think there's become this fascination in the most recent handful of years, especially with the UK tournament they did on WWE Network. I think the only big, you know, English wrestler I've even heard about from way back in the day like that is Big Daddy. What can you tell us about Big Daddy?
Big Daddy, Big Daddy was the Hulk Hogan of British wrestling throughout the 60s and 70s when wrestling had a spot on primetime television and on their version of network television in the UK. But there was no bigger star in the United Kingdom anywhere than Big Daddy. And his nemesis was Giant Haystacks, who people might vaguely remember for a few weeks as the Loch Ness in WCW. Two really large men that were larger than life in real life. But I went to England with TNA many years ago, and I'll never forget people coming up to us, and it was myself, Pat Kenny, and Al Snow, and they're going, "Is Big Daddy going to be here tonight? You said you were going to have the biggest stars in England. Will Big Daddy appear?" So to this day, I think there's a large segment of people in the UK that look at Big Daddy almost in a godlike mythical figure.
Well, of course, you know, Davey first rose to prominence in Calgary, and I know you weren't really there, but when do you first recall hearing about Davey Boy Smith? I mean, were you hearing about people in Stampede all the way down in Houston as a youngster, or when did you first hear about the British Bulldog?
You know, you really didn't hear about anybody unless they truly stood out. I didn't really become familiar with Davey Boy until he joined the WWE in 1985. I'd heard of the Dynamite Kid from his exploits in Japan with Tiger Mask and what have you, because my brother was also a junior heavyweight like Dynamite and competing for Inoki's group in Japan. So I knew of Dynamite, but I didn't really know that much about Davey Boy until the Bulldogs debuted in the WWE in 1985.
So that's really your first time seeing them. And I know that you weren't there yet. You weren't there until 87, but and we're going to talk about him a lot in this episode, or at least for a little while, I'm sure. Dynamite Kid is a guy who really captured the imagination of the people who really knew and understood wrestling. I mean, he was a revolutionary performer, was he not?
Dynamite was one of the original high flyers, and he did things that I think that people had never seen before. And Dynamite was extraordinary in the way that he wrestled matches. He was very believable. And for a smaller guy, you believed that he could compete with his larger adversaries because of the way that he worked. He was very believable, tough son of a bitch, but he also did a lot of high flying stuff, and he did innovative things that audiences had never seen before. And he kind of honed his craft and really made himself a star in Japan. And that international just reputation went all over the place.
So they signed with Vince. Their start date is March 10th, 1985. They defeat Mr. X and Terry Gibbs. And Davey said that right after they signed with him, that Vince climbed on a small table and danced. Did you ever hear that story? Vince McMahon dancing on tables?
Well, I've heard stories about Vince McMahon dancing on tables. I never heard him dancing on a table for signing the Bulldogs. That's a new one on me. I can't say I ever heard that story.
They were allegedly doing really, really well on the house shows here when they come in. Of course, the company's on fire, and they're actually put on the same cards with Hulk Hogan. So they're making somewhere between $5,000 and $10,000 a week. I mean, is that a real number? That seems like crazy money in 1985 for, you know, a tag team.
It was crazy money, and the guys were doing just that. And that word, whether it was true or not, that word got out to people in the, you know, in the territory system that, hey, you know, we're out here, we're doing crazy dates, we're working a crazy schedule, but the money is outrageous. And we were hearing all kinds of crazy numbers. The boys tend to exaggerate, but I wouldn't doubt it at that time because the business was just so red hot. And with merchandising and everything else going on, they were probably doing pretty damn well.
The Bulldogs were voted Tag Team of the Year in 1985. Obviously, they had all of the fan support behind them. Let's go to WrestleMania 2. I know you weren't there, but I do want to briefly mention that Ozzy Osbourne is in their corner here, and they defeat the Dream Team of Greg Valentine and Brutus Beefcake to win the tag titles. WrestleMania 2, you know, we're never going to probably talk about that here on the show. It's the first time they tried like the multi-location thing. This is before you're there, 1986. What's the opinion of WrestleMania 2? Obviously WrestleMania 1 was revolutionary, but when they come back and it's King Kong Bundy and they're in multiple locations and I mean, they're trying a lot of different stuff here. From the outside looking in, what was the takeaway on 2?
Well, Ernie Ladd telling us King Kong Bundy is stealing money every time he goes to the bank and cashes a check. The fact that Bundy was on top, that was kind of a big deal. And the 3 locations was, looking at it from the outside, a logistical nightmare, because not only do you have to coordinate those 3 locations, you have to coordinate those 3 locations into one program, and then you've got to satellite that program out to the closed circuit locations all over the country. So we're thinking of all of the things that could possibly go wrong and just wondering why the hell Vince wanted to risk all of this for the second WrestleMania. But obviously the damn thing paid off. When I worked with Ozzy Osbourne many, many years later, for Ozzy, one of the biggest moments in his life, if you were to listen to him and his management, was WrestleMania and going out with the British Bulldogs. Ozzy thought of that as he was a wrestling fan growing up in England, and to be a part of WrestleMania for him was a spectacle and something that all those many years later, he just fawned over the Bulldogs and fawned over the fact that he was a part of WrestleMania. So I thought that was pretty damn cool, all the things Ozzy Osbourne had done, and he still was just talking about WrestleMania 2.
What a time to be alive. Let's talk about this. August 26th, the Bulldogs beat Jack Foley and Les Thornton. Jack Foley is actually Mick Foley, and this is a pretty famous clip that a lot of people have seen online because Dynamite Kid famously broke his jaw during the match. Do you remember hearing about this or seeing it, or did Foley ever mention it?
Yes, I've talked to Mick about this. Funny, small world, coincidence. I was talking to Mick Foley earlier today about some different things that Mick was fact checking with me, and we're going back and forth. But yeah, Mick talks about this, and he was an enhancement talent at that time and working with the Bulldogs, and without a doubt, Dynamite Kid broke his jaw, and he came back and thanked him, thanked both of them for the match, and went on his merry way. But he remembered that, I think, probably every single day since then. Yeah, he's looking at this as his big moment on WWE TV, and then he gets the shit kicked out of him.
Late 86 is when the Bulldogs start to bring Matilda, a bulldog, to the ring with them. Was that revolutionary in wrestling? Had anybody brought a dog to the ring before?
Not that I ever remember. And it became the WWE having the reputation of being a traveling zoo, because you had Jake with his snake, you had Coco with his bird, and now you had the Bulldogs with Matilda. So it was just a traveling zoo, and it was the first time that anybody had incorporated that into an act, especially on a traveling tour like that.
On December 13th, 1986, there's a tag match with Morocco and Bob Orton, and Dynamite's back goes out during a drop down spot. He crumbles to the mat and he's unable to move. At the hospital, he's told he's ruptured 2 discs and needs emergency back surgery and should probably retire. Of course, he doesn't do that. So he checks himself out of the hospital and goes home. And then McMahon called telling him he needed to come back and drop the tag belts. Dynamite said he wasn't ready yet and pretty much couldn't even walk. And Vince, not wanting to put the belts up at a time-consuming tournament, kept calling every couple of days. Dynamite, who couldn't walk more than 5 steps on his own, finally agreed to drop the belts to the Hart Foundation on January 26, 1987, less than 2 months after suffering the injury. I know you weren't there. What'd you hear about the injury and the rumor and innuendo that McMahon pressured him to get back in the ring when he really probably shouldn't have?
Well, we all had heard about the injury, and that was, people talking about that, and you hear about that from territory to territory. However, you're only hearing one side of it, and it's probably the side that somebody told Dave Meltzer that he printed and probably not completely correct. And I think that when you go back and you look at the time in the wrestling business in 1986, where guys with injuries wouldn't always tell you they were injured because they didn't want to miss a payday. And if you're injured and you're off the road, then you're not making any money. So I don't know how much Vince truly knew, and I don't know how much Bulldog or Dynamite actually, really revealed to him. And then it was said, okay, if you're injured, we can get you to the ring. You don't have to do anything, and we get the titles off of you. So there's probably, I think that's kind of skewed on one side, having been there, and guys don't always give you the full story of how bad their injury is. But at that time, it's probably tape it up and let's go.
Is it, how unusual is that for a guy to have an injury like this sort of appear on just a drop down like this?
Well, it was obviously the drop down didn't do it. It was an accumulation of an injury that whatever that bump was triggered it to really make him go, holy shit. And when they do the x-rays and do the MRIs that I'm sure they did to discover that, they're looking at it going, oh my God, you're pretty screwed up here. Being a wrestler and say, I can go on. I'm sure I've got plenty of injuries. It'll be fine. And I think that was probably Dynamite's attitude towards that, and saying to the doctor, he doesn't know what we do. But it was probably just that one spot that he probably bumped wrong and triggered it and probably pinched a nerve somehow and made him, screwed up.
There's lots of rumor and innuendo around all this period because, just social media didn't really exist like it does now. But allegedly, Vince wanted the Bulldogs to drop the titles to Sheik and Volkov, but they refused and said they'd only drop them to the Hart Foundation. Does that sound right to you?
I never heard that. I really don't. I don't know if that's true or not. I've never heard that before. I don't doubt it, but I don't know if that's true or not.
Brett has written that everybody sort of felt bad. They were sort of fighting back tears as Davey was helping a shell of Dynamite Kid sort of walk through the backstage area. And I guess Pat Patterson was trying to explain that all, Billington had to do was walk out to the ring. And that's really what they tried to get through here. And that the title match, the switch, was only, 4 minutes long. And then as they came back through the curtain, apparently every wrestler stood up and applauded, what he was able to do, including Vince. Is that something that people, obviously it's a bad thing to ask a guy to do that, but it is very much a different time and era. Do you remember that being pretty common when a guy could sort of gut it out like that he gets a round of applause from the boys for sort of sucking it up?
Yeah. And it's common courtesy and respect. And I think that the boys look at it and going, God damn, man, that's a tough son of a bitch going out there and doing it. And it's a way to say thank you.
Davey finds himself teaming up, working still tag matches, but teaming up with a lot of different partners while Dynamite's out. JYD, Tito, Kirshner, Blackjack, Roddy Piper, lots of folks are teaming with him to take on the Hart Foundation. And on March 8th, Dynamite makes his return and the Bulldogs lose to the Dream Team in a tag team tournament. Let's fast forward here. WrestleMania 3, I think most people remember the Hart Foundation and Danny Davis beat the British Bulldogs and Tito Santana. And you came to the WWF right after WrestleMania 3. What are your earliest memories of sort of working with the Bulldogs and your impression when you met them?
Both guys were, Davey was nice. Davey was a personable guy. I think that Dynamite was pretty standoffish and very guarded. Dynamite really if he didn't know you, he didn't trust you. So he was pretty standoffish. I definitely remember that. But Davey was pretty personable and a nice guy, but they weren't somebody, that I really gravitated to and hung out with. There were times we were in the same bars and everything after the matches, and never really, had any issue with them one way or the other.
Had you heard about, maybe a crazy reputation for these guys before you got there? Or is that something you learned about when you were there? Or when did you, sort of hear, oh man, these guys are fucking crazy?
Anaheim, California, the summer of 1987, when we had done TV, and I think we did TV in San Diego and Anaheim, and Outback Jack came to TV, had his hair and had all of his stuff. And the next day his head was shaved and he was walking around with his knife in his hand, with his big Outback Jack knife, looking for the Bulldogs, because apparently they had ribbed him the night before and they had cut off the crocodile head on the back of his jacket, and he had got messed up and they had shaved his head, and he wanted to exact revenge any way that he could. And I'm thinking, wow, that's pretty serious to be walking around. I thought it was just Outback Jack being in character, but no, he was pretty pissed off, and he was looking to scalp him some Bulldogs.
Let's talk about Matilda, because you guys very quickly after you're there do an angle where Bobby Heenan steals Matilda, and that sets up the Islanders feud. I mean, that's some pretty silly shit, is it not? Stealing a fucking dog.
Oh, that was great shit. A way to set up an angle, steal a dog. So you steal their mascot. And it was some classic stuff with Bobby walking around with the invisible dog leash and saying, here's Matilda. But it was also a way to give Matilda some rest. Matilda had been having some problems on the road, and the vet was like, man, this dog can't be on the road, 60 days straight, and she needs a rest. So Matilda needed some time off the road as well. So steal her.
It's been written, sort of in the fall of 87, it became apparent that Davey was now the star, not Dynamite. But there was a little bit of an internal, maybe power struggle, because Tom was still sort of the captain of the team and he was making demands of Davey in the ring. But then afterwards, Davey sort of had to babysit Tom every night because Tom was a partier. And it also gets back to Davey that Tom had been pretty openly complaining to some of the other boys that it was actually Davey's fault that he was injured in the first place. This is all sort of rumor and innuendo from Bret Hart over the years. Do you remember hearing about these guys maybe having a bit of a power struggle or some dissension in the ranks about this injury?
It's no different than two brothers that are with each other every single day, day in, day out, traveling together, working together. You're never apart. And they started, their dissension's one way of putting it. They were getting on each other's nerves. And I think that Davey was the healthier of the two. Davey was doing the majority of the work in the ring, and he was the one that, when it came time to do spots with, okay, this is what we're going to do with Davey. Because it also, Dynamite was limited in what he could do due to his back situation and due to nagging injuries. So Dynamite was the one that, why don't you do it? Why don't you do it? You do that spot. You do that. it made Davey shine a lot more. And maybe that in Dynamite's mind was, to his detriment, and thinking that Davey's hogging it, when in reality, Davey's doing what he's being asked to do. And his star shined brighter.
WrestleMania 4 is something that we've covered recently, but I guess we should mention here, Bobby the Brain Heenan and the Islanders would go up against the British Bulldog and Coco Beware. Bobby comes to the ring in a dog handler's outfit. Scale of 1 to 10. How bad did Bobby hate this shit?
Bobby was sweating his ass off, and it was one of those, it was basically like wearing padded burlap. Well, it was padded burlap shit, but it was something that they would train attack dogs with so that the dog could bite, but it wouldn't hurt Bobby at all. And he was beefing and he was sweating his ass off. He couldn't move.
Did you say the word beefing? Did you say beefing?
Beefing.
What? Wait, hang on. I think that means something different in my generation. What the fuck do you think beefing means?
When you're all sweaty and stinky and you're beefing.
No.
What does it mean to your generation?
Like you and Dave Meltzer are beefing.
I wouldn't get hot and sweaty with Dave Meltzer. Sorry.
That's not what I meant. Okay, keep going.
What is wrong with your generation?
That's not what it means. Beefing means you have a problem with one another. Like, Nah,
man, if you're all sweaty and stinking, man, and you're beefing.
What the fuck is wrong with you? Stop saying that.
No, that's what it was. So he couldn't move for shit. And the idea was for Matilda to attack him. And they tried to teach Matilda to attack him, and it got out of the ring, and all she wanted to do was hump him. It was the shits. It was horrible. Great idea. Just didn't work.
Saturday night's main event, April 22nd, World Tag Team titles on the line here. Demolition beat the Bulldogs by DQ to retain the titles. And then they start working 6-mans against Bobby the Brain Heenan and the Islanders through the rest of April and May. And along the way, they're going to have lots of shots at the title on the house shows against the Demolition tag team for both July and August. Let's get to SummerSlam 88. The Bulldogs wrestle the Rougeau brothers to a 20-minute time limit draw. What the fuck is this?
What's wrong with that?
Man, that's just old school right there. A 20-minute time limit draw. Count me out.
Damn, 5 more minutes. Just give me 5 more minutes. That would have been old school, and just 5 more minutes and then have the heels powder at the end.
I guess we should talk about this. This is a pretty big deal. In the fall of 88, this is when one of the more famous stories in wrestling comes about. The Bulldogs are having problems with the Rougeau brothers, specifically Dynamite and Jacques. The Bulldogs are, of course, notorious ribbers. And the rumor and innuendo is that Mr. Perfect was involved here and played a rib on the Rougeaus, but the Bulldogs, based on reputation, were blamed for it, and that causes a lot of heat. And when Dynamite heard about Jacques going to Vince about the rib that Mr. Perfect did and then blamed Dynamite, he was furious that Jacques was going to rat him out for something he didn't even do. So he barges into a dressing room where Jacques was playing cards and slapped Jacques across the head from behind, knocking him off the bench. And Brett says Jacques never pretended to be a tough guy, but he had enough balls to stand up for himself, and he lunged at Tom, who snatched him in a front face lock, choking him down to the carpet. He let him up, but then Jacques charged him again, and Tom cracked him in the mouth before taking him to the floor again. And this time, Tom cinched up until Jacques tapped his hand on the floor in surrender. Brother Ray Rougeau arrived on the scene just then and politely asked Tom to just let Jacques up. And he did, and told Jacques not to be stooging him off to the office anymore. Now, it's worth mentioning that Ray, I believe, is a former Golden Gloves boxing champ. And despite his maybe less than threatening appearance, he's a pretty legit dude and respected for that. But he was injured earlier that week, and there was no real opportunity for a fight here. So there's an audience around at this point, of course, and Dynamite can't help but start taunting Ray. And Ray says something like, "I've hurt my knee." And Tom says, allegedly, "Yeah, right, Ray. You come and see me when your knee's better. I'll be waiting for you." So this story becomes pretty famous. And this is the first of, well, a few confrontations here. What do you remember about this particular story?
All right. Well, let's get, a few things clarified here. And the rumor and innuendo through the years, I think that the legend has grown. And I don't think that Jacques went to the office. It was the ribs were getting pretty rampant, and the agents had smartened up Vince and said, hey, this is going on. And the ribs are getting pretty stiff. And I think, something needs to be said. Because Jacques was being ribbed, and because there was a rift there with Jacques and Dynamite, Dynamite assumed, well, Jacques went to the office. So that was, where the assumption began. Hey, you went and stooged me off. He didn't. It was the agents who were going, hey, the ribs are getting out of control. So Vince just didn't want the ribs to get out of control, didn't want things to escalate. And just was like, we'll talk to the guys and let them know we're not going to tolerate any of this shit. There was something with somebody stole Jacques' gold chain or something like that. So it stopped being funny haha ribs and got to be stiffer ribs, just doing meaner things, I guess. So the confrontation happened in the dressing room where Dynamite came in and confronted Jacques. And I wasn't there, but I did hear that Raymond came in and broke it up. And that Dynamite, knowing that Ray's knee was hurt, told Ray, hey, when your knee gets better, come find me. I'll kick your ass too. Now there's, I was going to say not too many people or a lot of people. Well, there's a lot of people. I wouldn't fuck with anybody. I'm a pussy. I don't want to fight. But if you're a tough guy, one guy you wouldn't want to mess with is Raymond Rougeau. Raymond was very quiet, nice guy, gets along with everybody, but he's the last guy you'd probably want to be in a fist fight with. Had a tough guy reputation, but he never really had to, he didn't have to prove it. He wasn't an asshole about it, wasn't a bully. It just, so that's how I heard it. That when Ray came in, that knowing Ray's knee was hurt, the Dynamite said, hey, I won't kick your ass right now because your knee's hurt, but when your knee gets better, come find me. So that part of it, that was confirmed by a lot of people.
Well, they start working. The foundation is working nightly with the Rougeaus, and it's hard not to notice that they're taking this ribbing from the Bulldogs personally. This is all from Brett's book. He writes, and every night Tom made a point of asking Ray how his knee was. I warned Tom to ease up. And then at TV in Toledo, Tom was wrapping up a conversation with Pat Patterson. They're the last two in the lunchroom. As they got up and walked out the door, Jacques sucker punched Tom, knocking all of his front teeth out. As Tom bent over, dazed and stunned with blood pouring out of his mouth, Jacques drilled him until Bad News intervened to save him. Meanwhile, Pat jumped around like a hysterical woman. The Rougeaus had their bags waiting by the back door and bolted before Tom even realized what was going on. A famous story here. What do you remember about when he finally retaliated?
I saw the whole thing. I was on a payphone. It was right outside of catering, and I was on the phone, and I noticed, again, when you go back and you realize everything that was taking place, Jacques and Raymond were hanging around outside of catering. When Dynamite came out, Jacques nailed him from behind, and it was a punch from behind, and they turned around and Jacques nailed him again. There were quarters or nickels or dimes or whatever. There were coins all over the floor. And it's like, what the fuck is going on? And I remember Dynamite being bent over. He had his hands up, and it wasn't like in front of his face. He just had his hands up trying to block whatever the hell was coming in. Guys started coming around and shit. Pat tried to get in between them and, like, guys, break it up. And Raymond was just on the outside making sure that nobody jumped in. He didn't get involved in it. It was an ugly scene, put it that way. Jacques knocked out Dynamite's front teeth, and it was a lot of blood, and it was a mess. But they did not leave after that because Vince had a meeting with them. got everybody together that day, had Hulk in there, and, got everybody together that day and made them meet and say, hey, I'm not going to have any of this nonsense and bullshit.
Why was Hulk? Brother, why can't we all just get along?
Because Hulk was the locker room leader at the time. He was the big star. He was the main guy, and he had Hulk in it. So, but he got everybody together that day, and he sent everybody home and all that shit. But yeah, it was a bad scene.
It was written. The Bulldogs had to leave the next day for a WWF tour of France. Vince called Tom in France and offered to pay for his dental work, but he insisted that when he came home, he wanted both Tom and Davey to meet him in his hotel room at the San Fran TV tapings. He'd have the Rougeaus there along with Pat, and he wanted them to all make peace. He told Tom that if he and the Rougeaus carried on the feuding, he'd hold back the royalty checks and pay-per-view checks and the pay from his French tour. So Tom grudgingly accepted Vince's orders, and it was a sad surprise to see most of the wrestlers when Tom, our legendary pit bull, basically had his balls cut. Those of us who really knew him realized that getting his teeth punched out was the beginning of the end for him. Dynamite was good for his word when he shook hands with the Rougeaus in front of Vince. So that's the way Brett remembers it, and sort of thinks that's really the beginning of the end. Would you agree with that?
It was the beginning of the end. I wholeheartedly agree with that. The order of things, I think, is a little mixed up because Vince got everybody together then.
Okay.
When the Bulldogs went over to France, I think it was the bravado of Dynamite saying, by God, when next time I see Jacques Rougeau, I'm going to kill him. And Dynamite cutting the promos, and Vince was like, no, next time you see him, you're not going to kill anybody. And that was, again, when he got everybody together and said, hey, this ends. It's over. And he did pay for Dynamite's teeth and told him he would take care of that. But it was kind of Dynamite's bravado. And when he got over there talking about, this isn't the end of it, I'll get my revenge. And Vince just didn't want to have any of that. And so when they got back again, it's like, this ends. Guys, this is over. There's not going to be any receipts. The ribbing and the bullshit got us here. It all ends. Over.
Well, let's keep it going here because we're not done. Brett said on November 24th, he even sold, talking about Dynamite, for both of them at the Bulldogs' last match at Survivor Series, and even worked a couple of high spots with Jacques. He simply couldn't afford not to, but he brooded terribly about it. The match he's referencing here is the Bulldogs teaming with the Hart Foundation, the Powers of Pain, the Young Stallions, and the Rockers to take on the Rougeau Brothers, Demolition, Brainbusters, Bolsheviks, and Conquistadors. We're probably going to cover that one soon, I guess in November. Chat me up here. Last match for the Bulldogs and the last match ever for Dynamite Kid in the WWF. What went down? Why did it end?
I think that they had run their course, and after the deal with Jacques, Dynamite was not the same guy. He didn't walk around with the chip on his shoulder. He didn't walk around, the same tough guy that he had been prior to that. Plus you had, the Bulldogs had been there for a little while, and they had an opportunity to go back to Japan. They had some dates that were still on the table that they wanted to honor and see if they could maybe go and not work as much, go back to Japan and do that for a while. So it was an easy out, put it that way, for them to be able to exit stage left and go do something else and still save face a little bit.
They wound up in Stampede for a little while. And, in May of 89, they did some stuff in All Japan as well. Through 89 and 90. But in May of 89, the Bulldogs split up and then start a feud with each other, but they're still together in All Japan because, no internet and whatever. July 4th, 89, though, is a big deal because Davey is involved in a serious car accident, which included Chris Benoit, Ross Hart, and Jason the Terrible. Apparently Davey wasn't wearing a seatbelt and had his head slammed into the windshield and then was thrown 25 feet to the pavement. You ever hear about this wreck?
Yeah, it was a bad one. And there were legends of the northwestern trips and some of the car trips those guys took, and this was an exceptionally bad accident. And Davey getting hurt, you just heard about it, and everybody was just thanking God that everyone was alive after the accident. So we were just thankful that everybody, for the most part, was okay. And Davey ends up with his head split open and getting several stitches, but it could have been a whole hell of a lot worse. He got thrown through the windshield and took a hell of a bump. But yeah, we all heard about it, and it just you knock on wood and you thank God that everybody's alive and okay.
Let's talk about September of 1990. Davey Boy withdraws himself and Dynamite from an All Japan tag tournament. And the rumor and innuendo is that Dynamite was in a car accident and couldn't compete, but that's not true. And Davey, around this same time, winds up signing with the WWF, and he's coming back as the British Bulldog because it turns out that he himself has actually gone out and trademarked the name. And allegedly that caused some hurt feelings with him and Dynamite. Was Dynamite pissed off that he trademarked the name British Bulldog, that he went to the WWF again, or both?
All the above. And I think that Davey Boy was looking for a way to get out on his own, and he didn't think that Vince was interested in the tag team. And also Davey Boy's looking at his career and thinking, how far can he go as a tag team? And here was an opportunity to break out on his own, become a singles. So he took it. He looked at the opportunity and said, why the hell not? And I think that there was animosity there on Dynamite's side going, what about me? And how dare you leave the team and go out on your own? And then you take the name on top of it. So yeah, there's definitely some animosity there.
What's the deal with, Davey being allowed to call himself the British Bulldog? Like, I know he owns the trademark, but that feels like something Vince would have tried to buy or take over, Vince always wants to own everything. How does the British Bulldog sort of slip through?
Well, I think he probably let it slip through after they were gone and didn't renew the trademark and didn't continue on with it. And when it came available, Bulldog probably grabbed it up, and Vince, there's equity already in that name, so he can lease the name from Bulldog and continue to capitalize on the equity he already put into it. That happens. So every once in a while they get the list of names and the list of trademarks that they want to continue, and you've got to continue to pay down on that stuff. And he'll go through and say yay, nay on a lot of that stuff. So it's probably didn't think he was going to use them again at the time.
Did you ever have a conversation about, I don't know when we're talking about him again, but do you ever have a conversation with Davey about Dynamite? Because I think Dynamite's been in a wheelchair since like 97. What was their relationship later?
They didn't have one, as far as I know. And there were times that we would go to the United Kingdom where it would be brought up, hey, should we reach out to Dynamite? And is there something we could do with Dynamite at the show? And there was never any warm and fuzzies from Davey. There was definitely animosity there. It was a divorce. They'd been married for all those years and traveled the world together, and it was like a bad divorce. So Davey didn't want to have anything to do with it. So we never really did anything with Dynamite going forward. There wasn't a desire, there wasn't any desire on Davey's part, and he was with us and Dynamite wasn't. And Dynamite had done some interviews and different things talking bad about the company and how badly he hated everybody and everything. And he was miserable and very bitter. I think, from what I hear, he's still very bitter.
When was the last time you spoke to him?
Last time I spoke to him was at Survivor Series for their last date there. That's the last time I saw Tom.
30 years ago.
Yes.
So when Davey comes back here in 90, he looks a lot different. He's got long braided hair. He's a lot bigger than he was before. We've sort of skirted around this, but it's pretty well known that Davey used performance enhancing drugs. And there's almost a joke about you know, what they would do with needles or not do with needles, you know, allegedly even with a dog. What do you remember about the sort of rumor and innuendo about Davey Boy's steroid use?
I think there was rumor and innuendo about a lot of guys. And since, you know, obviously I know this is going to be really hard to believe for a lot of people, but I didn't participate I didn't do steroids. Okay.
Nobody
This is
ever
all
refused to do
natural, God-given. You know, like you. I mean, I know you've done your share of steroids.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the only steroids I eat are the ones in chicken.
Yeah. Yeah, Purdue.
Yeah.
So, so I never, you know, that didn't interest me. So I never really, other than, you know, from a layman on the outside looking in and hearing about, you know, oh yeah, he's doing steroids. I never really knew that much about it, especially in 1990 or during that time. But yeah, there were guys that definitely had the look, and there were guys that were definitely probably on steroids and taking them. That was the business at the time. So I don't doubt that he was definitely taking steroids, and he's talked about it, you know, the fact that he had taken steroids in the past. So it's not like it's a big secret.
His first match back is October 10th, 1990. He beats Haku, and to finish up 1990, starts working against the Warlord. Let's get to Royal Rumble 91. He's in the Rumble match. He comes in at 14, eliminates Rick Martel, Mr. Perfect, and Haku before he's eliminated by Earthquake and Brian Knobbs. After that, he starts working with Warlord and Dino Bravo, and we're on to WrestleMania 7, which we covered that in the archives. Yeah. March 23rd, 1991. Check it out. somethingtowrestle.com. The British Bulldog actually pins the Warlord here in 8 minutes and 19 seconds with a power slam. You know, as a kid, Bruce, and I talked about this on that WrestleMania 7 episode, I loved this, you know, this full Nelson, Battle of the Full Nelsons deal that you guys were trying to push here. And Meltzer didn't hate it. He says, quote, "This was much better than the arena matches I've seen the two have. In fact, considering who was involved, they did a very good job here. 2.5 stars. Why did it work so well?"
You know, Vince loved those two big powerhouses, you know, facing each other, you know, two big guys and colliding. My nod goes to Bulldog, because Bulldog was a working son of a bitch, and, you know, he made it work. And I think that when you find two guys, plus Warlord and Bulldog, they worked out together. They liked each other. They got along. So you got two guys in there that like each other, similar builds, similar interests. They gelled, so they had good chemistry. But it was slow.
Well, I'm not arguing that. You know, one of the things I always had about Warlord as a question, and, you know, I don't know when we'll talk about him again. I'm using that a lot today. It feels like he's a tailor-made opponent for Hulk Hogan. I'm not saying they would have done, you know, a pay-per-view, but he's a big, jacked up, evil motherfucker. Why did Warlord never get that opportunity? Because he would have made Hulk look small?
No. Oh, God, no. Hulk would love that. The bigger, the better. It just, you know, we tried with Warlord. There was just, it goes back to the it factor. It was missing. And whether it was the verbal skills that he didn't have, or just that next gear in the ring, he was only going to go so far. And you're right. It would have been, in the days of the heel factory, would have been a great opponent for the Hulkster.
Let's talk about Saturday night's main event, April 15th. Bulldog's in a battle royal. Mr. Perfect wins. And coming out of that, he's challenging Perfect for the Intercontinental title on house shows. And he's also working against Earthquake. But that gets us to April 30th and May 1st, where Bulldog beats The Undertaker by countout in England. It's their first match against each other. And for a couple of these shows over in Europe, Dynamite actually appears in Bulldog's corner. Do you remember that?
Yeah. And that was kind of early. That was, you know, before, you know, Dynamite really got to the point of, you know, Davey's getting all this glory and Davey is the only Bulldog. So it was still early, and they were separated, but they thought for, you know, the UK, it may work. but it was only a few times, and it was just, we weren't doing TV over there at the time, and tried it out. But I think that was the only time that we ever used Bulldog, because Dynamite.
So you leave the company not too terribly long after this. Did you keep in touch with Davey at all when you were on hiatus down at Heartbreakers every night with the table skirts?
No, I didn't. I was busy.
Yeah,
I was.
You keep it in,
I was
keeping
busy.
in touch with other things.
Yes, exactly.
Let's get to SummerSlam 91. I know you weren't there, but we'll just briefly mention Ricky the Dragon Steamboat, Kerry Von Erich, and the British Bulldog would beat Warlord, Hercules, and Paul Roma. Woo! 2.25 stars there. They did that famous Japanese tour in September of 2001 that year. And then they did in October, the famous Battle Royal at Royal Albert Hall in London. It's a pretty big deal. It's been talked about a lot, and Bulldog actually wins. And that's probably when you guys sort of started to double down on, hey man, Bulldog can be our top draw over in England, right?
Well, because he was British and we're in England. And again, I wasn't there at the time, but yeah, it was, Bulldog was having that following and that reaction when they would go over there for their live event tours. So thinking, all right, maybe we, is there a way to do more with Bulldog in the UK? Huge star.
Survivor Series 91 goes down in Detroit. Flair and DiBiase team up with the Mountie and the Warlord to beat Bret Hart, Roddy Piper, Virgil, and the British Bulldog. I have no fucking idea why Virgil's here. I do. It's against Ted DiBiase. I'm just saying. 2.5 stars here. And this one, of course, Flair is the sole survivor. I guess we should mention that November 28th in Ottawa, and on the 30th, they did a double shot. And on these shows, The Undertaker defends his world title against the British Bulldog. Of course, The Undertaker won that belt and was briefly champion after the Survivor Series. I know you weren't there, but why do you think Bulldog was the right guy to challenge for the world title?
Somebody for Undertaker to beat. That's simple. A babyface to be able to put against Undertaker that they would accept as a baby face, and somebody for him to get a clean victory over.
There's a famous story around this same time that Bret has told where Hogan has dared Hawk into giving Vince McMahon the Doomsday device, the Road Warrior finish, in a bar.
In PT's in San Antonio, Texas.
Were you there or you heard about it?
I was in San Antonio that evening, but I heard everybody heard about it the next day.
What was Davey's involvement?
I don't know what Davey's involvement necessarily was. I heard that Vince took several finishes from people, including the Road Warriors finish and the Hart Foundation finish. The next day, Vince showed up to TV in Austin with a messed up ear. His ear was like all bloodied and crazy, but he had that pep in his step and walking around like nothing happened to him. But that was, the town was San Antonio and the club was PT's out off of 410. Half of the club was a gentleman's establishment that had beautiful young ladies who took their clothes off for
shoe show.
Things.
And all, shoe show.
And all, yes. And on the other side was a boot show of males for the female contingent.
And which side was Vince in?
I think they were in the middle. No, they were on the female side, up on the bar and taking bumps off the on the stage. And apparently the authorities were called at the end of the evening because they still wanted to stay and imbibe in a few adult refreshments.
Allegedly, Davey was carrying Vince over his shoulders, looking around for a place to power slam him. And that's when they got the call. Let's run through. I mean, I guess we should catch everybody up here because you're actually out for a while. But we covered the 92 Royal Rumble, and Davey Boy came in number 1. He eliminated DiBiase, Sags, Haku, and then was eventually eliminated by Ric Flair, who would go on to win the thing. You come back right around SummerSlam 92, but you weren't at SummerSlam 92. Was there ever any talk of you making your way to SummerSlam 92, or was it always we'll just talk about it when you get back.
Talk to me when I get back from England, pal. And that was the famous phone call where Vince called me at home, and I could tell that he was at home and had me on speakerphone and asked me what I was doing and so on and so forth. And he ended the conversation with, "I'm going to England. Call me when I get back. I'll be back. We're going to do TV, and then give me a call that week." And we hung up, and I thought about it for a minute. I had plans to start at WCW. It was, I believe, Labor Day weekend, and they were doing one of those Tuesday night specials that they used to do. And I was going to make my debut managing the Barbarian. So I sat there and thought about it for about 10 minutes. I called Vince back and I said, "Hey man, I need to know, are you offering me a job?" "Talk to me when I get back." I said, "Well, here's the deal. I'm going to start for WCW on that Tuesday, unless you're offering me a job, and then we can talk about it, and we can see, what you got." And that's when we talked about it, and the rest, as they say, is history.
Before we talk about SummerSlam 92, we should probably circle back because this is worth noting. The May 18th Observer would write, Dave Meltzer would write, "British Bulldog and Chris Walker have both been suspended, presumably for 6 weeks each. Jim Duggan is going to replace Bulldog for the foreseeable future. Some of the suspensions may be related to Dr. Mauro Di Pasquale taking over the steroid program from Dr. Anthony Daly at the beginning of this month. If he really can't catch all users as he claims, I expect a few obvious names to be added to the list. And if not, well, there's no such thing as an unbeatable drug test." This is a big deal. All this stuff's happening, some of it while you're not here. What did you hear about Bulldog's suspension in May of 1992?
I really don't remember Bulldog's suspension specifically, but I definitely remember, Mauro Di Pasquale being involved in the drug testing, and Mauro was an expert in drug testing, and he was an expert when it came to steroids and bodybuilding and what have you. So he was a big name in that genre. So the fact that they had Mauro administering the drug test now, and the company was removed from that so that they didn't have to administer the drug test, and they weren't involved and had a third party, that was a big deal. And that was the talk of the industry, is like, oh, now they're getting serious about this.
Let's talk about the SummerSlam 92 show. And I'm sure we'll cover this at some point, even though you weren't there. Famously, a lot of people thought it was going to be in like DC or Maryland, and it winds up in London instead. And Brett sort of takes credit for the ladder match in the company becoming a thing. And he pitches that, hey, since you want me to drop this Intercontinental title to Shawn, I've got an idea for a match I'll only tell you about if you promise not to use it for anyone else. So he tells him about the ladder match. Vince loves it and then asks to see it. So he does this ladder match with Shawn on a house show. And allegedly Brett says, "Hey, if we wind up doing SummerSlam in England, why don't you let me drop this title, not to Shawn, but to Davey Boy? The pop would be incredible." Davey Boy's still actively suspended during this conversation, I should say. And then Davey can just drop the belt to Shawn. Eventually, Vince comes around to this, but Brett sort of takes credit for this. And I think that's sort of interesting in hindsight that, Brett sort of takes credit for Bulldog having this big moment. Did you ever hear that story, that this match that we're about to talk about was sort of Brett's idea?
No, I didn't, but I don't know if that's true or not. It may very well be. I do know that Vince wanted to do the international pay-per-view, and being in the UK, wanted to feature Davey Boy because Davey Boy was probably the biggest WWE star over there in the UK. They looked at him as the biggest star for the company. So to be able to have Davey in a featured match, he already had the program with Warrior and Flair and all that other stuff going on. So he wanted to feature Davey in another way, but maybe it was Bret's idea. I really don't know whose idea that was to get them there, but I do know that putting Davey on top in the UK was something that they wanted to do with the UK show.
Bret wrote a story in his book here, Bruce, where he's trying to chase down Davey and he never can catch him by phone. All Diana will say is he's out with Jim somewhere. And eventually they track him down right before Bret's supposed to leave for England. And Bret writes that he's shocked when he finally talks to Jim, and Jim says he's just taken Davey and Diana to the airport, and that Davey was, quote, high as a kite when he caught his flight, Jim said, because he'd been up all night smoking crack with him. Jim told me that Davey had a gorilla on his back and he was worried about him. I couldn't have been more disappointed in Davey and feared he would end up making us both look bad. Now, Bret, of course, tells a story of having a conversation with Vince about whether or not they're sure they can close the show. And Bret says nobody will be able to follow us. And he even offers to talk about the finish with Vince. And Vince says, I don't want to know, just surprise me. And he continues this story that when he finally gets to London, there's hundreds of fans pouring out of the hotel lobby just to chant his name in the streets. But he's looking for Davey, and he's off somewhere with Diana and his family, but he doesn't actually see him until the required entrance rehearsal at Wembley Stadium the night before the show, which is pretty common. And he asks him why he hasn't returned his phone calls all summer. And he wrote, quote, he wasn't able to look me in the eye. He fessed up that he'd been smoking crack with Jim for weeks and was now terrified. He'd gone back to being the same helpless kid I'd rescued from Dynamite 10 years earlier. Quote, trust me, Davey, and I'll do all I can to get you through tomorrow. Okay. He nodded, and I sat him down for a crash course, going over our match and making him recite the moves back to me. It was now completely up to me to save our match. It's a pretty famous story here, about the match itself, but have you ever heard this story that Davey showed up to SummerSlam 92 high on fucking crack?
I didn't, and I never heard it, obviously, until, Bret talked about it in his book and what have you. I wasn't there. I didn't know. And I didn't know, that Davey had those problems at that time. And when I rejoined the company right after that, there was no talk of any issues, with him at that time. So news to me.
What'd you think of the match? Of course, there's a famous, note or story that Bret and Bulldog had laid out the whole match, but as soon as they get in the ring, Bulldog sort of doesn't remember anything. What might that sound like?
Bret, I'm fucked. I don't fucking remember. Help me. Drop down, tackle what? Fuck.
It's a tremendous match. I just watched it maybe a year ago. It doesn't get old. Big fan of this match. If you haven't watched this match from SummerSlam 92, the main event, you should definitely watch it. It's a pretty cool finish too. It's one that, Bret credits with Leo Burke, which is a name we don't hear very often. You got any stories about Leo, or can you tell us who that is?
Leo Burke is a Canadian. He was big in Calgary. Traditionally, he was like a journeyman wrestler throughout the years, and a heel, but a hell of a guy. And I never met Leo until many, many, many years later in the business in Calgary, when we had him help training guys kind of in a finishing school at Bret's house. And Leo was one of those people that was very good, fundamentally sound, and a damn good trainer. And, but he was a journeyman wrestler, wrestled all over the world.
Meltzer wrote of the match, this is certainly one of the best major promotion matches of the year in this country. 4.5 stars. You ever have a conversation? I know you weren't there for this, but you ever have a conversation with Davey about this match? I mean, this is probably the biggest moment in his entire career, is it not?
Yeah. I mean, I remember coming back because I watched the show delayed on pay-per-view. And then when I got there and I got to see everybody, that was one of those matches that you had to go up to the guys and say, hell of a match. Good God, man. I really enjoyed that match because it was just that good. And both guys were pretty damn proud of it, and I think rightfully so. But, specifically, I think Davey was on cloud nine because now he's in a position, the Intercontinental Champion, of being, one of the top baby faces in the company.
He starts working shows after this, defending the title against the fucking Repo Man, the Mountie, and Shawn Michaels. You're back here right after the show. What'd you think of Bulldog as Intercontinental Champion?
Well, and I'm sure we're going to get to this, but it was a good balance because we had Flair as the champion, the world champion, and you had Davey as the Intercontinental Champion. So you had a heel champion on one side and a babyface champion on the other. And it was a good mixture of talent. And I thought Bulldog fit there. And getting to the program with Shawn Michaels that's where we wanted to get. And that was something that Vince had in his mind to elevate Shawn even more and get him in that mix, in that top mix.
It doesn't last very long, this title run, because he wins it in August, and on October 27th, Saturday night's main event, Shawn pins him to win the Intercontinental title. And Brett said on October 27th at the TVs in Indiana, Vince and Pat told Davey it was time for him to drop the belt to Shawn. And instead of reminding Davey that dropping the belt to Shawn was the plan all along, Pat explained that they could only push one babyface champion at a time, and I was it. And this sowed the seeds of discontent in Davey. Meanwhile, I did my best to be a friend to him, reminding him not to take it personally. But Davey grumbled long and loud about leaving to go back to Japan or WCW. Did you hear that he was unhappy about dropping the belt?
He was boo-boo face. Davey was definitely boo-boo face. However, that was the truth. Plans changed when Ric Flair was the champion and Ric was having some health issues and Ric was ready to leave and so on and so. Well, not ready to leave just yet, but Ric was having some health issues and Vince just wasn't feeling it with Flair. He wanted to make a change, and it was that reaction immediately. I want to make a change. I'm going to make a change right now. That's when he decided to have Brett defeat Flair, and then he's looking at it and he goes, man, I've got two babyface champions here. With Brett, I can't push him as the top guy, and then I'm pushing Bulldog over here as the Intercontinental Champion. I need a heel in that spot. And that was the rationale as to why once the main championship changed hands, Davey was a victim of circumstance, and Vince wanted to put it on a heel. That is what happened.
Well, it doesn't matter much longer than this. Let's go to the November 23rd Observer. Probably the single worst thing that could happen to a promotion short of a scandal would be a pay-per-view main eventer walking out at the last minute. As everyone knows, that basically happened twice last week to Titan Sports, as both the Ultimate Warrior and the British Bulldog quit the promotion in moves that appear to be unrelated, except they both happened within a day of each other. This forced Titan to come up with an emergency angle that aired on Monday night on Primetime Wrestling, turning Kurt Hennig babyface and teaming him with Randy Savage in the Survivor Series main event against Ric Flair and Razor Ramon. Although both men were said to have been fired by the company, other sources are claiming they actually each quit. Probably a little bit of both, although at least in the case of Warrior, it is definitely more quit than fired. The Warrior situation wasn't unexpected, but the Smith situation came with little warning. Some within the organization expected Warrior to be history before the television tapings in Canada, which saw Brett win the WWF title and have Hart and Savage as the new tag team in Survivors. When that didn't transpire, it was pretty much considered a given that it was because so much had already gone into the advertising for the pay-per-view, and it would be much easier to bite the bullet and wait until after the show to make any changes, but that Warrior would more likely than not be history shortly after the pay-per-view. That wasn't a definite, even though there was an indication given, since Warrior was still not planning to headline shows in December, and they started an angle at the last television to start a new program with Nails, which would have died at the gate. But it didn't hold together since Warrior quit 17 days before the show with no reasons nor plans being known other than the talk he's going to try and merchandise himself independently. Smith attempted to leave the promotion on good terms, although it doesn't appear that many consider the situation all that good. Aside from the Survivor Series problem, the promotion itself had given both Randy Savage and Big Boss Man time off after the Survivor Series. Warrior and Bulldog were the two top headline babyfaces on one of the two touring shows, causing the company to be forced to basically revamp much of the plans for the winter quarter. In addition, Warrior was going to likely be the focal point of WrestleMania's main event, so Plan A is totally out of the window. He would continue here that he thinks Bulldog is going to start in January with All Japan, and they're saying that maybe some of the problems with him, well, I'll just read it here. Titan sources have said the problem with Smith was he wanted superstar treatment because he felt he was the Hulk Hogan of Europe, which he pretty much was. While at some point it would be no surprise to see Smith return, as he's quit the promotion twice in the past when he tagged with Dynamite, both times mainly to work Japan and Calgary, but both times eventually returned, although the second time took a few years between. Now, you've told this story before. Chat me up here. Meltzer's saying that they quit. I know you're going to say different.
Yeah, because they didn't quit. They were both fired. They're both fired for violations of the drug policy. And Warrior was fired first. And when Vince called Warrior, Warrior said, "Oh, is this about the stuff with Davey Boy?" And Vince asked him what the stuff with Davey Boy was. And when Warrior told him about that, it basically implicated Davey Boy. And both guys were fired for a violation of the drug policy.
Who left the drug needle in a hotel room?
That wasn't it.
That
wasn't it at all. No, that was I don't know about a drug needle in a hotel room. I remember there was a drug needle incident, a needle incident. And here's the beautiful thing about it.
A maid found it or something, right?
No, it was in a locker room.
Okay.
And that, the maintenance guy, not the maintenance guy, the janitor came in.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they came in and they found one, and they said, "Oh my God, if this guy had picked up the trash and a needle had punctured and all this stuff." So they had it tested. And one of those, thank gods, it was an insulin deal. So it was like, oh God, if this, of course, nobody ever reports that part of it.
Right.
But the fear was, okay, there was a needle found, and on our end, we were scared, but they went and got it tested because the guy had either stuck it in his hand or something had happened like that. It was in an arena, and the arena manager had called and said, "We have to know what was in this needle." And they had it tested because the guy was afraid of all this shit, and it was a insulin gimmick that someone had thrown in the trash in a locker room.
Right.
So that was a big scare. That wasn't cool. That had nothing to do with Warrior and Davey Boy at all. It was something else completely. And when Vince confronted him with it, Warrior owned up to it, and he says, "Jim, I have no choice. I have absolutely no choice." And then Jim says, "Well, basically, what about Bulldog? Bulldog's the one that got it." And it's like, I have nothing else to do but to act on Bulldog now too. What do I do with that information?
What's funny is I know every now and again I bust your balls by getting things out of sequence, but Brett wrote it exactly like that. He says, on November 18th, Vince phoned to tell me he just fired Warrior and that unfortunately Davey was going to be next. He wanted to tell me first so I could prepare for any backlash that might happen as a result. And this is directly from Brett's book. I know you weren't going to say it. He said that Warrior and Davey had been receiving shipments of growth hormone from a dealer in the UK who had just been busted. Vince was so under the gun, he had to fire them both immediately. Now, I know you're going to dance around, but this is what I do. Hypothetically, if Vince was not under investigation, they're not fucking getting canned here, right?
Yeah, but he was under investigation, and it was a violation of the drug policy. He had no choice at that point. And the fact that it's public, his hands were tied. I'm sure he would have loved to have not had to sacrifice the main event for a pay-per-view and then the undermatch, the two basic main events for the next pay-per-view coming up. And I think we were 2 weeks out of the damn thing. So in a perfect world, yeah, you would have loved not to have had to have fired your two top stars, your two big baby faces at the time.
Believe it or not, Davey works a couple of shots in an early ECW promotion and then winds up in WCW not too long after that. Manages to get a few shots with All Japan Pro Wrestling as well. He's with WCW until December of 93. And in July of 93, he is reportedly involved in an altercation with a man in a bar who was making advances towards his wife. And eventually they had some ensuing legal issues that followed that. And WCW decides to release him from his contract in December of 93. Did you ever hear about this incident in a bar?
Oh God, yes. It felt like it went on forever and ever and ever. And it was the stereotypical altercation in a bar of a drunk guy. I think he either made a pass at Diana or pinched her ass or did something and made inappropriate comment to Diana. Then the guy went over to Davey Boy and they were either shaking hands or the guy came at Davey. Davey front face locked him. And when he let him go, the guy fell and hit his head. And the guy got pretty fucked up. I mean, he was messed up pretty bad. I think he was in a coma for a while, something like that. But it was one of those cases that just drug on and on and on, because in Calgary, it was a big profile deal, and the prosecutor was looking to make a name for himself. And what better way to do it than get the big professional wrestler in town, Stu Hart's son-in-law, and let's make a name for myself and let's go after and prosecute this guy. So it was a bad deal, but from everything that I heard about it, and again, I'm hearing it from Davey Boy's side and the Hart side, was basically what I just told you. And I think the witnesses involved in the case kind of bared that out, that the guy was drunk, the guy was harassing Diana, the guy came at Davey, and Davey front face locked him and put him out, and he hit his head. Bad place, bad time.
Pretty nuts. Meltzer would report in December of that year that he had negotiated a deal with Bill Watts for a certain amount, allegedly $1,000 a show, but that he thought he was free to work independent shows. And Watts allowed him to work a tour of Japan since he already had a deal with Giant Baba before he negotiated with WCW. And he had to give WCW 2 months notice before he did those tours. And Smith also claimed that Watts agreed to pay him a higher amount per match for the European matches, since Smith is essentially the company's top draw there. But he received the exact same amount as normal for the recent European tour in October and November. And it's the same as he would have gotten in the United States. And he complains about this. And apparently there is some hurt feelings here, allegedly to the point that it leads to the end of him leaving the company. And it also compounds that he was working independent shows with Jim Neidhart in Florida. What do you remember about the end of Davey Boy and WCW, and then how he reaches out to y'all? Cause it's not a clean break here with WCW, to say the least.
No, I remember the whole situation, because WCW, when they acquired Davey after he was fired, they're looking, oh my God, now we've got the answer. We have the Hulk Hogan of the UK. And if we can bring Davey and get him over there, and I believe Hulk was already there as well, but if we can have Davey in the UK, that's a guaranteed sellout. So we had heard, Davey had negotiated himself a deal to be paid more in the United Kingdom. And obviously we heard all of this secondhand and after the fact, that when he went over to the UK, that he wasn't paid what he was promised. But I don't think that Davey had it in his contract. I think it was a verbal with whoever he made the deal with, Watts or whoever. And WCW didn't draw that well in the UK with Davey on top. And they didn't do the business that they anticipated that they would do. They thought that they would put Davey on the card and they would sell out everywhere. And that didn't happen. So I think WCW felt justified in that, because it didn't draw what they thought it would draw, that they didn't have to pay Davey what they had agreed to pay him. And both sides, reached an impasse, and WCW finally said, if you don't like it, leave. I don't think they were looking to cut costs too at the time.
Do you think the beating he gave that guy in the bar on August 12th, do you think that's one of the reasons WCW got rid of him too? I mean, like, I'm not saying that, it was necessarily going to hurt WCW, but it couldn't help when you fucking fracture a guy's skull. And I mean, there was some serious
again,
injuries.
all he did was front face lock him, and there are a lot of witnesses to that.
No, I'm with you on that. I'm just saying, when the news gets out that, oh, he's got a fractured skull and he can't hear in one ear and he's got memory loss and slurred speech, it's a bad look, for the
they don't want to
promotion.
touch it.
Right.
I agree. I think that definitely had, weighed in on that decision we don't need that when and if this goes to trial, WCW superstar, the British Bulldog, that doesn't help anybody. And again, just like you said, Davey Boy beat the hell out of the guy. I don't believe that. And from all the witnesses you hear, Davey Boy front face lock him. And with wrestlers, anytime you've seen them in a bar fight, man, that's the go-to. You front face lock somebody and choke them out and get rid of them, because they can't do a whole lot when they're in a front face lock. So Davey's story was believable. The witnesses' stories kind of said the same thing. So it wasn't the guy fell and hit his head, and it was an unfortunate accident. And it was unfortunate that he injured himself that bad, but shit happens.
It does. Let's talk about June of 94. There's lots of rumblings in the Observer around this time that Davey's going to come back, and we get to SummerSlam 94 here in Chicago. I'm saying here, like we're already at StarCast. Meltzer is reporting that, Bulldog shows up ringside with his wife, and they're plugging the 900 number, and they're showing, these jacked up arms. And then eventually they reveal that it's Davey Boy. And of course, Meltzer can't help but make fun of the steroid policy. What do you remember about the decision to have Davey Boy in the front row of this match with Owen and Brett, a match that, by the way, got 5 stars in the Observer?
Match was excellent, and it was a way to reintroduce Bulldog. Have him there as a spectator, and last time anybody saw him was, it had been 8-9 months before that in WCW. So it was a way to reintroduce him and talk about, again, the family connection with Brett and Owen and Diana and Davey. Just a different way to reintroduce him.
How was Davey dealing with that loss of income all those months?
I hope he had his money saved, and Davey was still working. I think Davey was still going over to Japan and doing some different things. And he was probably still working Calgary and doing what he could do, but hopefully he saved his money as well.
When Vince agrees to bring him back, I mean, he's just freshly out of the woods on this steroid deal. Is he nervous about these assault charges against Bulldog? It feels, again, like something he would avoid, or does he just feel like, I need the talent and I need a draw in Europe. I need him.
Big part of it was the UK, and a big part of it was we were looking to do a lot more international touring at that time. It was something where we had begun to sell tours overseas, and for a considerable amount of money, more money than we were making in the States at the time. So to have another draw and have someone from that area definitely didn't hurt. So that weighed into the decision. Plus, Vince did his due diligence and did the investigation and had our lawyers look into everything as well, and felt pretty confident that the case would hopefully go away and that Davey would be exonerated, and that would be the end of it. You're going to have a little bad publicity in the end, but in the end, hopefully things are going to be in Davey's favor.
Let's talk about Survivor Series. November 23rd, 1994. We're in San Antonio. We got the Bad Guys and the Teamsters. What do you remember about this match? And, what can you tell us? It's a 1.5 stars. Not really the best Survivor Series ever.
Well, this one was, again, you've got Davey and Razor and the Kid and the Head Shrinkers. We had Sean, Diesel, Owen, and Neidhart, and Jeff Jarrett. It was a hodgepodge. And it was, you take a bunch of guys like those Survivor Series matches usually were that have issues, you lump them into a team and pray for the best. A lot of great workers in this. And you look at the match and say, God damn, that should be a barn burner. But there was so much other stuff going on. Not always, you can have the greatest talent in the world, and sometimes you're going to have a stinker. You don't win them all.
Well, speaking of not winning them all, Bob Backlund is in this show, and he's taking on Bret Hart here. And Bulldog is in Bret's corner with the towel, and Owen is in Backlund's corner. Talk us through the finish here and what the thinking for this Survivor Series situation was.
We had the chicken wing versus Bob Backlund with the chicken wing and Bret Hart with the sharpshooter. And it was battle of the submission holds between Bret and Backlund. I got to tell you, man, I loved the Bret Backlund issue. I thought that they had some great matches. It was good chemistry. Bobby was unorthodox, but Bret was so damn steadfast in that he was going to get a good match out of it no matter what. They were so different in personality, but in the ring, I thought that they gelled pretty damn good. You guess whose idea this was, but we got to the point where it was a submission match, but to do instead of I give up or I quit, where we had the cornermen throwing in the towel, and you tell the story that I'm never going to throw in the towel. And we eventually got rid of Davey Boy and Owen pleading with his mom to get his mom to finally throw the towel in on Bret. I thought it was great storytelling and an excellent match.
It is a good match. A day later, Backlund loses it to Diesel at a house show at MSG. We'll talk about that another time. Let's get going here. Raw on November 25th sees Jeff Jarrett beat Bulldog by countout. The reason I mention is this does a 3.3 rating, which is the highest number for Raw since August. And I guess we'll just cruise on in to Royal Rumble 1995. It's going down in Tampa. Can't wait for us to cover this. Bulldog comes in early again, this time number 2. Pretty famous finish we've talked about a lot here on the show on our Shawn Michaels episodes. Bulldog thinks he's won because he feels like he's thrown Shawn over the top rope. Of course, Shawn doesn't touch both feet, just one, and eventually slides back in and eliminates Bulldog. The next night on Raw, Bulldog beat the Black Phantom. Bruce, what's your favorite Black Phantom match?
My favorite Black Phantom match would have to be the one where he faced Blue Apron.
So let's talk a little bit about, what Bulldog is doing, because this first half of 95, it feels like, man, you guys are strapping the rocket to him a little bit. He's tagging with Bret, and he's working with Bundy and Backlund and Michaels on the house shows. He's even on Raw working with Shawn Michaels, but he's working with top guys. And around this same time, it comes out that he's being sued for $1.3 million now for this bar fight in July of 93. So there was always the criminal stuff, but now it's personal. And according to the lawsuit, the dude was in the hospital for 47 days and still has significant loss of motor skills, cognitive skills, speech skills. This has to be weighing on Davey in a big way. Here we are damn near 2 years later, still talking about it. What were your conversations like with him about this?
He was nervous as hell because you never know what the hell a jury or a judge is going to do in a civil lawsuit. And it's costing him a lot of money, and it's cost him a lot of time and aggravation and anxiety, just having to deal with it in general. And every time that he is in Calgary, it's on the front page of the newspaper, and it's constantly in his face. And it's not just affecting him, it's affecting, his family and the Harts as well, because they all live in Calgary. So it was weighing on him big time. And you could tell because practically every conversation he would, my fucking lawyer and I fucking got this. And now the guy's saying that. And it was always something new. And it was that pest that just wouldn't go away, this lawsuit and this whole case.
Let's talk about WrestleMania 11. Davey Boy would tag here with Lex Luger to beat the Blue Brothers. And the match was clumsy in spots. That's the review that Meltzer would give it. He gave it half a star. I bring this up because, and I know we're going to talk about WrestleMania some other time. Has anybody fallen one WrestleMania to the next as much as Lex Luger here? I mean, I think a lot of people thought WrestleMania 10 was going to be his moment. A year later, he's beating the fucking Blue Brothers.
Well, I think Lex could look in the mirror on that one, but at the same time, it was Vince's way of trying to put two guys together that maybe we didn't have a whole lot of ideas for, and as far as a singles run with them, and put them together and make them a tag team, and hopefully together as a unit might be able to get something out of them.
Let me ask you this. A lot of people have said that Lex Luger, a lot of his problems started when he befriended Davey Boy. There were people who knew Lex sort of the NWA days, and then when he came back to WCW, and they say he's two different guys. And some people sort of point the finger and say, riding with Davey, hanging with Davey is what fucked this guy up. Now, of course, he's not fucked up these days. Lex Luger is, you know, one of the success stories in wrestling.
Doing great.
Yeah. I mean, he's the most positive, you know, he's just a great guy now, but once upon a time, apparently he was a bear to deal with, and maybe he had his share of demons. Is it fair to pin some of that? Obviously it's all personal choice. I get that. But do you think that Davey could have been classified as maybe a bad influence on Luger?
You know, in all my years and being around both of them, I've never heard that before. I never heard that. And that may be something that maybe people looking for an excuse, or Lex looking for an excuse to pin it on somebody. They might've pinned it on Davey, but I've never heard that till you just said it just now. So
you would disagree.
That wasn't widely spread, at least on our side at all.
Okay. Were they running mates? Did they ride together, Luger and Bulldog? I mean, it feels like they'd probably had this similar diets and similar workouts, and probably easy.
I know. Yeah, they did ride together, and I know they definitely trained together.
Okay. There's a fun match that never made air here. There's an In Your House around this same time. May, it goes down. It's a dark match. Owen and Bulldog go to a 15-minute time limit draw. That feels like that could have been a fucking tremendous match, but it didn't make pay-per-view. Were you guys not really ready to go forward with that? I mean, it's going to be a clinic when we see it 2 years later, but why not here?
Well, it was a King of the Ring qualifying match, and it was a way to eliminate both guys. So you have them go 15 minutes Broadway and get rid of them both and just continue the story. So it was a fun deal to do. I think we did air it on TV at some point, but it was something from an In Your House pay-per-view. I think we did air parts of it on TV as part of the King of the Ring qualifying deal.
It comes out in June of that year that the guy who was beat, his name's Cody Light of Calgary, and this guy who is alleging that Davey Boy beat him up is now saying that Davey Boy used a pile driver in the fight, which is, I mean, is that the fucking dumbest thing you've ever heard?
Oh man, you know that. Yeah, it's just silly, and it is something of a desperate prosecution and a desperate lawyer looking at trying to sensationalize something and talk about this big professional wrestler, and this is what he must have done to him, and trying to grasp on anything that will garner public sympathy and get people talking about, I don't know how big the guy was. I don't know anything about him at all. But I'm sure if you were to put the two pictures side by side of Davey Boy and this other guy, probably in a hospital and out of it, and go, oh, this big wrestler over here, this big healthy wrestler did this to this guy. It's just a way to sway public opinion and for a prosecutor to twist things up and get sympathy.
So they set a date here. where they're going to hear doctor's testimony and all this for January of 1996. And on the heels of this, Davey Boy even pulls himself off the tour, the TV tapings and all that, and just sort of takes a powder for a minute. Do you remember him sort of pulling himself out of the ball game for a few weeks here?
Well, we pulled him out because he had to prepare for the trial. And if I remember correctly, the trial was postponed for over a year.
Yeah.
I mean, it went on. It felt like the damn thing went on for 4 or 5 years, just having to deal with it on a weekly basis from time to time. But the idea behind it was giving Davey some time to go and prepare for the trial. And it was taking its toll on him. It was taking its toll on his family too.
Let's go to In Your House 2, July 23rd in Nashville. This is the famous one where Jeff Jarrett walked out. Owen Hart and Yokozuna would retain the tag titles against the Allied Powers, which is Lex Luger and Davey Boy Smith, in what Meltzer called something of an upset. He gave it 2.5 stars. He kind of liked it. I know a lot of people actually really enjoyed the Owen Hart Yokozuna tag team. What'd you think of Luger and Davey, the Allied Powers?
Frustrated. And here's why. Again, as I said earlier, I think it was an attempt on Vince's part to take two guys that, Davey had this case looming over him. So to do a singles run with him was iffy because he could be pulled at any time. Lex was somewhat of a failed experiment previous year, and Vince trying to find something for two guys that he liked a lot and that he felt had something that we were going to bank on and cash in on at some point. So there was never really any plans to make them champions. There was a good tag team with two star names in Lex Luger and the British Bulldog. You put them together and get people over. And if they get over in the process, then we can split them off and maybe work a program against each other, and who knows. But to say that there were big plans for them, there really weren't. It was a stopgap.
Let's talk about what's next here, because this is a pretty big deal. I guess. I think this is the first time it's happened. The August 21st Raw of 1995, we see a tag match where Diesel is teaming with the British Bulldog against Men on a Mission, and Bulldog turns heel and attacks Diesel during the match. Why did you guys decide to turn Davey Boy heel here? This is really the first time he's been a heel, right?
It was, and it was to try something new because we weren't getting as I said, we weren't really getting a whole lot of the Allied Powers, and let's try something else with him. There was thought of maybe getting to the program with Lex and Bulldog, but it was just an attempt to try something new with both guys.
Well, you do. And Bulldog and Lex continue to team against Owen and Yoko for the tag titles, but then Bulldog just walks out during the match, which leaves Lex alone, where he'd get beat up and eventually pinned. In the middle of all this, on the September 11th Raw, which is the first time we saw Raw and Nitro head to head, Lex debuts in WCW and Bulldog beats Razor Ramon by DQ. After Davey's heel turn, he started to be managed by Jim Cornette, and he cuts all his hair off. Now he's got a buzz cut. What's up with that?
God damn, let me see those traps, pal. Vince felt that, doing that short haircut. And I think Davey, the cornrows or whatever he had, the braids and everything were coming out, and it was tearing at his hair. Just so much easier to take. Plus, I thought that Bulldog looked 1,000 times better with the buzz cut. He looked huge, and it was a damn good look for him.
In Your House 3 saw Davey Boy pin Bam Bam Bigelow in 12 minutes after a power slam, star in 3/4. What'd you think of the match?
Much as I hate to admit it, I'd probably half-ass agree with that. It wasn't anything special, and it was during a time that Bam Bam was not happy, and Bam Bam was kind of in a funk as well. So neither guy was, in my opinion, at their best there, because you take two guys like Bam Bam and Davey Boy, and there should be a hell of a match, but it just wasn't.
We saw we've talked about this recently on the Shawn Michaels episode. Diesel and Shawn beat Smith and Yokozuna for the tag titles, even though it was really Owen and Yoko who were the champs. And the pin actually happens when Diesel jackknifes Owen Hart for the pin, even though he wasn't in the match. So of course they reverse it the next night. And that means that, well, you remember the fucking smoking guns. September 25th, Bulldog, Owen, and Yoko beat Diesel, Michaels, and Undertaker when Bulldog pins Diesel. And then they continue through September and October with the house shows of Michaels and Bulldog working together. Of course, on October 13th, that's when Shawn got his ass beat in Syracuse and Davey Boy is in the back seat. Pretty famous story. We've covered it a couple of times here, most recently on our Shawn Michaels 95 episode. Did you ever talk to Davey Boy about this famous night in Syracuse?
Yeah. And Davey Boy didn't remember much of it at all, other than he was trapped in the back seat. I couldn't fucking get out. And so as you listen to everybody's story on it, it was kind of a blur and fuzzy for everybody. And I don't know, that's one of those that someday somebody will have a sober recollection of everything that took place outside in that parking lot that night.
I guess we should mention that Bulldog was in the back seat while these dudes are taking turns beating Shawn's ass. He eventually gets out, he being Davey Boy, pronouns pal, and drags off with one of the guys who was attacking Michaels. And at that point, Shawn's just completely helpless. But then someone tried to leg dive Davey from behind, and he wound up being able to lock in a front face lock and is choking him out when a third guy tries to stick his finger in the left corner of his eye and pull his fucking eye out. So he pulls around, they start fighting. Things are rough. The next night though, he's working a match and he's got scratches on his face and like a black eye from the broken blood vessels. But, Kid is not hurt because he was in the back passed out and they're working a match. Of course, Shawn's not there. He's in the hospital. I mean, this is one of those, weird moments where the show must go on, right?
Absolutely. The show must go on. And unless, they're not breathing in and breathing out. And if you can work with a black eye,
right.
And I don't know that Davey had any injuries beyond that. And he was able to work. So he worked.
In Your House 4, October 22nd in Winnipeg. Of course, this is where Shawn forfeits the title to Dean Douglas, but here we've got Diesel retaining the WWF title, beating Davey Boy in 18 minutes and 14 seconds. And Meltzer didn't hate the match. I got to tell you, I actually really enjoyed this one. He gave it 1 star, but he didn't love it, but I kind of didn't hate it. What'd you think of this match? It does result in a DQ. I guess we should say that, but I didn't hate the match. I thought it told a good story.
God damn, I thought that they had a good match, and Davey was one of those guys that was able to get a good match out of Diesel at this time. And they went out and they told a good story, and you got Cornette on the outside jumping around and doing all of his shenanigans. Motherfucker. Good God, a star. No, I thought that Davey and Diesel had a hell of a match, especially for the time.
Was there ever any consideration to having a heel Davey Boy as champion here? I mean, did Vince ever see him as world champion here or any other time? I mean, he didn't get a lot of world title matches on pay-per-view, but he does here. So if it was going to happen, this could have been it. Was it ever even discussed?
It was discussed, in a what if scenario, but
right.
It was never seriously considered. No.
Okay. Razor Ramon is beating the British Bulldog in house shows after this to retain the Intercontinental title. And then through most of November, it's a 6-man with Brett, Michaels, and Diesel beating Bulldog, Yoko, and Mabel. They're doing that to sort of cover up Shawn's injury. Let's get to Survivor Series, November 19th in Maryland. It's a wild card match. Shawn and Ahmed and Davey Boy and Sid beat Yoko, Owen, Dean, and Razor in 27-24. Overall, not the best match ever, not my favorite, but Meltzer kind of dug it and gave it 3.5 stars. What'd you think?
I thought it absolutely sucked, and I thought that it was an ill-conceived idea, and it was during the time that Bill Watts was with us. I just didn't understand it. I didn't think that the guys gelled. It was an attempt to really get Ahmed Johnson over and get Ahmed into the mix and push Ahmed as a huge star. But I didn't think that the match gelled. So there you go. But it was a Bill Watts idea, and it was solely to push Ahmed Johnson in a babyface role.
Bulldog's working with Diesel, and he winds up beating Diesel by DQ through all the house shows in November and December. I want to bring up this one though, from December 15th, 1995. It's a Stu Hart tribute show in Calgary, and Brett beat Bulldog to retain the world title. How does that come together?
Because we were in Calgary, and do you have any idea how many Stu Hart tribute shows that we had over the years?
No.
It felt like every 5, 6, 7, 10 years, whatever it may be, there would be, hey, let's have a Hart family day in Calgary. Because we only ran Calgary maybe twice a year. And Stu was a big name, so you could make it special and do something with him. So it was another opportunity to highlight the Harts in Calgary and get the most bang for your buck.
Let's talk about the next match. And this is something, I give recommendations on here sometimes. Just fucking take my word for this. Go watch In Your House from December 17th, 1995. Bret Hart and British Bulldog have a rematch from their classic SummerSlam 92 match. This is actually, the crowd is unbelievable for SummerSlam 92. But as far as the actual match, this is my favorite of the two. I think this is my favorite Bulldog match ever. And the SummerSlam 92 one's probably second, but that crowd is something else. So December 17th, 1995, Hershey, PA, Bret Hart retains the world title, pinning Davey Boy Smith here. And there is so much blood in this. It is ridiculous. It feels like an old Jim Crockett Promotions match. 4.5 stars. After the match, Smith leaves hugging his wife and walking out together. So it certainly looks like they're setting him up to be a baby face here, but these guys work their ass off. It's a bloodbath. I liked it better than SummerSlam. What say you?
You know why you liked it better than SummerSlam?
Blood?
No, because you had a baby face and a heel.
Yeah.
And you had a traditional matchup. The SummerSlam match, you can't take anything away from it. It was excellent. But here you actually had a heel in Bulldog.
Right.
Brett and Bulldog, they were magic in the ring, but now they had an issue that they could actually work around, and you felt it. You had it was emotional, more so than just about a championship. It was two brother-in-laws that were fighting. Brothers don't fight. It was real, and it felt real. I thought it was better than their SummerSlam match because of that.
Let's talk about the Royal Rumble, 1996. He comes in number 29. He eliminates Jannetty, and then he's eliminated by the winner, Shawn Michaels. The next night on Raw, or I guess 8 days later on Raw, Diesel beats Bulldog. And let's talk about the February 12th Observer. We're back talking about this fucking trial. Still, the Davey Boy Smith aggravated assault case is expected to be sent before the jury just before press time. And he sort of recaps the whole thing. And he's saying that they've heard a dozen witnesses to the incident. A few of them, I believe 3, testified Smith attacked Light and either picked him up and threw him and or punched him and or ran him into a wall, which ended with Light suffering serious permanent damages. It feels like this is something that just won't go away. Is this something that the stress just continues to build, or does he just sort of get used to it? Is this something that maybe affected him with his on again, off again issues with substances? What can you tell us about the toll this is taking on itself year over year?
Man, it's absolutely brutal. But at the same time, I think there was a sense of dread, and there was also a sense of relief because it's finally being heard and you're going to get an outcome. One way or another, you're going to get an outcome. And it was stressful, not just on Davey, but it was stressful on the entire family. Everything is in the hands of someone else. And at this point, and they rolled out people with different stories, and the prosecution had their experts and stuff. That it was crazy. And I remember there was a wrestler from Calgary, or that had wrestled in Calgary, that testified that Bulldog could have done either a power bomb or a pile driver or something in the fight. And Bulldog is sitting up there going, hey, wrestling's a work. What we do requires cooperation. So for me to do a pile driver, me to do a power slam, or any of the bullshit that they were saying he did, it's going to take the cooperation of his opponent to do it. And they tried to turn that in the revelation of the Bulldog says that he's a fake. And that was the headlines in Calgary. So that's on top of everything else. Now he's being responsible for the Hart family and being looked at as fakes now. And they're all a fraud and all this other shit. So it's a heavy toll. And I know, Davey is, as much as I think people like to say, hindsight being 2020, when, Brett talked about before SummerSlam and Davey having a gorilla on his back or whatever it was, and people talking about these things that allegedly Davey was doing. It wasn't evident. It wasn't evident to us on our end. Davey wasn't displaying any signs of somebody walking around all pilled up or anything like that during that time. Was he stressed? Was he not himself? Was he worried? Absolutely. And this thing was dragging on him unlike anything I'd ever seen. And it sucked because you just didn't know the outcome.
So allegedly on the stand, and this is quoted, every single thing in wrestling is a fake, Smith said on the stand. And of course, then the prosecutor tried to emphasize the point, saying, to put it bluntly, you were a fraud to the public. And Smith replied, if you want to put it that way. I just, man, it feels like Vince McMahon wants fucking nothing to do with this.
Nobody wanted anything to do with it. It was a sad state, and it was a situation that was unfortunate, but we all had to deal with it, and you had to just kind of go through it, get through it, and either take your medicine or you're going to get off. But even if you get off, it still was costing him money, and it still was costing him heartache all along. That it was a shitty, crazy time, and it just seemed to go on forever.
Let me ask you this: when he says wrestling is a fake, and obviously it makes the paper everywhere, is Vince upset or does he get it? Like the dude, I mean, Vince has just been in a fight for his life. Does he get it, or is he disappointed?
No, I mean, he gets it, and that's something that, I'm sure that our lawyers and our people probably told him that that's the way to go. It wasn't like this was a big revelation that the business was a work.
What?
Conrad?
Yeah.
Let me tell you about this guy named Sis Anaclizals.
Okay.
He only comes to the good boys and girls houses.
Okay. Well,
the bad boys and girls have their parents give them gifts.
Well, that means he never went to see Joey Janela because he's the bad boy.
Okay.
What? I mean, didn't you learn that at MLW Fusion?
Yes. And he smokes. Very, very bad.
Let's talk about In Your House, February 18th from Louisville. Yokozuna beat Davey Boy Smith here. It only gets a star. Sort of a weird deal here in this match where Clarence Mason is involved here. It feels like a fucking rib.
Why is that a rib? Clarence Mason's a damn attorney. One of the best damn attorneys that ever writ a writ or ever wrote a writ.
Yeah, we'll get it right.
It
one
was
of these.
written in a right.
Let's fast forward to WrestleMania 12. It goes down March 31st. Vader and Owen Hart and Davey Boy would team up to beat Jake Roberts, Ahmed Johnson, and Yokozuna. It only gets 2.5 stars. This feels like a hodgepodge. We got all these guys. Let's fucking put them together, right?
Yes, it is. And it's trying to, the whole thing with Ahmed Johnson and putting him with Jake was a way to hopefully teach Ahmed, and put Ahmed under the learning tree with Jake, having him out there every night, and being able to put him in the ring with workers like Davey, Owen, and Vader. So there was actually a method to our madness. It was a hodgepodge, but there was a reason behind the hodgepodge.
It makes the Observer, and this is some weird shit here, on April 29th. Speaking of Smith, one of the sleaziest things WWF has done in a while was on the April 15th Raw, where they did a 900 line tease saying the call to find out what Davey Boy Smith and Magic Johnson have in common, besides both being professional athletes. Naturally, this started the rumor mill going that Smith was HIV positive, which of course isn't the case. Any memories of this?
And what exactly was that revelation? They both liked women,
I suppose.
Okay. Well,
this takes us to In Your House, April 28th in Omaha, and Davey Boy and Owen would beat Jake Roberts and Ahmed Johnson here. Star in 3/4. This feels like paint by numbers at this time. Not a very interesting time in Bulldog's career. Let's get going on May 11th and May 12th. They do the Kuwaiti Cup. Brett would beat the Bulldog on May 11th. And then on the 12th, Brett and the Undertaker would beat Owen and the Bulldog. What can you tell us about the Kuwaiti Cup here in 1996?
the Kuwaiti Cup, and I may have my years mixed up, because one year we had Tiger Ali Singh.
That's 97.
Yeah. Okay. He was Kuwaiti champion one time. And then we had Ahmed Johnson, I guess, here.
That's right.
To be the Kuwaiti Cup champion. It's a very prestigious championship, especially in Kuwait. But it was one of those where it was kind of like the Saudi Arabia deal, but it was a great tournament and a great opportunity to make some good guaranteed money.
So let's talk about what you guys decide to do that May. You're going to put the British Bulldog back into the world title picture, this time with Shawn Michaels, who of course has just beaten Bret Hart. But this time the storyline is going to be that Michaels has tried to come on to Diana, Davey's wife. And allegedly Davey nor Diana are comfortable with this. And I think at the time I was thinking it was just because, we're talking about maybe a woman being questioned as to whether or not she was faithful, not really putting together that that's sort of the reason that motherfucker got his ass beat in Calgary. Does Vince want sort of art to imitate life here? And is that why they're uncomfortable? What can you tell us about this?
No, the whole scenario and the entire angle and the entire time was, you ever talk to a dog?
No.
Yeah. Come on. You talk to your dog once in a while and have conversations with him.
Conversations.
But, yes. Okay. But your dog doesn't really understand what you're saying. To him, it's kind of like, and that's what it felt like through the entire scenario, because I can lay out the entire scenario for you. We were starting an issue with Bulldog and Shawn. The idea behind it was that Bulldog and Diana came to us. She wanted to be involved in a storyline. She was Mrs. Calgary of that year. They had a competition for married women and in Calgary, and she was Mrs. Calgary. All right. Beautiful woman. And she wanted to be involved in the storyline. Well, storyline we came up with was one that she accuses Shawn of coming on to her. And Shawn denies it, says, hey, it never happened, blah, blah, blah. And Shawn, trying to portray him as a babyface, just says, hey, it never happened. And, you don't want me to say what really happened. That makes you think, oh, something happened. What are they talking about? What is it that Shawn's referring to? So, something happened, but you don't know what. And Bulldog and Diana continue on with this thing to where finally we're going to say, we have the footage, and you have a camera that shows from the camera angle that we have that it appears that Shawn is kissing Diana and coming on to Diana. all this goes on, and Sean's trying to defend himself. It's falling on deaf ears until finally it's revealed, and you get the other side of it, that it's actually Davey Boy and Diana in cahoots, that Diana is coming on to Sean to throw him off of his game and to go with this whole lawsuit thing and alienation of affection. I don't know what the hell it was, but it was something to where they were going to accuse Sean of coming on to Diana and so on and so forth. And it was a mind game thing that Davey and Diana were in on it, and they were trying to throw Sean off of his game mentally. That was the story. It got blown out of proportion in that, oh, so you want Diana to come on to Sean? It's like, no, we want Diana to pretend like she's coming on to Sean. But you're in it together. You're sending her to go do your dirty work. So Diana's a whore. No, she's playing mind games on Sean. You're fucking with him to try and get inside of his head, get him off his game so you can win the title. You want her involved. You want her to be a part of the storyline. This is what we have. And we're in it, and we're starting to do stuff, and they just didn't get it. They just didn't get it. This is where the whole rib with Owen Hart and them being on the phone with Stu, and Cornette thought that it was Owen on the other side. And so he gets on the phone and he's like, hey, Stu, I'll tell you what we're going to do with Diana. By God, we're going to bend her over and we're going to do this. And Sean's going to have his way with her. And we're going to just goddamn paint her as a fucking whore all over the. And Owen walks in the room, and Cornette sees that it's not Owen. He may actually be talking to Stu Hart. I walk in the room and goes, and it's that motherfucker Bruce Prichard's idea anyway. Here he is. I get on the phone. I have no idea what has happened before this. But Davey had called Stu upset and talking about the angle. I get on the phone with Stu, and I'm like, hey, Stu, how you doing? You some kind of pervert or something that you want my daughter to be in bed with Shawn Michaels? What the hell are you guys doing over there? Let me tell you. And I'm looking around the room going, what the fuck? What did you guys tell Stu? So it got blown way, way out of proportion. And it was just a lack of communication, not a lack of communication. By God. I mean, Vince and I tried ad nauseum to sit Davey and Diana down and say, this is what we want to do. And they took it away that you want Diana to come on to Sean. No, we want you to pretend like you're coming on to Sean. So you want Diana to act like she's sleeping with Sean? It was like talking to a wall.
Let's talk about it. In Your House, Beware a Dog. We covered this in our archives. We'll keep it brief here. Of course, they had to do this match twice because the lights went out. Fun story here. 2.5 stars. Of course, we know Sean wins. At this point, there's no consideration. I mean, you guys are all aboard the Sean train. There can't have been even a breath of what if Bulldog wins here, right?
No, there wasn't. And it was, again, trying to further that storyline and move on. No, Sean was the guy, and Vince was planning on him for the long haul.
And so allegedly, this Clarence Mason thing, they just step away from this whole lawsuit aspect. Is this to make things easy on, right?
Yeah, because they didn't get it, and we couldn't get to where we wanted to go.
Right.
The whole basis of this thing was Clarence Mason had a tape, and the tape is looks like Sean is coming on and kissing Diana. And to them, they're like, so you want Diana to kiss Sean? No, you're pretending. You're playing pretend here. You're setting him up. It's a ruse. So, you want that Shawn Michaels fella to do what to my daughter? You pervert. Stu Hart actually called me a pervert.
Really?
Yeah. But hey.
I mean, he knew you well.
Well, you know.
I mean, having a good authority, you actually watched the Sunny porn.
I watched it in your home, and you were able to pull that thing up in about 8 seconds.
Well,
and then you were able to queue up. No. But wait, watch this, and listen carefully. Sorry. Yeah, that's right. That's right. She pooted, and you queued it up.
Because it was fucking hilarious, and you know it was.
Yeah, no, hey, Ricky Bobby, don't put that on me. Don't put that on me, Ricky Bobby. You sick bastard.
So let's talk about it. Allegedly, 2 days after the pay-per-view match here, McMahon gets word that Davey Boy has given his 90-day notice, and he's planning to leave and head over to WCW. And allegedly, his contract's a little different. It's supposed to expire at the end of August, and Meltzer would write, unlike previous notices with Hall, Nash, and Ted DiBiase, this wasn't the case of another performing giving notice as to prelude to signing a contract with WCW. He apparently gave notice as a way to renegotiate his contract before it expired. Is that the way that you remember the story going down? How do you hear about it? What does Vince say? Carry us through this situation where it looks like Bulldog's on his way out.
Okay, well, first of all, Bulldog's contract was not different than anybody's contract. Everybody had a contract that there was a period.
Well, what I mean is like the way it was handled in terms of, hey, I'm putting in my notice because I'm gone. Here it's, I'm putting in my notice. I mean, I haven't got a deal yet. I'm trying to get more money here to stay.
Right, because the contract had an automatic renewal if you didn't give notice that you didn't want it to renew. If you ask me, I thought it was great business on Bulldog's part.
Right.
What wasn't good business was letting us know. He sent it to the office, and he had his attorney. How do I say this? So I don't get sued. I didn't care. I didn't care for his attorney. Let's put it that way. Vince didn't care for his attorney. So his attorney had sent in, and we got word, I think while we were at TV, but we weren't at the office when it came in, and they read it to Vince, and Vince was like, I was just with Davey. Why didn't he tell us face to face? Again, I applaud Bulldog for how he handled it in saying ahead of time, that, hey, I don't want to renew this deal. I want to renegotiate, and I want to look at a new deal. I'd like to stay, but I also want to explore my options. And since it says I have to give notice, I'm giving you plenty of notice in advance. Let's talk. So I applaud him for that.
Well, how was Vince handling it? You know, at this point, he sees the NWO shit happening on the other channels. Scott Hall's just showed up, and Ted's on his way out. We don't know what Ted's going to do yet. We know he's going to WCW, but we don't know how or for what. And all of a sudden, Hall is making it look like we're invading. He has to be a little nervous about this, especially by the time they actually meet on June the 6th at the office. And Davey Boy would say, hey, I have a big money deal from WCW. And he's got to feel like, oh fuck, I'm going to lose another one. And they're just going to use him right against me with this fake invasion angle that I'm going to have to sue the fuck out of him for. Right.
Knee-jerk reaction. Vince was pissed.
Right.
And Vince was pissed just, I guess, in the way that it was done with the notice and Davey not telling him up front. And hell yeah, we were worried because we didn't want to lose another one. And it was going to be looking like all of our top guys were leaving us and going to WCW. Now, here's the hitch in all of this. I don't believe that Bulldog had a real offer from WCW. And I think that, again, smart. I think he just used that to say that he had an offer to bring us to the table and maybe fight a little harder than had WCW not been there and been in the position they were with the NWO at the time.
Let's get to King of the Ring 96. Goes down on June 23rd in Milwaukee. Sells out in 3 weeks in advance. And on the match, or on the show, we've got Shawn Michaels working with Davey Boy again. Shawn wins in 26 minutes and 25 seconds. Meltzer really high on the match. Gave it 4.25 stars. We get the silly finish here that we've covered before, because this is an episode we've talked about in long form at somethingtowrestle.com. What'd you think of the match? It feels like Shawn is on quite the streak here with Bulldog with good matches.
I can't, for the life of me, I was racking my brain trying to think of a bad Shawn Bulldog match. They had chemistry. They worked really well together. And I thought this match was a hell of a match. Like I said, we've talked about it a lot of times before, but they had one hell of a match. Yes.
We're going to talk about this one briefly. In Your House International Incident goes down on July 21st in Vancouver. Vader, Davey Boy, and Owen Hart beat Shawn Michaels, Ahmed Johnson, and a returning Psycho Sid. Of course, that was originally supposed to be the Ultimate Warrior. The bad guys get the win in 24 minutes and 32 seconds. I assume the thinking here is, let's do this July pay-per-view to essentially build some heat for our big August pay-per-view for more money, right?
Yeah, exactly. And, you're looking at it, putting all these guys together, and it was to continue on, but also Vince was looking at it in Bulldog in particular, saying, all right, what are we going to do with him moving forward? And how do we get him in a position where Davey can make more money and we can put him in a position to make more money for the company? So a lot of it was positioning as well.
SummerSlam 96 also covered before. Psycho Sid would beat Davey Boy in 6 minutes and 24 seconds. He gets the win with a choke slam, just gets a star. It's sort of interesting here, how Bulldog's sort of bouncing around. He's headlined back-to-back pay-per-views challenging for the world title. Then he does a 6-man in the main event, and now he's doing a clean job to Sid. It does feel like, he's losing a little bit of traction here. Is that fair to say or not so much?
It was more in that particular instance. It was more a way of Sid is back and I've got to get Sid over and I've got to put Sid in a position as well. Was
there any concern that, hey, on the off chance we can't work this deal out, that we need to beat him on pay-per-view? Like in my head, it's like, you know what? If this fucker's really leaving, he's not winning on the way out. Let's beat him with our returning big guy.
By this time for us, I think we were feeling pretty confident that, Bulldog was here and he had given us every indication that he was going to stay and that he was happy with everything that had been offered. So that wasn't it as much as it was, goddamn, Sid's back and we need to give him a good win over a good, top guy. So in Vince's head, that was it. But I'm sure at the same time, you don't want to give him a win on the way out either, if he is going to go, and he hadn't signed yet.
He does actually wind up signing 4 days before Nitro. And a lot of people are suggesting that maybe he's going to be the latest member of the NWO. That falls through, of course. So they turn the Giant and the Giant joins instead. Allegedly he signed a 5-year, $250,000 downside guarantee. And the original offer made months prior to that was a 3-year deal at $400,000. What do you remember about sort of going back and forth with the money, the dates? What were the sticking points in this negotiation to the best of your recollection?
The money was the big one. And the other part of it, I think, was schedule as well, because WCW was offering similar money for a lighter schedule. I don't believe, and we didn't, and we called their bluff as far as what they said they were getting with WCW. Vince held firm with what he was going to offer Bulldog. It was more than anything a gut telling us that Bulldog ain't going anywhere. He's bluffing, and Vince called his bluff, and he stayed. He didn't want, I think there was a feeling that he really didn't want to go. He just wanted some love. He wanted some attention, and he wanted more money, and he got more money. He got more money guaranteed than what he had before. But if it's true, think about it for a second. So you're saying that we offered him 250, but WCW offered him 400 for less dates. If that was true and he was really offered that, why wouldn't he have gone and done that? It makes no sense at all. If you really have that, then go take it. We applaud you.
Allegedly, one of the sticking points is Smith is unhappy about his creative because he feels like he's had two of the best 3 matches over the last 9 months, which would be the title match with Brett and Hershey, and then, the Shawn Michaels one in Milwaukee. And he doesn't feel like he was properly rewarded because in neither case was he programmed for rematches at the house shows, which would have given him more money. I think sometimes we sort of gloss over that, but the higher up you are on the card on the house shows, the more money you make, right, Bruce?
Without a doubt. And if you draw more asses, put more asses in seats, and you draw more pay-per-view buys, and you're going to make more money, not just for you, but for everybody.
Meltzer would write, the other side of the coin was that even though he had 2 excellent title matches, neither drew huge buy rates, and Smith was thought of as a guy who can be a great worker when he's motivated, but not a great draw as a title challenger. Is that fair to say?
It is. I think that's very fair to say. And, Bulldog was still, the whole Diana angle, Davey was still holding on to that. If Fulton didn't like you, you're going to have my wife. And he kept going back to that, and he kept going back to wanting to be featured. And it's like, Davey, we did feature you. We even involved your wife like you asked us to. And we got a story, and it was a good story. We're trying here, but you got to work with us, man. And I think Davey was just looking for some love. I really think he was just looking for somebody to say they cared and to give him a pat on the ass.
Apparently, WCW shoots an angle on August 26th where they're talking about debuting, number 4 and number 5 in the NWO. And allegedly people believe in WCW that Smith is number 4 because he's given a verbal. And when Vince McMahon gets wind of this 2 days later on the 28th, he makes a phone call to Smith along with the attorney McDivitt, and finally reaches him the next day and is furious with him. And the bone of contention apparently is that Smith had given a verbal agreement to continue with the WWF, in fact, and to sign a 5-year contract, even though he had not actually signed, but there was a verbal in place. Do you remember Bulldog trying to back out of a verbal agreement where Vince thought he had it and he felt like maybe Davey was playing games with him?
Well, there was a lot of rumor and innuendo out there, and there were a lot of people talking about, oh yeah, he's going here, he's doing this, and Bulldog had not yet signed. He did verbally commit, and he did say, agree to everything. So when you're hearing all this noise on the outside, Vince was like, damn it, you got to commit and you got to sign. I'm tired of going back and forth. We have agreed on everything. We've got all this done. And again, I go back, to that same thing. If there really was a deal on the other side, why didn't he take it? If it was so great, why didn't he take it? And that, we had that, and that was pissing Vince off. Shit, or get off the pot. Either sign it or go do what you're going to do.
Allegedly, Smith feels betrayed because when he made this verbal agreement, he was told that he would be pushed as a top heel, and basically he's just been doing quickie jobs for Sid and essentially squash matches on house shows. Was creative that big of a deal to Davey? Because it certainly comes up on the Observer a lot that was really the crux of the issue. And that feels like a Bret Hart thing more so than a Davey Boy thing, but maybe it is.
God, like I said, it all went back. It still all went back to the Diana thing.
Wow.
And not knowing, and him coming in and saying when he verbally gave his commitment, but then he didn't sign, and he was playing games and and I don't even know. And again, because I don't know that Davey Davey, unfortunately, would listen and react from whoever he spoke to last. And his attorney was he gave attorneys a bad name. He was one of those attorneys. So he was stirring that pot and, in my opinion, giving Davey some bad advice. And that's what pissed Vince off. And that did piss Vince off, because it's like, okay, you've agreed. We've gone through all this bullshit, but you're still not putting pen to paper. Either do it or go somewhere else. If you're going to tell me that I have your word and you're going to stay, great. Sign. And that's where that was the gist of it. And then Davey, in my opinion, used the creative crap as an excuse. And to us, it all just kept going back to, why am I not working with Sean? Why was my program cut with Sean? Program was cut with Sean because what we planned on doing to elongate that program, you didn't want to do. So we had to cut the program and move on. That's why. And that's what he kept going back to and hanging his hat on.
Well, it's a weird time here, because in the middle of all this, once you guys finally get him locked down, you put the tag titles on him on September 22nd. And in your house mind games, Owen and Davey would beat the Smoking Guns in just about 11 minutes in a 2.25 star match. Is this part of the negotiations, or, hey, thanks for staying, here's your belt, here's your fucking push?
Well, no, once we had him, it's like, okay, now we can actually program him and we can actually do something with him. That's hard to do when you got a guy in limbo. Will he be here? Won't he be here? Well, let's do long-term planning on this guy, but I don't know if he's going to be here.
Yeah.
It's mental masturbation. Speaking
of masturbation, in your house, buried alive, Owen Hart and Davey Boy retain the tag titles against the Smoking Guns. Sonny's there, Roll Tide, 2 stars. Smoking Guns, in a word, how would you describe them?
Stud.
Hokey.
Stud.
Let's get to Survivor.
Beefy. How about beefy?
Oh God, listen to you. Not beefy, but I thought you said beefing.
Well, that was beefing earlier, but how about I give them beefy studs?
You can't fucking, you know what? I feel like beefing is going to be a t-shirt soon enough. I don't know that we've talked about this enough.
That dripping down.
Tell me about your shirts, motherfucker. Sell some shirts. Shield. I'm tired of doing all your selling.
Well, but you're such a goddamn good salesman because of BrucePrichard.com, huh?
Hang on. Nobody wants to hear from Bruce. Fuck Bruce. Put him away.
I don't understand. Put who away?
This is where you do voices and shit, dumbass.
God damn it, pal. You mean like pronouns, pal?
Yeah.
Which is one of our top selling shirts over there. You get the pronouns, pal. And do. Whether you want it on a shirt,
there you go,
just kind of like Bad Street USA, or you get it on a top-notch fanny pack.
Yeah,
all over at BrucePrichard.com.
There you go.
Well, baby, if you want to be the thick and most recognizable athlete in the world, let the entire world know all about it over there at BrucePrichard.com. Well, you know, and I love you, Ribbon Brother, and fuck Dave Meltzer, FDM, by God, at BrucePrichard.com. All of them, don't you dare miss it.
Eventually, in this calendar year.
Dude, I'm damn near there. Damn near done.
All right, there you go. A Survivor Series.
I will call you.
Okay. 1996, November 17th. Doug Furnace, Phil LaFawn, and the Godwins beat Owen and Davey and Leave Cassidy and Marty Jannetty. 3.25 stars. They really liked it. Furnace and LaFawn were sort of relatively new to the company here. Of course, Al Snow in here as Leif Cassidy. Lots of talent in this match. One of my more underrated pay-per-views, but it does feel like a once in a lifetime deal. I mean, Furnace, LaFawn, Cassidy, Jannetty, Owen, Davey, hodgepodge little group here, but good stuff.
You know, it was, and you look at Furnace and LaFawn, and those are a couple guys that came from the All Japan group and came over. They were highly recommended, helped start the whole ECW agreement with us to get them in. But what a lot of people don't know, also highly recommended by Davey Boy and Brett, because they were also products of Calgary and had spent a lot of time in Calgary as well.
Oh man, you guys started to tease like a bit of some Owen Hart Bulldog dissension in December. And, I guess we should mention that you guys go over to Dubai and do a Middle Eastern Cup, and Brett would beat Bulldog there. But around that same time, as I was mentioning, we start to see Bulldog teasing a babyface turn. You know, he's trying to, stop some evil acts, you know, with this whole Austin and Brett and Owen deal. What can you tell us here in late 1996? Was it considered to turn him babyface? Because it certainly feels like you teased it a little bit.
Well, we were teasing dissension in the family we were teasing the turn, but it was all to ultimately get back to the family reunion and Brett and Owen and Davey and everybody hugging, kissing, and making up. And maybe bring that fucking Rhino back in, you know, that big bastard. He'd be good with them.
In Your House, It's Time, December 15th. Owen and Davey beat Razor and Diesel to retain the tag titles. Meltzer gave it 2.25 stars. Of course, this is fake Diesel and fake Razor. This is, I mean, what the fuck is this doing on pay-per-view, dude?
We're proving a goddamn point.
To who?
To everybody, damn it. It's a legal argument.
Yeah. It's
Razor and Diesel are ours. We own them, and they are WWE guys, and that's it, damn it. And if you're looking at the fake ones, we're in WCW, by God.
Drawing a bunch of money. Let's go to the Royal Rumble 1997, which we covered in the archives. Bulldog comes in at number 8, and he eliminates the Sultan before being eliminated by Owen. I guess we'll fast forward. Shotgun Saturday Night, February 1st, Mankind beat Bulldog. And then on Thursday, Raw Thursday on February 13th, Crush and Farouk would beat Owen and Bulldog by countout. So Owen and Bulldog retain. And that gets us over to In Your House 4. No, I'm sorry, not 4, Final 4 on February 16th in Chattanooga, Tennessee, where Owen and Davey would retain against Furnace and LaFawn. Meltzer would write here, Hart and Smith had been something of a disappointment as a team in that while they usually had decent matches, they were more talented than what they showed in the match when it came to talent, and they should show that they're the best team in the country. And that would have still been close to that level, but it's because the tag team scene in the US is so weak. So he didn't really think these guys were working their ass off, but he thought this match was tremendous. He gave it 3.25 stars, even though it's a silly DQ type deal. What'd you think?
Well, you know, it's interesting. The words he chooses, because Furnace and LaFawn were a product of All Japan. So of course he's going to love them because, oh my God, they're All Japan guys. Oh, how great they are. If anybody was a disappointment, unfortunately, Furnace and LaFawn were. They just didn't click really with anybody but Bulldog and Owen, because they had worked previously and they had similar styles and they gelled well. So it just was another notch in a way to build more equity in the team of Owen and Bulldog. And I thought that they were a hell of a team.
I guess we should mention here that you guys did a pretty fun thing over in Europe on March 3rd. And this was taped, but it was still awesome. Bulldog beat Owen in the tournament finals to win the European title. Now, remember, they're the tag champs here, but now they've got to face each other, and it's happening in Europe, and Bulldog becomes the very first European champion. This is good stuff. I remember where I was watching this match. I remember like it was yesterday. Is this a Vince McMahon idea? Who's in favor of having a European champion? How does that belt come to be? What's the thinking in putting Owen and Bulldog in the finals?
Where were you when this happened?
I watched it at my home at 338 Pine Needle Trace in Gunnersville, Alabama. And I watched it upstairs in my room. And, I remember like the shot of this is much different. Like the way this was shot compared to a traditional Monday Night Raw. I don't know if that was because of the camera setup or the building setup, or there was just smoke in the arena, or the quality of the video wasn't as good, but the presentation was a little different from the way it was done here in the States.
And how old were you?
I would have been 15 years old. I would have turned 16 a few months later.
Holy cow. Well, the idea behind the European Championship was we were looking to do more international touring, and Vince wanted to have a championship that was unique to Europe, something that would be special, that could headline tours over there if you didn't have the champion, what have you. So it was just to create something different and create something for those European tours. And Vince felt that the logical person at that time was Davey Boy to be the first European champion. Now, as far as getting to the tournament and how we ended up with Owen and Bulldog was, again, you had mentioned it earlier, the dissension between Bulldog and Owen and the fact that they were tag team champions and brother-in-laws. Just thinking that this would be a good story, get them, go through the whole thing, and then it's like that what if moment, the two brother-in-laws facing off for the championship and what's going to happen. Excellent match with the two guys, but it made you think, and it kept driving people to, they're going to do the split. This is where it's going to happen. They're going to do the blow up, and it never happens. So it was a way to create a new championship to help us on our international tours. And as far as doing the whole Owen Bulldog deal, continue that story of what if and put more equity in the tag team champions.
I guess what I wanted to know is like the actual belt. We know I'm a belt nerd. This European title just sort of shows up out of thin air, and it's not a Reggie Parks made belt. How does the design, and I mean, this belt just all of a sudden shows up? It's pretty unique too, because I think it's like green on one side and red on the other. It's a different looking belt. Well,
we had recently looked at redesigning all of the championships. So they put it out to different vendors, and Jamar was chosen. He wasn't the only one. I know Reggie bid on it as well, but they were looking for, some different looks, creative services, did the drawings. Vince picked which ones he liked, and we were off to the races. But I think it was during the same time that we redesigned the Intercontinental Championship. And I don't know if we did we may have done the tag team titles then at that time too.
I feel like we should talk about belts like a whole episode sometime. Let's keep going here. Let's get to WrestleMania 13. Owen and Davey Boy would retain the tag titles, go into a double count out with Vader and Mankind, and it's 2.5 stars. I guess what's weird about this to me is, why do you have two heel tag teams in a match here? Who booked this shit?
I booked that shit. Why not? You take two big tough bastards with Vader and Mankind, and they're managed by Paul Bearer, against the evil genius of Jim Cornette with Owen Hart and Davey Boy Smith. It was unique, and it was something that you wouldn't expect, and for people to say, why the hell are you booking this shit? But it was also something, why wouldn't you book it when you look at the team of Vader and Mankind? Because that's somebody that you could believe could be the tag team champions. So it could happen.
On the March 31st Raw, we see Bulldog versus Owen open up the show for the European title. They go about 14 minutes, and after a rep bump, Brett comes out and breaks the two of them up and does a lengthy interview blaming the American wrestling fans for breaking up their family. Of course, it ends with all three of these guys hugging, and they reform the Hart Foundation. Pretty amazing the run these guys are about to go on. How did these guys feel about being put back together?
God, they loved it. I think it was, you can liken it to a happy family reunion. And I think that Brett really, really enjoyed being back with Owen. That dynamic, but being on the same time or on the same side now and not being against each other. The dynamic was there. They were family, and you felt it. They worked great together as a team, and it was a way to bring that whole Hart Foundation. And we fell into that, man. That was a happy accident. That wasn't something that we laid out in advance. But when you started getting those reactions from people, and in Canada and America, we fell into some great storytelling there.
Let's get to In Your House Taker's Revenge. It goes down on April 20th. The LOD would beat the tag champs by DQ, 3/4 of a star. Was everybody sort of excited about LOD being back, or was it something where, I mean, their entire run here in 97 is just kind of a mess?
We were excited. We were excited because of the reputation and just the legend of LOD. However, it wasn't the LOD of old. It was unfortunately just old LOD. And they weren't fitting with the new group of talent that we had.
Let's talk about, what's next, because it feels like this is something we could spend a lot of time on if we really dedicated it to a Hart Foundation episode, but I'm going to bounce around a little bit. The April 28th show ends with Undertaker and Bulldog, and the end of the match, we see Austin attack Brett, who's in a wheelchair after knee surgery, and Neidhart returns to the company and attacks Austin. And we're sort of off to the races here, where Steve Austin's working with Bulldog the very next week. And then through all the house shows, we see lots of stuff with Austin and different various members of the Hart Foundation, including, of course, Bulldog. Let's get to King of the Ring 97, where we've got Owen Hart and Jim Neidhart and Davey Boy Smith taking on Psycho Sid and Legion of Doom. And the Hart Foundation actually get the win here. And Owen will get credit in the Observer for carrying the match to a 1 3/4 match. This is really when you guys are just getting heated up. Of course, this is June. We know what's coming in July. By this point, you guys really know you have something with the Hart Foundation, and it's time to put them over as top guys, right?
Well, and the beautiful thing about it is you could put anybody from that entire Hart Foundation group against anybody that came from America, and you had instant heat and you had an instant match. So it was simple booking, and it worked. It was working. It was a hell of a patriotic, good feeling on both sides of the border.
On the way here, you've got Undertaker working with Bulldog, and of course Undertaker would win, but every other time Bulldog's winning, whether it means he's beaten Mankind or he's beaten Sid. We know what happens at the Calgary pay-per-view, the Canadian Stampede. It's available in our archives. A tremendous match, arguably one of the best matches that you'll see on a WWF pay-per-view. Just a tremendous show. It gets 4 1/4 stars. The crowd makes it. But there's a string of really great matches in 97 in the WWF. But if you took out the WrestleMania match with Austin and Brett, and you took out the Hell in a Cell with Undertaker and Shawn, this is probably the best match of the year, is it not?
Well, not only that, I think it is probably one of the best cards of the year as well, from top to bottom, and the energy and the stories behind it. Yes, it was that damn good. And that's one that you have to go out of your way to go back and watch just to feel the energy of that night.
The next night, man, they are cooking with gas in Edmonton. Vince introduces Brett to this very ring. Of course, he's wearing an Edmonton Oilers jersey underneath his leather jacket, a hero's welcome. He does the whole America love it or leave it promo. He's putting over Canada in a big way here, man. And the crowd is eating it up. And one by one, he introduces all the members of the Hart Foundation. Of course, eventually Steve Austin comes out of nowhere, destroys the whole thing. And, the crowd is just white hot for this. When is this when you guys realized, man, we have got to double down on this, America, Canada angle?
Well, just the whole way getting into this, everywhere we went, it was just that feeling of patriotism, no matter where the hell you were, and feeling this when you've got the hero Stone Cold and they're booing the shit out of him because of the country and where they are. Magic, just magic.
On the July 14th Raw, the Hart Foundation actually start giving stipulations for all their matches. where Brett says if he loses the world title, he'll never wrestle in the United States again. And Owen says if Austin loses, then he's going to have to kiss his ass at SummerSlam. Bulldog says if he doesn't beat Shamrock, he'll eat a can of dog food. Pillman talks about the dress thing with Goldust. It's just one thing after another, including Jim Neidhart saying if anybody of the Hart Foundation squad loses, he'll shave his goatee off the very next night. Why all these stipulations? Who was a big fan of, let's go out here and sort of draw the line in the sand and I'll make promises?
God damn, if a match doesn't have a stipulation on, nobody gives a fuck. There was so much going on with the Hart Foundation in America and us versus them. Yeah, I think we might have overstipulated a little bit. You think?
Yeah, it certainly feels that way, but either way, we know what happens. We'll get there in just a minute though. We've got, a flag match on the July 21st Raw. It's Bulldog, Owen, and Brett beating Austin, Love, and Undertaker. Brett grabs Canada's flag, of course, to win the match. The next week in Pittsburgh, Shamrock and Bulldog have an arm wrestling match, and Bulldog headbutts Shamrock, destroys him with the chair, and pours dog food all over him. What the fuck is this dog food shit? Where'd you guys get the dog food?
And dog food is us.
Is this when Russo's starting to book some?
What year are we here? Maybe a little bit, but no, this was still some of us. Hey, back in the day, eating dog food matches were over.
Over with who?
Oh, the crowd. That was a big deal, man. The loser has to eat dog food.
SummerSlam.
JYD, big shit, man.
August 3rd. I'm sure you do have a big shit after you eat dog food. SummerSlam, August 3rd, 1997. Davey Boy retains by DQ, star and 3/4. It's sort of a weird deal where Shamrock bleeds from the mouth, apparently from a stiff clothesline. That's according to the Observer. Smith threw dog food on Shamrock again, which caused him to go wild. He hit Smith with the dog food can outside the ring for the DQ. And then eventually, Patterson and Briscoe and all those guys come in and everybody gets suplexes. How did Bulldog like working with Ken Shamrock?
I don't know that Bulldog enjoyed it as much as everybody else. Bulldog was a worker, and Kenny could be snug, and Kenny would go out there, and man, I think Davey liked it to be a little bit lighter than Shamrock was at times. And I don't know that they really loved working together that much.
Let's keep rolling here. At the end of August, Bulldog is successfully defending the European title on a lot of house shows against Mankind and Dude Love. And that's going to get us to Ground Zero in your house, September 7th. The Headbangers finally are the people who topple your tag team champions, Owen Hart and Davey Boy Smith. It's a 4 corners elimination match with the Godwins, LOD, Owen and Davey, and Meltzer didn't love it. He gave it a dud. What'd you think of the match here? And why was the decision made to pull the belts off of Owen and Bulldog and give it to the fucking Headbangers? It feels like if they're hot, why cut their knees out from under them?
Because it's not cutting their knees out from under them. And Vince didn't think that they needed the championships. And he thought that if you got the Headbangers, and he was looking to do a new tag team and kind of put some steam on the Headbangers. If they're going to get over, let's put the titles on them, give them an opportunity, and just not thinking that Bulldog and Owen really needed the titles anymore. And let's move them on to something else. And it was a way to get the Headbangers over.
They do a September 8th Raw where there's supposed to be a triangle match with Helmsley, Patriot, and Bulldog, but Helmsley and Michaels attack Bulldog and destroy his bad knee. And nobody saves Bulldog since this is an angle where he's a babyface for the one night only pay-per-view in England. Let's get to that, which is just major heat. It's September 20th, 1997. They're going to go 24 minutes again. It's Shawn Michaels working with Bulldog, and it's a lot of chemistry here, man. It's a big finish. Shawn gets the title. The crowd goes bananas. What'd you think of the match and the heat afterwards? And I guess we should mention that, supposedly this is something that Shawn gets a little heat for, because he goes in and changes the finish, or convinces Vince to change the finish. Allegedly, this was supposed to be a Bulldog win. That's the rumor and innuendo. Clear that up for us, Bruce.
Well, I think a lot of people thought it was going to be a Bulldog win, and they thought that, the logical thing, you're in the UK and Bulldog's defending the championship. He's got to win. He's got to go over. He's the big name in the UK. When you take that logic and you look at it and you look at what you want to do going forward, if you want heat, then don't do what everybody is expecting you to do and what everybody, like I say, everybody thought that was going to be the finish. So you go the other way and you go with heat, and it got the exact desired effect that we were looking for. And while, you talk about what are we going to do in that match? Well, we're thinking about having Bulldog go over. By the time you get there, it's like, what if Shawn went over? God damn, that'd be hot. Things change. So it's not a big conspiracy theory. It's not a big, oh my God, they fucked Bulldog. It was for heat. It was for a story.
Bret Hart would write in his book that the original plan was supposed to be Bulldog going over, but the day of the show, Michaels got a change to him going over and winning the title. And, allegedly Shawn and Vince changed the outcome, and Bret says that Davey is devastated. Supposedly Bret said when Vince or Pat would give him finishes for his match at this time, Shawn and Triple H were always there to oversee. Do you want to respond to that?
I think that's absolutely just silly. And I think that's just sour grapes on Bret's part. Winning and losing, goddamn, it's a story. It's not real, folks. And again, I don't know how you respond to something that's just not true and silly when you hear it come out. It's not true. I don't ever remember every time that Pat would give a finish to Bret that Shawn and Triple H had to oversee it. That's just simply not true.
Shawn actually wrote about this in his book, and he said, if you want some heat, have me screw him in his hometown, end quote. He says, it's my understanding that Bret really got him wound up about losing in his hometown. For Bret, the important thing was not about what was right for business, but about looking like the good guy in the eyes of the wrestling industry. And Diana Hart was actually on Inside the Ropes in June of 2012. And she says, you have to do what you're told. I thought, those bastards, why are they doing this to him? And in England, where does it leave him? And she sort of theorizes that maybe it was connected to the Montreal screw job. And she says, I thought she was unnecessarily rough with me. I know China is strong, but I felt like she was unnecessarily aggressive with me. So she feels like she's been sort of isolated and picked on. What's your reaction to Diana's comments here?
Well, first of all, let me preface this by saying that Diana Hart was probably one of my favorite Harts. Always had a smile on her face. Absolutely pleasant as could be. And I like Diana a lot. However, I think that those comments are absurd. As far as, where does it leave him? It leaves him with a story. It leaves Bulldog with a story, and being screwed in his hometown and being screwed in his home country. Now he's got a story, and he's got something to come back and fight for. That's what we do. We write stories, and it's drama. So to that, I say it's silly. To think that this was tied to the Montreal screw job, that is just conspiracy theory stuff. Somebody with way too much time on their hands. That, again, that goes back to the other one of just absolutely no truth whatsoever in it, and just searching to try and figure things out to make it fit your own narrative.
Meltzer said the explanation, which made and still makes logical business sense, is that they wanted to build to a bigger show, a second pay-per-view from Smith's hometown of Manchester, England, where Smith would regain the title. The same scenario the WWF did to draw 60,000 fans in San Antonio with Michaels in the other role, working a program with Psycho Sid. So while it all made sense, it was rather strange that he wasn't approached with this idea until the start of the show. Brett would write, Vince, Briscoe, Shawn, and Hunter took great delight in intentionally designing a finish that made me and Owen look like total idiots. For the entire match, we were nowhere in sight as Hunter, Chyna, and Rude worked Davey over while the British fans waited for the Hart Foundation to rescue him. Brett says, as I pretended to help the wounded Davey back to the dressing room, we passed Davey's sister, Tracy, who was terribly upset and crying. I thought, in wrestling, you never make a promise you can't deliver. I saw the light die in Davey's eyes that day, darkness seeping out of the heart giving out. What's the mood backstage? It does feel a little divisive, at least when you read these type of comments. As far as you knew, was everybody okay? Or could you tell that this was not going over well?
Well, as far as, Davey not winning, and when he found out that day that he wasn't going over, he was like, what the hell? Why am I not going over? But other than that, there is no mood backstage. There is no everybody's upset. It's business. It's a story, folks. And I just think that's a case of taking things way, way too seriously. The fact that Davey's sister was crying and upset, man, that tells you how good of a story it is. That those that know and that are in the know are upset and that they're crying. To me, that's a pretty damn good story. And that's emotion. And that's what we try and elicit from people with storylines like that, is emotion. You want to be sad. You want to feel for the baby face. And I can't think of ever a time in my life ever trying to come up with a storyline and say, let's come up with a finish that's going to make somebody not involved in the match look like an idiot. Sorry, but that doesn't enter the thought process.
Let's get to Bad Blood. October 5th, 1997, Bret Hart and Davey Boy beat Vader and the Patriot. It's the flag match. What'd you think of this? And I guess the bigger question is, did you ever talk to Davey about Brian's passing?
Yeah, Davey and Owen, especially that day, it hit them hard. Brian was, like a family member to him. And I remember Davey, being one of the ones that had been concerned prior to Brian's passing of, maybe Brian is kind of falling off the wagon here and maybe he needs some help. And he was one of those guys that had come forward. So it hit them all hard. And Brian was a family member.
Let's talk about what's next. The next night on Raw, Bulldog beat Rocky Maivia, and then he went to a no contest with Dude Love on October 20th. He lost to Vader in a dog collar match on November 7th. And then that takes us to November 1997 Survivor Series, November 9th. And on the undercard, we're going to get to the main event. Team Canada beat Team USA. Canada is Furnace and LaFawn, Davey Boy, and Jim Neidhart. USA is Leon White, Dustin Runnels, Mark Mero, and Steve Blackman. It gets 2.5 stars. Not much to talk about, I suppose. Later on, we'd see Bulldog walking with Brett towards the ring for his match with Shawn Michaels. And allegedly, Bulldog and Owen thought they were going to be doing a run-in at the end, and they're waiting for they're waiting for the signal from Gorilla, but it never comes. Instead, the Montreal Screwjob happens. And Davey, Owen, and Rick Rude are in the locker room when this famous confrontation happens between Brett and Vince. And allegedly, Owen was about to leave when Davey grabbed him by the arm and told him, "Don't leave. Remember what happened to Bruiser Brody." And Brett says none of his guys left. And not long after this, he was trying to get out of his contract and trying to talk to Eric Bischoff. Before we talk about all of that, what do you remember about the Montreal Screwjob and Bulldog that night?
Well, again, I was one at Gorilla, and I was there waiting for the exact same cue that Bulldog and Owen were waiting on that never came. And they rang the bell, and we're all like going, "What the hell happened?" And like, what happened? What happened? And we're all asking the same thing. And I remember Davey turning to Bulldog, it's like, they fucked him. They just fucked Brett. They fucked him. Like, well, what do we do? And I told them to go out to the ring. You know, they were supposed to be involved in the match. I had no idea what the hell was going on. And I told them to go to the ring, and they went to the ring. The interesting thing about him talking about, or whoever the hell said, don't leave, and that Bulldog and Owen stayed in the locker room, is Bulldog and Owen met us on the way. They met us in the hallway when we were on our way to the locker room. So Bulldog and Owen both came to see Vince, and they met us in the locker room, and they turned and they came with us into the locker room where Brett was there. And you can even, I believe you can even see that on the Wrestling with Shadows with Bulldog and Owen with Vince in the hallway there. So some of this stuff, man, when I hear it, it's mind-boggling what people say and their thoughts on things, and that these conspiracy theories and all this other things that are allegedly saying, what happened to Bruiser Brody? Oh, come on. What do they think, that Vince is going to come in and kill him in a shower? That's ridiculous. If that even happened. I mean, to me, that's just ridiculous.
I mean, you say it's ridiculous, but I mean, this was unprecedented what happened, and it wouldn't be too terribly long after this. You know, one of these guys who were there that night is going to jump in a casket and fuck a corpse, you know?
Dude, you're talking storyline. That's fucking just stupid too. and I mean, that even make it, that's just, you know, that's fucking stupid, but that's where people come up with this stupid shit that none of my boys left, but yet in a documentary, you see them in the hallway where they left. I don't know. I don't even know how to respond to that shit. To me, it's just, it's silly. The conspiracy theories and the crazy things that are said sometimes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Good. 150 grand is the number to get out of the contract. Do you remember that?
If he wanted to get out of his contract, I don't remember the exact number, but I do know that if he wanted to get out of his contract, then he would pay the remainder to get out of his contract. We wanted out that bad. We didn't want him to go.
Did you talk to him about any of this at all?
I didn't talk to Davey Boy after that night at all, I don't think.
He winds up going to WCW, of course, and he stays until October of 98 at the Fall Brawl pay-per-view in September of 98. He falls in the ring and lands on a trap door. And the trap door, of course, is supposed to be used for Warrior later in the show, but he lands wrong. And because of this, he winds up getting a spinal infection, which almost leaves him paralyzed. And he's in the hospital for something silly like 6 months. And while he's in the hospital, Eric Bischoff FedExed him his termination papers.
What an asshole.
Owen and Mankind visit him the same day and put Vince on the phone with him. And Vince told Davey if he got clean, he'd have a job waiting for him. Do you remember hearing about that?
I do. And we were all concerned for Davey's well-being because, you know, it was a freak accident and there was concern, you know, shit. Hearing, you know, other than Owen, and Stu really, the communication from that side of the family was slim and none. So you're hearing a lot of rumor and innuendo, and you're getting a lot of secondhand information from people. But there was concern, you know, as whether or not Davey was going to be able to walk and if he would be the same after this. And there was just concern with the infection through the whole 9 yards. So yeah, Vince reached out to him just to let him know that, hey, we're here. Get your shit together, and you've always got a home here. And that's how Vince felt about Davey.
Owen Hart, of course, passed away on May 23rd, 1999. And Brett went on the offensive when Davey said that Owen's death was just an accident and it was nobody's fault. Brett contended, you know, who was Davey to say whose fault it was when the police were still investigating? and Davey vowed he'd return to the WWF and win a title in Owen's honor. Let's talk about him coming back in. It happens on August 12th in Stamford. As a reminder, Owen dies May 23rd. Davey Boy signs August 12th. Supposedly they're going to start with some controversy because he and his wife, Diana, do a lengthy interview with Jim Ross, and Meltzer would freestyle. This apparently is designed to turn into a very controversial segment because it's supposed to be something of a shoot interview. What do you remember about the return, him signing, what that conversation looked like? You know, what was said about Owen, what wasn't said, what was his relationship with Brett like there? What are the concerns and the discussion that leads to him coming back here?
Well, I don't think that anything was said about Owen in the interview at all. I think that the majority of it was basically, you know, Bulldog returning, and by having Diana there, that was from the Hart family deal, and with Brett being in WCW, that, you know, we wanted to play off of a little bit of that old rivalry between Brett and Bulldog. But it was a way to introduce Bulldog back into the fold, remind everybody of the history with the Harts and the fact that he is indeed Stu Hart's son-in-law, and play off of that. So that was what we were trying to do. And I think people thought that, again, Meltzer never saw the whole interview, and he doesn't know what the hell was said or what wasn't said. And I think that was speculation, that people thought that we were trying to get the Owen thing, when it was, you're just trying to remind people who the hell Davey is and get him back in the fold.
Meltzer would report that the promos that they shot, or the interviews that they did, you know, hadn't aired because there was discussion as to what they could or couldn't do because of the lawsuit, because of some of the controversial things that had been said. Do you remember there being some hesitation, like, hey, we need it, and then somebody says, whoa, before we do that, maybe we ought to back up and punt?
Well, I think that the concern is to, again, I don't remember anything being said about Owen, but I think that the concern was that people like Meltzer and Phil Mushnick and anybody else would look at it and say, okay, this is what they're trying to do, garner favor. And so you're stuck in a quandary as to, if we use this guy, we're bringing him in, how do you ignore that past of his past with the Hart family? And I think any what I'm trying to say, any connection, you know, with the Hart family, people were going to use that against us. So it was like, don't do anything and move on. So I think a lot of it is just Meltzer speculation and people saying it's better to do nothing than do anything and then have to explain it after the fact.
You know, Brett's got a column at the time, and he's trashing Brett in the newspaper pretty regularly. So Davey comes out on the offensive and starts trashing Brett. And eventually this gets heated up enough to where Brett's on the phone with Diana and says something like, if I see you on the street, I'm going to run you over. I mean, this is some silliness here. They're back and forth, very public family feud. You know, what's Vince think of all this? Is Vince, you know, sympathetic to this? Is this chaos sort of good for his lawsuit situation? Does he take pride in keeping it stirred up? What's the thinking here?
God, no. I think that it's a sad situation. I mean, all of it is sad, and you don't want families fighting, and you don't want them to be, you know, Brett was upset about a Montreal screw job. That it all came back to Montreal, and that's what Brett was upset about. So no matter what anybody did or said, here's the question. I posed this question to somebody the other day about Earl Hebner. I said, you know, do you think that Brett would have taken care of Earl in WCW when Brett left if Earl didn't do what he was asked to do? It's the same thing with Davey. I don't know that Brett, took care of Davey or looked after anybody else in WCW. Brett was concerned with Brett. He was concerned about the Montreal screw job. And how dare you go back to work for the guy that screwed me? In my opinion, I think that's what it all came back to. And they were using an unfortunate accident to frame their feud. And I just thought it was sad. And Vince thought it was sad.
He comes back on September 9th on SmackDown, and he comes out and pins Bossman in 55 seconds and wins the hardcore title. And then he just gives the belt to Al Snow, and we're set for the Unforgiven pay-per-view on September 26th in Charlotte. Draws a huge house, and Bulldog's in the main event, which is a 6-pack challenge for the vacant world title. Helmsley, of course, wins, because why wouldn't he? 20 minutes and 28 seconds.
I hope he pedigreed everybody.
He did.
That's what I would have booked.
3 1/4 stars. Why is Bulldog in this spot so quickly?
Well, again, he's a big star, and I think that Bulldog was somebody with the name recognition. One of the reasons we want him, that could slide into a top position right away. He had history with the company, and you're looking for something for him to do, and you want to get him into a top slot, so you put him right in there.
On the next SmackDown, Rock is the special guest referee when Triple H and Bulldog go to a no contest. And that gets us to the Rebellion pay-per-view. And where is it? Birmingham. So, and this is not my Birmingham. This is y'all's Birmingham. Davey Boy here is looking for McMahon, and he tells him he's just gotten the shot the previous Thursday on SmackDown, and he wasn't getting another one. So Smith gets so mad, he throws a garbage can at Vince, who ducks, and the garbage can hits Stephanie, knocking her out. So Vince is furious. Stephanie's being carried out of the building wearing a neck brace, and Bulldog is refusing to apologize for the rest of the show. He pins X-Pac in 5 minutes and 23 seconds. Meltzer loved it, called it a hot paced match. And even at this point, he says the crowd was 50-50. Smith won with a power slam, and reports were that he looked better than he has in a long time. 2 1/4 stars. And of course we see Bulldog later that night, during the Triple H Rock cage match for the world title. Rock seemingly has the match won, and that brings Davey Boy out. Shane comes out. There's a big schmoz, but Bulldog is in the center of things. Meltzer would write he looked more motivated that night, or sort of insinuates that. What was it about working in Europe that brought out the best in Davey?
I think because Davey was home, and Davey was revered in the UK, and he was looked at as that hero. And again, to use the modern term, he was the Hulk Hogan of the UK at that time, and people were happy. You can always get around and root for your hometown hero, and he was the home country hero.
On the October 4th Raw, Vince challenged Bulldog to fight him, but Bulldog walked away, and later he wrestled Chyna when a little over a minute before the DQ happened. He would take on Mankind and lose by DQ on SmackDown. That sets up Rock and Mankind versus Bulldog and Venus. And this is when Mankind pulled the Rock sock out of Venus's trunks. And then he put it back in. Sort of an interesting deal here, but the weird thing here is in the ring, Rock put a platter of what was supposedly dog crap from Bulldog's backstage that Mankind scooped onto a nice platter. And, of course, Hebner's selling it big time, and you know what's coming. Bulldog takes a rock bottom into dog crap. And Meltzer said, quote, "Remember the remark Bret Hart made in a column not all that long ago about Bulldog rolling around in shit and being so stupid to like it? Clearly that's where this idea came from." Chat me up. Is this somebody thinking this is fun to sort of fuck with Bulldog and Brett and further that feud? Because Meltzer seems like he has it nailed here.
Yeah, I don't know that was ever discussed. I don't know that any of Dave Meltzer's comments were ever discussed. I'll go, hey, let's go fuck with somebody about this. It was a Bulldog and a Rock. This was Vince Russo's doing. And it was, the beautiful part of it is creating dog shit.
Thank you.
And then it's working dog shit, by the way, but going around and
it's not shoot shit.
No, it's working dog shit.
Where do you get working dog shit?
at Working Dog Shit Is Us.
Okay. Oh, not our us, is us.
No, it's is us, and we be dog shit and shit.
What's up with Bulldog wearing jeans in this era?
God, so many people have asked that question, and for the life of me, I don't remember, because the son of a bitch looked great in trunks and looked like a little baby Hulk, the Green Hulk, walking to the ring. I hated the jeans and the combat boots. To me, that wasn't the British Bulldog, and I didn't think that it ever fit him at all. But let me just say on the dog shit was tasty though. It was good.
So you ate shit and learned to like the taste of it?
Yes, as a matter of fact, you have to do that.
No Mercy, October 17th in Cleveland. Rock pins British Bulldog, 7 minutes and 20 seconds. It's written here, Rock phoned the match, even with Rock, had no heat until the trademark moves at the finish. Bulldog took virtually all the bumps, but didn't look good. He had trouble with his power slam, with Rock getting his legs on the ropes to break the pin. Finish as clean as a sheet with the rock bottom and people's elbow, 1 star. This is it really for the Bulldog. I mean, it's not his last match, but this is the end of the push, is it not?
Well, to me, I go back to just his return. And for me, I didn't feel that we had the old Bulldog. I think that he was missing a step, and he wasn't the same guy that had that extra oomph prior. So I know Vince was trying to do things with him and putting him in there and having the whole program with Rock, but in my opinion, he was just missing a step, and then that's the reason that it just didn't go any further than that.
You know what's up when the next night on Raw, Test beat Bulldog by DQ when the Mean Street Posse interferes. The following week, Bulldog beat Test in a steel cage. The next day, Bulldog beat D'Lo to win the European title. At this point, does the European title mean a fucking thing?
No. And I think that it was devalued pretty damn quickly. Again, because the European Championship outside of Europe, what does it mean?
Right.
What does it mean defending the title in Huntsville, Alabama, the European Championship? Do you care?
Nope.
Okay. That's what they quickly found out.
Survivor Series 1999 in Detroit. Pretty weird match here. Val Venus, Mark Henry, Gangrel, and Steve Blackman beat the British Bulldog, Rodney, Pete Gas, and Joey Abs. In the end, the match gets a 1/4 star. Sort of a throwaway deal here. The next night on Raw, Big Show beat Bulldog in 34 seconds to retain the world title. And a couple of days later, Bulldog would beat Godfather to retain the European title. He's working with Too Cool, tagging with Val Venus on November 22nd. We could really fucking feel him sliding here. December 12th in Fort Lauderdale is Armageddon, and we would see Val Venus win the European title over D'Lo Brown and the British Bulldog. Meltzer fucking hated this, and he says, I mean, he critiques the entire match, but he gives it a -0.5 star. Why was the title taken off here? Did you guys not have confidence in his work? Was it time to try something new and go with Val, or what's the thinking here?
The wheels were falling off the bus,
yeah.
and we just saw it, and we had to make a change. So yeah, new fresh paint of coat.
There you go. Let's get to Royal Rumble 2000, January 23rd, MSG. We're not talking about it here, but if you're looking for something to watch this week, man, go watch that Triple H Mankind match or Cactus Jack match. It's one of my favorites. Those fuckers tore it up. Bulldog enters the Rumble at match number 11. He's a part of the elimination of Rikishi, and then he himself is eliminated by Road Dogg. And then on February 21st, he tags with Kurt Angle to beat Jericho in China, and that's his last match until May. Now, there's a rumor that he nearly swallowed his tongue and nearly died, and is sent back to rehab for an addiction to painkillers, morphine, sleeping pills, muscle relaxants. He's just in a bad way here. What can you tell us? What happened to him after February? We don't see him again till May.
Well, this was a really sad time. And this, I'd mentioned earlier that Davey was one of the guys that had brought Brian to our attention, Brian Pillman, that maybe he had fallen off the wagon. And Bulldog during this time was going through a really rough patch and had a hell of a dependency on pills and whatever the hell else he was on. And he showed up in Nashville, not in a good way, and obviously on something. And we had to, myself and Jim Ross had to take Davey Boy down and sit him in the locker room. And it's tough when someone is in that state to have a conversation with them, because when you're in that state, and I've been there, so I ain't throwing stones, you don't see it. You're like, no, I'm fine. What the hell are you talking about? And you're slurring your words and drooling and everything else. And Davey was not in a good way. And we told him right then that he needed to go to rehab. And when he got out of rehab, there would be a job for him. But if he didn't go to rehab, he didn't have a job. So he said, okay, I'll go to rehab after the tour. I said, no, you got to go tonight. You got to go right now. And we had someone take him to the airport right there and sent him to Tampa, and had Dan Spivey meet him at the airport. I believe it was Dan, meet him at the airport and take him to rehab that night. But he was in a bad way. And it was tough to watch, and it was tough to have that conversation with him, because he was really upset. He didn't want to have to tell his family and everything, but that's what happened.
Okay, let's talk about his return. May 6th in London. It's Insurrection. It's overseas. He beats Crash Holly to win the hardcore title. So he's brought back from, $75,000 rehab allegedly in Atlanta that Vince pays for, and he's winning the hardcore title in England. I mean, that's got to be his highest and best use. You can't ask for a much better return than that, can you?
Yeah, I mean, it was in his home country, and let's try and do something. So it was an attempt, and wanted to see what the hell we had.
Crash would win the title back at the May 9th tapings. And then this is what he's doing. Bulldog beat Joey Abs on Heat on the 16th. On the 22nd, on Jacked, he beat Midian. He's back on Heat a week later when he goes to a double DQ with Eddie Guerrero. And the last match in the WWF is in Calgary, May 27th. He beat Steve Blackman on a house show. He wouldn't wrestle again until May 10th, 2002. He teamed with his son Harry here, and his last match ever would be the very next day on May 11th. He teamed with his son Harry and Zach Mercury to beat Robbie Royce, the Axe, and JT Bratt. Let's go back though. What do you think? May 27th, 2000. He's out of here. What happened that led to him ultimately leaving the company?
I think that basically Davey had a hard time on the road and wasn't able to really cope on the road. And everybody felt that he needed to get some time away from the business, and he needed to get his head straight and get his body straight. And the door was open. I mean, the door was open for him to come back, but he needed to be the old Bulldog. He wasn't happy, and everybody knew it. So it wasn't working after the rehab stint. It was a mutual deal. I mean, everybody came to terms, and he left the company. But the idea was for him to kind of leave and get his stuff together, and that door was open if he wanted to come back, and he was in the right frame of mind.
Let's talk about the end, man. This sucks. A week after he has that match with his son on May 11th, he passes away on May 18th. He suffers a heart attack in British Columbia, and an autopsy would reveal that anabolic steroids may have played a role in his death, but no reason was given. What was your reaction when you heard about his passing?
Absolute sadness, because you try and keep tabs on people and just to see how they're doing and everything. One of the things that we were definitely keeping tabs on was Harry, his son, just to see how the hell he's doing, and hoping that maybe with Harry entering the business, that would be motivation for Davey to get on track and come back. And we had heard reports from our end that Davey was doing well and that he was looking great and he was working out with his son and doing all of these things in a positive light. And then you hear the news that all of a sudden he's gone. And it's just sad, because all the things go through your mind. It's like, oh, was it drugs? Was it this? Was it that? And anytime that somebody leaves way too soon like that, you got to think of their family, and he's got beautiful children. And it just sucked. It just sucked because it was just way too soon. Davey is God, only a couple months older than I am. And so you always put that in perspective when you look at it and go, man, the guy's my age. And he was just gone too soon. And it was tragic because, again, we all were hoping that maybe Harry being in the business and Davey having the opportunity to maybe go tour with his son and be the one to teach his son the business out on the road every night, that could be the thing that brings him back into the business in a positive light. And unfortunately, we didn't get to see that. And, Harry is one of those guys that, he went through the WWE developmental, but for whatever reason, that didn't work out, and he did the New Heart Foundation thing with Tyson Kidd. But good God, I saw him. I've seen him on several independents. Holy shit! I don't get what's holding him back, because he's a big, good-looking bastard and can go in the ring. So that's kind of a conundrum. I don't know what the holdup there is on him.
Do you think that the British Bulldog should have already been in the Hall of Fame? Do you think they're going to wait? And I've got a theory that's not popular, but I don't believe that Vince wants to see a wheelchair on the stage. And I think he'll wait until Tom Billington passes away, and then he'll put the Bulldogs in together. Your thoughts?
I don't think that. I think that Davey will go in as a single, and I think that he deserves to go in as a single. I think that his career was so much more than that tag team. And I think that the majority of the people remember him as the British Bulldog, Davey Boy Smith.
You don't think Dynamite Kid will go in?
No, I don't.
Wow. How about that? Well, send your hate tweets to @Bruce Prichard. Bruce, let's get to some questions. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Aid wants to know, was Davey ever considered to become a WWF champion, or was he only ever going to get as high as the Intercontinental?
He was in the discussions on the what if conversations, but no, he was never seriously considered to be a champion.
Damon wants to know, were Bulldog and Owen the best team of the 90s or just top 5?
Definitely top 5.
Michael wants to know, how did Jacques get along with Davey when he returned to the WWF and Jacques was the Mountie?
Jacques, look, Davey got along with Jacques just fine. I think that the rub there was Dynamite Kid.
Yeah, that makes sense. Michael wants to know, was Davey any different after returning without the Dynamite Kid, or was he the same bully he was with Dynamite around?
No, I think Davey was definitely different when he got away from Dynamite and he was out on his own. And, I never really saw Davey as a bully. Dynamite, yes, but I never really saw Davey as a bully.
Lee wants to know, any fun stories or ribs on the road involving Matilda? There are famous stories of, the British Bulldogs sort of shooting guys up with air and them shooting steroids into Matilda. You got any interesting Matilda stories you can share with us, or any sort of needle stories from the guys?
No, I don't have any needle stories from the guys. And I think a lot of that is just legend and bullshit and people talking. But as far as Matilda, her diet was absolutely god awful because the boys would feed her arena hot dogs and chili dogs and shit. And then she would shit all over the place. And it was absolutely disgusting. And they would just kind of take Matilda shit and leave it in fun places.
I don't know what to say here. Nate wants to know, how did Davey feel about losing to HBK in every title situation? In the fall of 92, he lost the Intercontinental title to him. In the 95 Rumble, he was last eliminated by HBK. In 96, he challenged and lost the world championship matches against Shawn. In summer of 97, he and Austin lost the tag titles. In the fall of 97, he lost the European title to him. Did anybody else in the company notice this?
I think you're the only one, Nate.
Oh my gosh. Jason wants to know, what were the post WrestleMania 13 plans for Owen and the Bulldog had the fans not turned Brett heel, thus forming the Hart Foundation? It seems like they were headed for a big split in the feud before that happened.
No, the idea always was to make that big Hart Foundation and to tease the splitting up and bring them all back together.
Kevin wants to know, is there any truth to the rumor that he was supposed to wrestle Mr. Perfect at SummerSlam 90, but he had issues with his work visa? So Kerry Von Erich was chosen instead.
No, there's no truth to that rumor.
Antonio wants to know, they fired him for steroids, yet rehired him when he was clearly on them and big as ever. Why is that?
Is Antonio a doctor and actually saw his tests and everything? Again, that's
Ron wants to know, what were some of Davey's best ribs?
The pork ribs in Omaha were probably some of Davey's best ribs. Davey, I think one of the funniest things that ever happened was one of the referees got their eyebrows shaved and part of their head shaved, and there were pictures of it. And when confronted with the pictures, and he was confronted with it first, go, hey, Davey, did you shave the referee's eyebrows and head? I wasn't even there. No, it wasn't me. It was fucking Owen. And so showed him one picture and he's like, see, that's not me. I wasn't even there. And then showed him another picture. And as the pictures progress, you see the hand. And then he says, that's not my hand. That's Owen. And then as it gets out, the arm gets bigger and bigger. And he keeps telling us that it's Owen. And then you get to the last picture and it's Davey with the razor actually doing the shaving. It's like, that fucking Owen. He got the camera and he put me in it. That's not fucking me. I swear. So even in confronted with photographic evidence, he would still deny it.
Do you know if there was any sort of reconciliation with Dynamite before his death?
I don't think there was. I never heard that there was any kind of reconciliation at all.
David wants to know, was Diana ever considered for a more prominent role on TV?
Yes, we tried to do a more prominent role with Diana, but they didn't want to do it.
Why weren't Bulldog and Owen given an official tag team name?
I didn't know there were official tag team names.
The Rockers, the Midnight Express.
What's wrong with Owen and Bulldog? I like that one.
Okay. We could call them Marty and Sean. Now coming to the ring, Hawk and Animal. Yeah. Martin wants to know, how long was Vince trying to get Bulldog to cut his hair before he finally gave in and did it? And was it a stipulation of bringing him back?
No, it was not a stipulation of bringing him back, but it was something that Vincent wanted to do to change his look up and clean him up.
Let's talk about this. Graham wants to know, did he really flick Dynamite Kid's lit cigarettes in the Jake the Snake bag so the snake would bite Jake?
I have no idea. Never saw that.
Thomas wants to know, in the Greatest Wrestlers of 90s DVD, almost all the matches have the Bulldog in it, but he himself isn't mentioned much. How highly rated was he with the boys and the Office as far as being an in-ring performer?
Davey was always put in the position that he was put in because of his work, and he could work with anybody, and he was a hell of a performer.
Josh wants to know, did Davey think that the finish of the 95 Rumble made him look stupid?
Why is that? Why would it make him look stupid?
Robert wants to know, given the success of Davey Boy after the British Bulldog tag team, would Davey be considered the Shawn Michaels of the team and Dynamite the Marty Jannetty?
I think that's a very fair comparison. Yes.
Robin wants to know, where do the British Bulldogs rank in top tag teams?
I already answered this. Top 5.
Well, I think he was talking about Owen. This is the British Bulldogs.
Okay. British Bulldogs. Top 5, definitely.
Scott wants to know, I've always wondered why he was billed from Leeds, England in the early 90s, and then later billed from Manchester, England, because they had shows in Manchester.
There you go.
James wants to know, why wasn't, what was it that kept the British Bulldog from becoming world champion? I think that's really the question everybody wants to know. What was it?
Probably timing more than anything. And just, not being in the right place at the right time and having other guys in front of him. I don't know there was any one thing. It's just timing.
Hypothetically, if it wouldn't have happened the way it did, would Davey have been an agent with the company, do you think?
I don't know that Davey had that knack for finishes and business. So I don't think that Davey would have fit in that role very well.
Well, hopefully you're going to fit in the role of Grilling Bruce. We're asking you to ask the questions next week. It's a hashtag Love to Know episode, which we haven't done in a long time. You can ask questions right now on Facebook or Twitter. You know what to do. Go to facebook.com/something to wrestle, or check us out at Prichard Show. But I guess we should go ahead and tell everybody that we're doing a poll the following week. We're going to sort of go old school, maybe the new generation, maybe some 94, 95 era guys we haven't talked about before. Let's just freestyle this one, Bruce. I'll go first. Poll topic number 1, Bob Backlund. I think it would be cool to examine Bob Backlund. We sort of touched on him a little bit here, but he was a big part of those years. Give us another member here. What would be poll topic number 2?
How about Yokozuna?
Man, I've been wanting Yoko to win for a long time. Count me in on a Yoko episode. I like the idea of that. Poll topic number 3, and this is one that we haven't ever really even touched on, but you know who you are. Bob Holly. I got an idea. Let's put Bob on the poll. He's going to be poll topic number 3, and go ahead and give us one last one.
All right. I'm really kind of torn here between, can I give you 2 of them and then you pick?
Sure.
Savio Vega and Tatanka.
I was really hoping you'd say Tatanka. We're going Tatanka. So we're going, I guess, what would we call this? Unsung heroes? I mean, Yokozuna was a world champion. Bob Backlund was a world champion. Bob Holly had a great idea. Tatanka went on one hell of an undefeated streak. Now we're going to see who's going to win, boys and girls. Go vote right now. These polls are going to be live and active, and we're going to bring it to you week after next. So buckle up, boys and girls. It's coming your way on June 1st. What do you want? Bob Backlund, Yokozuna, Bob Holly, Tatanka? We'd love to hear what you have to say. Go vote right now. You'll be glad you did. It's at Prichard Show. The poll is live and only on Twitter. He is at Bruce Prichard. I am at Hey, it's Conrad, and we are out of time. We'll see you next week right here for hashtag Love to Know. Bruce, do you want to give everybody a heads up about what we're doing on the WWE Network next Wednesday?
Well, one of our most controversial topics, and I'm sure we're going to get a lot of love and hate from this. Bro, we're going to hit Vince Russo on the WWE Network next week.
Let's get Twitter ready. Here we go.
Let's get Russo ready. Hell.
I feel like it's about this time every year. It was about a year ago that we had the whole St. Louis thing with the live show. I don't know. I guess this is that time of year, bro. Let's do it. He's at Bruce Prichard. I am at Hey, it's Conrad, and we are out of time. See you next week right here on Something to Wrestle with Bruce Prichard. Today's episode of Something to Wrestle With is brought to you by our friends at brandnewhouse.com. At brandnewhouse.com, you can get out of that old apartment and into a brand new house with no money down. And your new house payment, it's going to be roughly what you've been paying in rent. Why wouldn't you do this? You don't know any super wealthy renters. Let's go ahead and experience the American dream and let First Family help you make it happen right now at brandnewhouse.com. You don't need a down payment. Your new house payment, roughly what you've been paying in rent, but no more noisy upstairs neighbors, no more sound ordinances. You don't have to have a pet deposit. Man, now you got a backyard. You can even get a garage. Get something to claim your own for your family, and First Family can help you make it happen, even with credit scores in the 500s. That's right. You don't need perfect credit or money out of your pocket, and it's free to find out how easy it is to become a brand new homeowner. Get out of that apartment, get into a brand new house. Check it out right now at brandnewhouse.com, NMLS number 65084, Equal Housing Lender.
Welcome to Something to Wrestle with. Bruce Prichard. Well, you know.
That's not a rib. She pooted.
Is that a rib?
No, yeah, there's no box of gimmicks.
Rumor and innuendo.
I don't deal in rumor and innuendo. And was he there? I was there. I don't give a shit. I ain't scared of shit.
I ain't scared of shit.
Fuck him.
You, Bruce.
I love you. Give me double cheeseburger. Double cheese. Double mayo. Double onion, mother. You're nothing but an egg.
Hey, it's Conrad Thompson, and you're listening to Something to Wrestle with Bruce Prichard. Bruce, what's going on, man? How are you?
Well, I believe you said it a little bit earlier. Better than I deserve.
Man,
pretty damn good, man.
Life is good, and it's going to get even better because you and I are going to LA. Looking forward to this, man. The Regent Theater, as you like to say, and tickets are on sale right now over at brucepritchard.com, and you can come see our show and then still make it to NXT. We're doing an early afternoon show, so you can get your meet and greets, your VIPs, your custom swag, pick Bruce's brain, whatever you'd like. And then you never know who might show up at one of our shows, right, Bruce?
Absolutely. And from the guest list that I've heard from you, I'm a little scared, a little intimidated, Conrad.
Well, I think it's going to be a good time. Please join us. Tickets are only $35 right now. They're over at brucepritchard.com. And we don't get to the West Coast very often. So if you can make it, you should. This is going to be a good time. And we had a good time last week when we were talking about Daniel Puder and the Hardcore Championship. It was kind of fun doing a bit of a combo show. We had lots of, people asking, why did you cover the Hardcore Championship here? And then all of a sudden, all over social media, everybody was talking about the Hardcore Championship. So I think we picked a good topic, and I think it got people talking. But to my surprise, Daniel Puder still stirring it up, huh?
Yeah, and I think that people really were saying, why Daniel Puder too? And at the same time, he's still just recycling the same kind of rehash that he recycled a long time ago. And it was interesting, to say the least. I think we learned an awful lot about Daniel Puder people didn't know before, and got to see another side, and another side of Tough Enough as well.
Yeah, it was fun for me to take a deeper dive into that season of Tough Enough and really examine some of the challenges and the who, what, when, where, why. But then to really talk about the whole contract piece, because it was such a controversial thing and he got so much heat, and then, it was short-lived. It's just fascinating to me that the guys that WWE picks and puts on TV and pays a bunch of money to sometimes aren't really the stars. It's the guys who make their way through developmental for peanuts and then become megastars. And it's just an interesting look at a different way to come into the business. I had fun with it, and I know you've had fun doing some new stuff over on Patreon at patreon.com/something to wrestle.
Sure have, man. Been getting the phone calls out to the t-shirt buyers, which is always shocking, where they're like, really? You're actually calling me now? But we are actually calling and getting a lot of that up there over on Patreon. And I love doing my Q&As. I try to do them on a Monday or a Tuesday night around either Raw or SmackDown. And I just absolutely love the interaction live, going back and forth with people there on Patreon. And even just out of the blue, Conrad, you know what a great cook I am.
Oh God, I don't want to hear about this. You're not a good cook.
First of all, I am a great cook, and I was making lasagna the other night. So when I was finishing it up, I got pissed off, said, why in the hell haven't you been recording this the whole time? Because my wife works as my sous chef and assistant. I mean, I do all the important hard stuff.
My goodness.
So I had her hold the camera, and we made us some lasagna, and everybody was too busy eating it. It was so damn good to record all that. But just a lot of fun stuff over there on Patreon.
Well, people are going to be eating a lot Thanksgiving weekend, and hopefully you're going to be eating up the good shit we're shoveling out over at WrestleCade. Winston-Salem, North Carolina is going to be our first ever North Carolina trip. Tickets are on sale now right now at bruceprichard.com. And this is going to be a who's who. I don't know if you've seen the roster of all the folks who are at WrestleCade, the wrestling names from yesteryear. We've pretty much got our pick. This is going to be a fun show. You don't want to miss it. Tickets are on sale now at bruceprichard.com. But I know what you're really fired up about is our trip over the pond, right?
Hell yes. Get to go to the homeland. You know, I did my DNA and got all that back, Conrad, and I am going to the homeland. Going to be December 4th in Glasgow, Scotland, December 5th in Belfast, Northern Ireland. Now, tickets may be gone, but you need to go and get these tickets, man, because there's only a few left. Then we're heading over to my other mother country, jolly old England, where December 6th will be in Birmingham, December 7th, London, Bristol on the 8th, and Liverpool. Our finale show on December the 9th. And this is not just us in England, because in England we are with Fight Forever Live, and they're going to have a wrestling event as well with guys like Cody Rhodes. Brandy's going to be there, Jimmy Havoc, Flip Gordon, and you may even get a party with the Godfather and Papa Shango. Man, this is the ultimate fan experience, and you can find out all about it. Tickets at bruceprichard.com.
And don't forget, going into next year, you and Eric Bischoff are going to be right there in your hometown of Friendswood, Texas at the Finerman Sports in Baybrook Mall. That's on Saturday, January 5th. You and I will shoot over to Colorado Springs on January 19th, and there's rumor and innuendo of a bro run-in there. But January 27th, it's all about the Royal Rumble. We'll be in Phoenix there. And let's fast forward to announce something that we haven't officially announced here on the show. March 1st, it's Bruce Prichard. It's Eric Bischoff, both of you guys together, something to wrestle with 83 weeks at the Mohegan Sun in Connecticut. Our first trip to Connecticut. We've never been there before. Tickets are on sale now at bruceprichard.com, and you can actually shortcut that at STW83.com. So, man, 83 weeks, something to wrestle. This should be fun.
It's going to be an absolute blast, and it's going to be fun to get back to Connecticut. Last time I was in Connecticut was in August, but I lived there for 15 years, so it will be fun to go back to Mohegan Sun, see some friends, and I invite everybody to come on out and check us out at Mohegan Sun on March 1st.
All right, enough filibustering. Let's talk about why we're really here.
Why are we here?
William Regal, come on with it. This is going to be an interesting story. Nobody has a story like William Regal. Is that fair to say?
I think that he has an extremely unique and entertaining story.
Well, let's see what we can do with it here. Darren Matthews is his real name, and he was born on May 10th, 1968, and he was born over in England. Surprise. I think a lot of people might be surprised by his age, though, because we've joked about this before. Arn Anderson has looked 40 since he was 19, and JJ Dillon has looked 50 since he was 29. And so those guys sort of never age. They look the same, but I probably assumed that William Regal was older than he really is.
No, man, he's really a very young man. I think he's just 50 now, but he was, when he first came over to the United States, I want to say he was either 19 or 20. Very young man, but he even looked older then when he was really young. And
right.
Then later on, he went the opposite way with it and started looking, but you know what I mean.
Let's talk about wrestling, that he would have been influenced by, because as a youngster, I mean, he loved wrestling, and wrestling has obviously had a storied history in England, but a lot of us over here in Alabama may not know a whole lot about British wrestling. Chat me up.
Well, the big stars in British wrestling back in the day, it was a gentleman by the name of Big Daddy. And Big Daddy, I say that because last time I was in England, someone continually kept asking, could you tell us more stories about Big Daddy? And I don't have a whole lot of stories about Big Daddy, but his last name was Crabtree, I believe, and he was the big star. He was the Hulk Hogan of the English wrestling scene, and along with a guy by the name of Giant Haystacks. Giant Haystacks came over to WCW many years later as the Swamp Monster, or some kind of really disgusting term, but those were the two big stars. And then you had underneath that, you had the guys that could work, because Big Daddy weighed in at about 400 or 500 pounds. Giant Haystacks, same thing, 400 or 500 pounds. And they were big guys that didn't do a whole lot in the ring. And they had the workers underneath that, guys like Fit Finley, guys like Steve Wright, who could go and who could wrestle, deliver that part of the show. And then Big Daddy and Haystacks would come out and do their big man stuff.
So let's talk about, I guess we'll talk about his personal life here for a minute. This is all in his book, by the way, which is a tremendous read. Have you ever read Regal's book?
Yes, I did. And it was a great read because I knew him, and I knew a lot of hardships growing up with Regal, or going through the business. It was a lot of ups and downs, and it wasn't an easy trip for him.
It's called Walking a Golden Mile. If you'd like to pick it up, it's everywhere online. Google Play, Barnes and Noble. It's probably on Amazon too. Everywhere you can find a book. I recommend it. I read it in 05 when it came out. I think it's an underrated wrestling book because he's just straight up and really talks about a lot of his personal struggles and challenges. And it's a great story. But in this book, he's going to tell you about how his mom left him at a very young age, and kids at school can be mean. They would tease him, and he would say that turned him into a bit of a bully. And that's something that I don't think a lot of people, would openly talk about, the fact that they were a bully as a kid, but it does give you sort of a look into the person behind the William Regal character. And he has a hilarious story in here that I know you'll get a kick out of. He talks about one of his earliest memories being when he went to visit the zoo with his buddy, and they start making faces at the gorillas, and the gorillas threw a big pile of shit at them and hit William Regal in the face. And I don't know, it just feels like that's a Bruce Prichard story all day.
Well, no, it glob smacked me in the face. I wish I could do a good William Regal, because Regal doesn't have the traditional English accent. And just talk about it, it gobsmacked him in the face, I believe, was how he had told me the story in a little bit more colorful way than he did in the book. But, well, you ain't ever gone to the zoo and had a monkey throw shit in your face?
Well, the thing is, I didn't know that Sean Waltman ever even went to England as a youth, but there you go. Apparently he went to the zoo too. He was just on the other side.
Well, do. Get it? Do.
Yeah. Do. Yeah. I got it.
Do.
Hypothetically, you ever been hit in the face by gorilla shit?
Yeah. Gorilla used to throw shit at me all the time.
Well, of course, when his mom leaves, he becomes deeper and closer with his dad, and his grandfather as well is probably the biggest influence in his life, or at least that's what he would write in his book. And he was bored in school, and you can imagine what that leads to. Roll Tide. He didn't really want to become a wrestler though, because he wanted to be rich and famous. And I know there are a lot of guys who get into the wrestling game for money. Guys like Lex Luger have been honest about the fact that they didn't grow up as wrestling fans, but Regal did. He wanted to be a professional wrestler. And, I think the guys who want to be a wrestler, from the start as a young man, they probably have a better career most of the time. Would you agree?
I think that it's the guys that would want to be wrestling on every single night of the week, whether it's in Madison Square Garden or at J. Frank Dobie High School in front of a couple of hundred people. Those are the guys that just want to do it for the art form. Those are the guys that do it because they love it, and it's not all about the money. You take a Daniel Bryan, you take an AJ Styles, a William Regal. Those guys just wanted to be in the ring. They wanted to be performing. No matter where it was, they could perform at the local supermarket, and that was performing to them. So they love that. And then there's guys that just want to do it when, pay me. I'll perform when you pay me. So it's usually the guys that have that love for the business, that's going to shine through and the cream's going to rise to the top, in my opinion.
What's interesting is his dad took him to the wrestling shows every couple of weeks, to see Dale Martin shows. And he would say that he got to see all the stars of the day. And he obviously used a lot of those guys as inspiration and even worked some of their stuff into his act. Giant Haystacks, Big Daddy, Kendo Nagasaki, the Royal Brothers, Nick McManus, Cyanide Sid Cooper. He still used a lot of their influences for years and years, but he decided at a relatively young age, he didn't want the regular sort of 9-to-5 life. He wanted to be a professional wrestler or even a clown or a comedian. And I think most would say he probably became a combination of all three of those during his run in WWE. But once he really starts to get more serious about it as a teenager, maybe 16 or so, he first sees Dynamite Kid, and he was obviously an inspirational wrestler to everybody who happened to cross him. And we've talked about Dynamite a little bit here on the show, but I don't know that he really gets the credit he deserves. Is it because it was sort of a pre-cable era when he was really cutting his teeth? You know, he just didn't have enough national exposure. Why don't you think people talk about Dynamite more? Because those wrestlers who saw him live, you know, still list him as an influence today.
Yeah. And that was the case. People that were able to travel the world and see a lot of the different stars all over the world that were territorial. You saw guys that were doing innovative things that you'd never seen before. With the advent of television and the advent of cable and the internet, where now you can see everything, they're not as special. Dynamite, for guys that were able to witness him live and be around him, he was an innovator. And I dare say the first time that you saw him, your reaction was usually, holy shit, where the fuck did this guy come from? Because he was doing things that no one had ever seen done before. And he was mainly doing them either in Europe, Japan, or Canada. And for the most part, those of us here in the States, we'd never seen him other than hearing about this guy from Japan. And, but he was very influential for those who could see him and enjoy him.
Well, eventually he finds his way into Wolverhampton, and he's going here to see wrestling. So he discovers that he really likes the villains. He likes Rollerball Rocco, Fit Finlay. Those are some of his influences once he really starts to get serious about it, and eventually gets his first gig in wrestling, putting up the ring. And that's pretty old school. And I guess we should mention that a lot of the shows in Europe at this time, especially in England, are happening at like carnivals and that sort of thing still in this era. What is it about putting up the ring that, I mean, it really is sort of like the starter job in wrestling for decades, was it not?
Yes and no. To me, it was an honor to put up the ring. And to me, it was something that as a professional wrestler, I liken it when I would talk to a new class of beginners and people in developmental. And I'm the one that instituted that in developmental early on. I used to like to have everyone tear down the ring and then put it back up and have the crew, the developmental crew that was a part of that school, be the ring crew. Because I liken it to packing a parachute. When you go skydiving, you pack your own chute. You learn how to pack your chute, because that chute is the difference of living or dying. If you pack it correctly and you pull the cord, everything comes out right. You learn and you put a lot of emphasis into packing that chute right. And I think the same thing goes to setting up a wrestling ring. You do it right so that no one gets hurt. You make sure that everything's even. You make sure you know how your equipment goes together. And if you do it right, then you have a perfectly set up ring and everything's safe, not just for you, but for everybody else. And if something takes place in the middle of the ring that the ring breaks, everybody on that card should be able to go out and fix the damn ring. So I'm a big one for, yes, guys learning how to set up the ring. And I've been setting up rings since I was 12 years old.
Well, eventually he decides, man, this is what I want to do, but I need to get in shape. There's no wrestling clubs there. So he goes to a boxing club to try to get fit, and considered himself when he started a fat kid. So he needed to really work on trying to drop the weight and get into the right kind of shape. And he was determined to really do whatever it took to learn. So he built his own ring made out of plywood and a blanket on top. He was just improvising, but he was trying to really get down what he was seeing and just sort of mimic it on his own. And I know that that's not really the traditional way to train, but almost everybody does something like this when they're first getting started, don't they?
You have to. And you because it's so hard to get in, especially back in the day. It was so difficult to get someone to notice you. And even if they did notice you, to take the time to go in and train you and show you how to do certain things. So you had to watch what they do, try and mimic it exactly. And then after a while, you could kind of figure out, okay, well, this is how you take a bump. This is how you do an arm drag. This is how you grab a side headlock. It takes time. It just takes time. And you work with what you have and you build. If you don't have it, then you build it.
I guess we should mention here that while he sort of considered himself a fat kid, he was is a tall dude. He's like 6'4", but a lot of fans may not realize that, because he would say that as a villain, he thought it was his job to sort of crouch down and look smaller than he was, because he wanted all the fans in the audience to think they could personally beat him up. And the challenge with this is, because he considered himself a fat kid, he wasn't exactly athletically gifted. He had to really work at it. What do you, how would you describe William Regal's physique and stature?
Husky. No, you know, when I looked at him, first of all, yes, he did hunch over, and that was from the old Carney school where they would teach you, you know, get down and you want to be, you know, you want to give the appearance, give the illusion that you're either the same size as your audience or maybe a little bit smaller for the heel. For the baby face, you wanted larger than life, big hero, so nobody would fuck with them at all. But yeah, Regal worked that way. And it's interesting because that's the old kind of carnival, the old school way of working and way of presenting yourself.
Well, man, if you're looking to be a little old school, you need to check out Blue Chew, because Blue Chew is going to be old school for your gimmick, man. Come on. Remember when you were always ready to go? Now you can increase your performance and get that extra confidence in bed by going to bluechew.com. That's blue like the color, and they bring you the world's first chewable with the same FDA approved active ingredients as the big boys, Viagra and Cialis. So you know Blue Chew works. Maybe best of all though, you can take these anytime, day or night, even on a full stomach. And because they're a chewable, they're going to work up to twice as fast as a pill. So you're going to be ready whenever the moment calls for it. Come on. It's prescribed online and it's shipped straight to your door in a discreet package. So there's no in-person doctor's visit, no waiting in the pharmacy, no more awkwardness. And because it's made in the USA, and since Blue Chew both prepares and ships direct, it's much cheaper than a pharmacy. Bruce, tell us about your super hard dick thanks to Blue Chew.
Well, Conrad, I have friends, and I can always tell when my friends get their brand new shipment of Blue Chew, because they've got a big smile on their face because it works instantly and they absolutely love it. And sometimes I could tell by their wives and or their girlfriends look on their face. If, you know, sometimes they're happy, sometimes they're pissed off and just dead wore out. But Blue Chew works, and right now we got a special deal for our listeners. And you always like it when I do this, but if you visit bluechew.com, you're going to get your first shipment free when you use our special promo code WRESTLE.
Wait. Are you giving stuff away again for free?
You get your first shipment absolutely free. All you got to do is pay $5 for shipping. That's it. And all you have to do to get it, Conrad, is you go to bluechew.com. That's BLUECHEW.com. Use our promo code WRESTLE to try it for free. Just pay $5 shipping.
Are you suggesting right now that if our listeners want to hashtag super hard dick and they think these claims are too good to be true, that for $5 they can show off their super hard dick?
Or just, you know what, if you're just curious about it and wondering, does this, you know, really, is it good or is it not? Man, it's free. The shipment's free. Pay, well, Your order is free, pay $5 shipping, and all you got to do is use our promo code WRESTLE at BlueChew.com, because Blue Chew is the better, cheaper, faster choice, and by the way, it works.
So I guess we should get back to William Regal here. Let's see if I can make a transition that's not too hard.
And let's go from BlueChew.com, promo code WRESTLE2. You know, Darren used to like to wander the carnival grounds as a barker. There we go.
Chat me up. He's been introduced for years as being from Blackpool, England. And allegedly that locally over there is some heat, but I'm from Alabama. I don't know why there would be heat in being from Blackpool. Chat me up.
I don't know why there's really heat either, but I think it sounds cool when you're looking at various places to be from in London, and it's so stereotyped London or in England. We see immediately us Americans, we just go, well, he's from London, because they talk funny over there. However, for the English, I guess there's a little heat there with Blackpool, but for me, I think that it was it sounded cool, and it sounded like someplace a heel would come from. Blackpool. He's from Blackpool.
So chat me up. You know, one of the interesting things I like to talk about whenever we get to a sort of a character profile like this is a guy's first match. And in this era, things were done a little differently in that sort of carnival routine that they were doing. What can you tell us about William Regal's first dalliance in professional wrestling?
Well, I believe that his very first match was something along the lines of they were at the carnival, and it's a challenge. It's like an open challenge to the crowd. They would bring the wrestlers out, and they would parade the wrestlers out, kind of like you would a burlesque show, except it's a bunch of old hairy men and stuff. And then they would take on challengers from the audience. So usually you would pick a small guy and a big guy, and they would be plants. And you would watch the small guy work with the wrestler, and he would kind of get in there and have a pretty good showing of himself, so that people in the audience start thinking, well, if that little guy can go that long with that professional wrestler, maybe I could do it. Maybe I could get the $100. And they would offer, I don't know what the prices were, like maybe 3 rounds. If you last the first 3-minute round, you get $100. Another 300 rounds, you get $200. You last all 3 rounds, you get $500, something like that. And it was a carny deal. And the old carnies would work with the guys that were plants, make them look good, let them go a couple of rounds. Obviously, they didn't get the money. They would maybe get $50 for the whole thing, if that. But the other guys, they would beat in the first round and just totally annihilate them. So Regal was a plant in the audience, and he was one of the smaller guys, and got in the ring, and the guy that he worked with just basically beat the living shit out of him and stretched him 9 ways from Sunday, just to see whether or not this kid's ever going to come back. Does he have it? Is he tough enough to be in here with us? Can he go the distance? And so they beat you up pretty good and cast him off and see if he's going to come back. And Regal came back.
It's interesting to me though, that they did the whole step right up and I'll take on all comers and issuing these challenges, but there's plants everywhere. I mean, that to me is like the genesis of professional wrestling. Is it not?
Sure it is. That's it. You know, it comes from that old carny days. It was a traveling carnival that would go around. You had your tough guys on there, and then they would use the people that set up the carnival sometimes as the plants to get in the ring with them. And, people would go, yeah, oh my God, I could take him. Every once in a while you'd get a shooter, or you'd get some big country strong son of a bitch you couldn't do anything with. But those were few and far between. And you always had your tricks. That's what I tell my son, who's now 19, when I used to be able to beat the shit out of him all the time. And then one day, at one point, little some bitch got strong and didn't let me beat the shit out of him anymore. And you go, ruh-roh, but I still have dirty tricks, so I can win.
I don't even know what to say right now. I feel like you just admitted to child abuse in front of hundreds of thousands of people.
It's not so much abuse as it is a teaching moment, Conrad.
A teaching moment.
A teaching moment.
Okay.
It's wrestling. I mean, there are rules except for me. He has rules. I don't have any rules.
So let's talk about, when he decides to become a professional wrestler. It's 1984. It's right after his 16th birthday, and he's doing whatever it takes. He's working 2 or 3 times a day. He's putting up the ring. He's taking down the ring. He's making tea. He's working as a referee, whatever needs to be done, he's doing. But one of the things he would do, or the guys at the time would do to keep themselves entertained as they're making these tours, is they would create different names for every show. And he says the other boys always took great delight in dreaming up the daftest names they could for me when I was wrestling. How about this one for a name? Regal one of his first wrestling names was Phil His Cock from Cockermouth.
No, it was Phil Hiscock from Cockermouth, England.
Oh, you were there?
Oh, yeah.
So tell me about your trips to Cockermouth.
Oh, well, it's a wonderfully warm, kind of moist climate, first of all, and deep, deep, deep in the midst of the English countryside.
And what about Mr. Hiscock?
Well, Phil was, he was a good old boy, and he was from the Hiscock family of professional wrestlers, and married, Herscock, but she liked the cock. Phil. Yeah. He did quite a few, but it was, Phil His Cock.
Yeah. So he's cutting his teeth over here, and, it's probably a tough life when you're putting up a ring and taking it down multiple times a day and working matches and basically living out of the back of a van. It's a challenging life, to say the least. This is the epitome of paying your dues, is it not?
Sure it is, man. You're traveling up, but it's also an education that you can't get anywhere else. And it's an education of real life, real people. It's an education, and you may not have a whole lot, but what you've got, you really cherish, and you learn how to deal with the human psyche. And every single day is a different adventure, and you learn how to survive. And I think that by being able to work like that, being able to be a part of that, there's a lot of lessons there, life lessons that you're not going to get at college.
Yeah. One of these lessons is, when the boys are going to rib you, and he has an interesting story. Cause keep in mind, he's a young man. He's, started his professional wrestling career when he's just 16. So he's never had a girlfriend. And the next thing you know, at one of these shows, a girl comes over and says, well, are you going to take me outside then? And he takes her in the back of the van outside and gives her the best 5 seconds of her life. And then realizes all the boys are watching. And then they start playing his music and announce that he's late to the ring, and he sprints into the ring, and one of the other guys gets on the microphone and says, we can't wrestle with a referee who's got a heart on. This is RASSLIN.
That's wrestling. Gotta love it. Yeah. Come on, man. We had fun back in the day. I mean, we did the same thing in spot shows around the country, in a lot of small towns. You've got a couple hundred people out there, and you're having fun. So it's, now I guess it would be harassment. It would be a He Too movement or something, but, be his cock movement.
So eventually, though, when he's 17, he meets an 18-year-old lady, and, they go out and they get married 14 months later after their first date, and they're still together, I believe, right?
She has put up with so much shit. She's an honest to God saint.
Chat me up about, cause we don't ever hear about a lot of wrestler wives unless it's Ric Flair. And then we hear about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So chat me up about William Regal and his wife.
I think it was just true love. And I think that it was two genuine souls that came together and found their soulmate, because they truly love each other. And have gone through life, and she supported him through the lowest of lows and the highest of highs, and right back at him. They have created a beautiful family. They're happy together.
Well, one day he says that he's talking with Tony Francis and he's reading a wrestling magazine, and there's an article in it about an American wrestler called Steve Regal. And Tony says, that's a good name for you. And from there, he became Steve Regal. And I guess over in the American magazines, what they were talking about is the former AWA tag team champion with Jimmy Garvin, Mr. Electricity, Steve Regal. You got any stories about the AWA Steve Regal?
God, I met him 2 times in my life. He was an Indianapolis guy. I think he was an offshoot of the Dick the Bruiser wrestling promotion in Indianapolis. Worked in the Chicago area. He might have even been married to one of Bruiser's daughters or something like that. Don't really know. But he was a smaller guy, blonde hair, really nice. Couple times that I ran into him, but I never spent a whole lot of time with Steve Regal back in the day.
He has his first televised match in Southport in 1986, which back then that's a huge deal to be on TV. And he eventually becomes partners with Robbie Brookside. And Robbie is a guy that we've not really talked about here a lot on the show, but a lot of fans of the WWE's current product are probably familiar with that name from down at the PC. You got any good Robbie Brookside memories? I don't know when we'll talk about him again.
Robbie Brookside, and the way that I learned about Robbie Brookside was from Steven Regal, William Regal. And he was a guy that he came up with, tremendous worker, but Robbie was, the guys were a lot smaller in England. They used smaller guys. Robbie's physique did not lend him to be in the big time. And we had brought Robbie over a couple of times for tryouts because he was just that good of a worker. Today, if Robbie were working and in his prime, I think he'd be on the main roster, not just like a 205 Live. I think Robbie would be on the main roster. But I am happy to say that Robbie is training guys at the Performance Center, and he is a tremendous teacher. And I'm glad that we were able to secure him when we did to come over and help train people, because he's got good psychology and really good fundamentals.
The guys managed to do some different tours, including a tour of Israel in 1987. And we've heard a famous story about the Freebirds going over there. What was it about Israel in the late 80s that wrestling promotions gravitated to?
Cable television. And Israel was able to have cable television, but even before that, the tape trading and the tape industry was really big. So Houston Wrestling, as a matter of fact, was the very first syndicated show, the Best of Texas Wrestling, that got over into Saudi Arabia and also got into Israel. Well, shortly after that, Fritz von Erich did it, and Fritz got his show, got his tapes over there, and they were being syndicated. They were really being stolen is what had happened. You'd sell them to one guy to air in one territory, and then they would air them all over the place. And the product of that, the guys became huge stars. So the talent, if you're wrestling in, the Dallas territory, the Houston territory, and later on, even New York, you were a huge star in Israel. Promoter came in and said, "Hey, I'd like to bring you guys over." They looked at the wrestling no different than they looked at Rick Springsteen or a rock band to come on over and perform. And huge money, and it was a pretty damn easy tour at the time.
On that tour in Israel, he strikes up a friendship with Dave Taylor, who's another British name that we don't talk about much here on the show. I think a lot of people remember him from his run with WCW from 95 to 2000. And he had a couple of stints with WWE very briefly in 2001, working down as a trainer in Ohio Valley. And then he comes back in 06 and he's working in Deep South Why don't you think Dave Taylor had a run in ring with WWE?
I think it comes down to just that dry personality. Outside of the ring, Dave Taylor is one of the funniest, most entertaining guys that you're ever going to run into. To sit down and drink beer with him and listen to him tell stories, entertaining as shit. However, when the red light came on, he became very uptight and not as colorful and not as flamboyant. So it was tough to get the personality of the guy in the bar on television, and people just really couldn't relate to Dave Taylor. Tremendous technician. God, he was tremendous in the ring. All those guys from that era, Dave Taylor and Fit Finley, both, I think, are two stalwarts. Steve Wright is another one who was a tremendous technician, but they just, the personality couldn't get him over the edge.
Let's talk a little bit about, when wrestling sort of took a dip in England. He would say in 1988, the axe fell, no more wrestling on British TV. Most British wrestlers had been on TV hundreds of times, and I'd only done 6 televised shows. A new man called Greg Dyke had been brought up to take charge of the ITV network, and he simply didn't want wrestling on his channel. It didn't have the right image. That sounds familiar from a WCW side of things, doesn't it?
You know, it really does. And it was something that you were seeing all over the place, even here in the States, but guys looking at their television and saying, we don't want that damn wrestling stuff on here. Thank God for cable TV, and thank God for Sky Sports, because during this time, ITV was like a network broadcast in England. So everybody got it. Not everybody got Sky Sports. WWE was on Sky Sports, so it was a premium channel that they had to pay for. And all of a sudden, you have choice, and you can watch the traditional English wrestling, or you can watch this brand new import product from the United States with these larger than life characters and these big arenas and crazy outfits and everything else. That, I think, also contributed to the downfall of the British wrestling scene.
After this, he decides to, really test his mettle across the world. So he starts doing what a lot of guys did in that era and popping over to different countries and trying some new things. And one of those spots that everybody stopped was in Germany for Otto Wanz and the CWA, the Catch Wrestling Association. But Regal would say from day one, for whatever reason, Otto just hated the sight of him. They just did not get along. We've talked a little bit about Otto and the CWA, but I don't know when we will again. Chat me up. Did you ever meet Otto, and what was the rap on the CWA over in Germany?
I never met Otto, and my brother Tom actually worked for Otto in Germany for a while. Otto was one of those old timey guys, big bastard, tough guy, but Otto liked the tough guys. Otto liked the shooters and the guys that could actually go out and wrestle and hold their own. So if you came in and you were a worker, he would usually put you with a tough guy. I keep throwing up Steve Wright's name because he was all around that era, and he was a tough guy, to beat the shit out of you. And I'll never forget Tom telling me the story about the first time he came in, and Tom was a worker, and he goes out and he's trying to have a good match, and they've got to do rounds. And Steve Wright just ate him up. And after the first round, he came back, and in Tom's corner was a guy by the name of Cowboy Scott Hall of NWO fame later on in life. And Scott was like, fuck, man, he's beating the shit out of you. You just got to go out and fuck him up, man. You got to hit him back and fuck him, fight him. And Tom went out in the second round and fought back and got stiff with Steve Wright and started hitting him back and literally fighting him. And all of a sudden, third round, they went out and had a match, and they worked together. So Otto liked that. Otto was the kind of guy, he would reward that if you went out and you fought your ass off and actually could wrestle. But I've heard both good and bad about Otto. I think for the most part, guys were happy. It was an opportunity. It was someplace to go and be away, and you could disappear for a while and make some decent money.
Here's something that a lot of people may not know. In 1991, that's when Steve Regal was first contacted by the WWF. He was not expecting a FedEx truck to roll up in his neighborhood in September of 91. He says it may have even been the first time a FedEx truck had been down that street, but it was a letter from the company asking him to come to their pay-per-view at the Albert Hall in October for a tryout. And he says this came completely out of the blue. He had no idea something like this could be on the horizon. And he found out later that his good pal Terry Rudge was responsible. Lord Alfred Hayes had an office job for the company at the time, and Terry was friends with Alfred Hayes, and he hadn't spoken to him about it. And here it comes, the invite. He says when he got to Albert Hall, he found Jack Lanza, and that was the agent that he was supposed to meet. And he told him to go get something to eat, but food was the last thing on his mind. This is his big chance. He had always dreamed of going to wrestle in America, and he wanted more than anything the opportunity to wrestle for the WWF. And this is a show that a lot of people tape traded for a long time, and people were just all about seeing this show. And now, thanks to the WWE Network, they've got an opportunity to see some of it. I know you weren't with the company at the time, but Albert Hall, what an incredible building, right?
Oh my gosh. Yes. Royal Albert Hall was in England. That would be akin to Madison Square Garden, but even more so because it was royal. It was a part of that royalty, and it was so beautiful and special to be able to wrestle there. That was a big honor, and that was pretty damn neat. It was neat for us as Americans to be able to go there and perform there, but I can only imagine as an Englishman being able to perform there even more so.
So that night he wrestled Brian Maxine, and after the match, Jack says, "Hey, that was great. Come with us to Wembley tomorrow so we can talk to you." So the next day he travels over to Wembley Arena to talk to some of the agents, and they tell him, "We don't have anything for you right then, but we'll let you know when we do." And eventually, after some time passes, he gets a call from Mr. Williams, who says, "WCW is coming to tour. Would you like to work with them for a week?" And of course he wanted to. 2 nights would be at Earl's Court in London, and then 1 night in Sheffield, and then one over in Dublin. And the first night in for WCW, his match is with Doot. The next night he's working against Giant Haystacks. This is this is almost like out of a movie at this point, when he's not really expecting it. And just when they come over, they invite him. For a lifelong wrestling fan, he's got to feel like he had his big break, and then for whatever reason, it didn't happen. And now it feels like he's got a second chance when WCW comes over, right?
Sure. And it's another opportunity for the other foreign company to make a name for himself and let everybody know, hey, here I am. It's a great opportunity for him, and he sees that opportunity.
Something I found interesting is it's on this WCW tour. It's the first time he's spoken on a microphone in the ring. He would write in his book, "You just don't do that in England or any of the countries I've wrestled in so far." I think that's fascinating to me, that in that era, the only people who were really doing mic work were Americans.
Yeah, that's true. But even more so in that era and before that, the only mic work you did was usually in a studio. You didn't address a live crowd. You didn't do it over the PA system. That was something that Vince did for the shows where he would do one interview in front of the people, but he didn't like guys talking on the house mic. Nobody really did. That was all saved for TV, save it for the TV, baby. That's where you make your money, when you can talk to everybody at home. They already paid their money in here to come on in and see us now. Now we wait. That was different. And it was starting to happen because Vince was doing different things with the pits and the live interviews, and it caught on. Look where we are now. Jesus Christ. With every show is talking to the audience and on a PA.
And one of the first guys to put him in a spot where he could really do that was Paulie Dangerously. He was doing an interview segment in this era called The Dangerous Zone. And Paul asked the agent, Grizzly Smith, Jake the Snake's dad, if he could do a live segment with Regal. And Grizz says yes. At the end, everybody was pleased, even though Regal would probably not want to go watch it again, he says. But he also takes a minute in his book to really talk about steroids in a way that I don't think a lot of people have in their book. He wrote, in my early 20s, on occasion, I took steroids. I did steroids because I wanted to get a better body for wrestling. In gyms, you meet a lot of bodybuilding types who are very into it, but I was never very interested in bodybuilding. I first took them when I was 19, after which I took them on and off for a while. The first time I took tablets 4 a day. Next, it was a drug called Dianabol before I went to Hamburg. The following year, I did an injectable drug called Decadurabolin and Parabolin. I would take 5 Dianabol a day, and that worked well for me, and I got very muscular and strong. I never suffered any side effects because I never took very many and not for very long either. Anabolic steroids enable you to recover better from your workouts. You absorb more protein into the muscle. When you train and break your muscle down, it will repair it quicker and put more into it so it gets bigger. When I took them, they never made me feel like Superman. I just felt stronger and was able to train harder. And here's the part that fascinates me. When I was on steroids, I would get my publicity photos done and send them around the world. If a job ever came up where I needed to look like that, I could get back on the steroids, but the choice was always mine. In my career, no one has ever told me I had to take steroids to work for them. I'm fascinating at his candor here. I mean, this is good stuff that nobody ever really talks about, in that he felt like he needed to do it for publicity photos to look good to get booked, but nobody ever asked him to. And if they booked him based on his appearance, he could always go back to it, but it was his choice.
Yeah. And I don't think that, Steve Regal back in those days was somebody you looked at and said, oh my God, look at that body. I've got to have it. He's so vascular. I don't know that Regal ever had that kind of a body, but at the same time, that was the attitude, and guys looking for an edge, looking for something. A lot of guys are on steroids, obviously. And that was the way to get the edge.
So he didn't know that steroids were illegal because he bought them legally, and he loaded up, and this is in Egypt, and on his way back into the country in England, he realizes, this is going to be an issue. And you've told some stories about this before on our live shows where guys have gotten themselves jammed up where they had something where maybe they shouldn't have. But he tells a story here when it's time for him to open his case. He is immediately surrounded by policemen with machine guns screaming at him. And he just didn't think anything of it because he bought the steroids legally, but that was Egypt and this was England, and he couldn't just bring it back this way. It does feel like if you don't know the laws and the rules and regulations, it's sort of innocent, is it not?
I think it is, but at the same time, in today's day and age, you better know the fucking laws. And during that time, it was something that doctors freely prescribed to you. And it was in some places where you could buy it, I assume in other countries. I know in Mexico you could just buy it over the counter. So what's the harm? I bought it over the counter. There was no doctor involved. There was nothing involved. You can use that assumption, but you should be familiar with the laws. And this is a perfect example of, well, fuck, I didn't know. And how can you know every single thing that's illegal in your country? There's obvious ones. Sometimes they're not so obvious ones.
So let's talk about, the WCW booking. During a tour in the UK, he hooks up with the American wrestler Rip Rogers. You got a Rip Rogers impression?
No.
Well, you got
what the hell's a Rip Rogers impression?
I don't know. Just lots of cuss words and complaining about the business.
Hey, fucking kids back in the day, they don't fucking do shit. Half of them can't even suck their own cock, the motherfuckers. Back in my day, my God, you had to fucking be able to do that. If you're on the fucking goddamn match 1 through 4, half of you better be able to suck your own cock.
If Grandpa Simpson had abs, That would be Rip Rogers, just back in my day. But Rip Rogers is in great shape.
Okay, so far you have compared Rip Rogers, Ric Flair, and me to Grandpa Simpson.
Well,
damn you, clouds!
Yeah, that's right. By the way, if you're a wrestling fan and you have no idea who we're talking about, stop what you're doing and go follow him on Twitter at Hustler2754. That's Rip Rogers. And man, he is a hilarious follow on Twitter. You just got to keep up with him. He has strong opinions about what wrestling is or should or shouldn't be. And, he's done it all. So by all means, one of the unsung heroes of wrestling Twitter, go follow him at Hustler2754. So, he's asking, hey man, how do I get booked with WCW? Have you heard anything back? And Rip says that he had worked for Bill Watts. And so he knows what Bill Watts likes to hear. And since he's the new man in charge at WCW, here's what you should put. You should talk about how long you'd been wrestling, how hard you'd worked, where you'd worked, how hard you trained. And he likes the phrase trained diligently. So he sent a letter with Rip's help. That was exactly what they needed to hear. Just a week after sending it, he called home and his wife said that WCW had called and they had a number for him to call right away. So he calls and talks to Bill's secretary and she asks him when he could start. And they agree that he's going to start in January. And sure enough, he comes to work for WCW on January 25th, 1993. And as they say, the rest is history. Man, how old school is that? He got hired by writing a letter to Bill Watts.
Sure. That was the way it was done back in the day. You would send a picture, an 8x10 picture with your name and phone number on the back. And that's it. And promoters would look at it. Hey, he looks pretty good. We need somebody to work, and call the guy up. Go, okay, you started on such and such a date. Never laying eyes on them, knowing if they could put one foot in front of the other, but they had a good picture or you heard something about them, you'd book them.
I love it, man. So, I guess we should say that, we're not going to talk about his WCW career a ton here. I'm sure we'll cover Regal at some point with Eric Bischoff on that show, but we should tell you that he would have, a run as Lord Steven Regal. And that's probably the first time he was on you guys' radar, right?
Well, I'll tell you, the first time he was on our radar was his debut in WCW. And I happened to see it. And I remember calling Vince right away because he looked different. He was a clean cut guy, and he wrestled differently. He had that English style of wrestling. Looked like he knew what he was doing. I remember calling Vince going, there's something special about this guy. I like him. And he's young. I think he had to be 20 at the time. At least that's what it felt like. He was probably much older than that, probably 25 at the time. But regardless, he had something unique about him even back then. He looked different than everybody with the long hair and all the other shit. Plus he was British.
Well, so he gets a run here and he becomes the television champion like 4 times. That's like the unofficial William Regal belt, or so it feels like, for a while there. And there is a brief run where he's even tagging with your boy, Triple H. What'd you think of that duo?
I didn't see a whole lot of it at the time. I really don't remember them as a tag team. I remember Triple H as Jean-Paul Levesque and Regal, but I always thought Regal was much better as a singles competitor.
Not only is he tagging and doing some stuff with Triple H here, he's also working with Bobby Eaton, who's becoming Earl Robert of Eaton, which is pretty hilarious. What do you think overall? How would you categorize his run in WCW? Because I think that's where most of us listening first become introduced and familiar with Mr. Regal.
I didn't follow a lot of it. I followed his early career. I followed him when he first came in, and I thought that he was a hell of a talent and somebody that we could do something with. But from afar, and the few times that I would see him every now and then, I thought it was good. I thought he was a solid hand.
So let's talk about March of 1998. He's fired from WCW. And there's rumor and innuendo that he's been struggling with some substance stuff for several months at that point. And he calls up his old partner, Bobby Eaton, to get the number for Jim Cornette, who was working for the WWF. And they called back right away. First, it was Bruce Prichard and then Jim Ross saying, yes, you can have a job. And he wrote in his book, I'm embarrassed now to think back about it, but I thought I deserved a big job. What do you remember about that call from Regal?
Well, I was excited. I called him, to let him know, first of all, to find out what his situation was, why he'd been fired or whatever. I don't even remember what that was all about, but make sure that he had a release, to make sure that we could speak to him, and to let him know that from our vantage point, we were excited and we felt that we would have something for him on our roster. And that was just kind of the feeling out process, because before it goes any further than that, didn't want to get ourselves in a legal situation where he may have been fired. He may have breached his contract. Who the hell knows? But if he didn't have a release, there's nothing we could do until he had a release. And that was the purpose for my call.
So when you're having that initial call, I mean, what's that sound like on his end? What's he saying to you guys?
Well, I remember, him telling us that he had a full release and he would like to come, and that, wanted to know what we had for him. And I'm like, well, we don't have anything for you yet until we know that, there's even a chance of you being able to come in. So once he got us all the information, he was excited, sounded excited, was looking forward to being able to come in and work with our guys. He felt it was a hell of an opportunity.
Did you imagine, and that, when you first hear about his availability and you're on the phone with him or whatever, that you're going to use some sort of similar gimmick and presentation, or have you even gotten that far at that point?
Really hadn't even gotten that far at that point. We knew he had talent.
What did you think Vince would have thought of him?
Well, I think that Vince would have thought that he was boring and it was going to be a challenge to get to that point. Especially during the time with Russo, that just, if they weren't over the top, it was going to be a challenge. But at the same time, I felt confident in what I had seen in Regal at WCW, that he was up to the task, that he could pretty much pull anything off. So that was my feeling.
If you thought that both Vinces would think that he was boring, I don't know. It's just peculiar to me that you think that, hey, they're not going to like him, but I still want him.
Same thing with Cactus Jack.
Okay. Fair enough. So he's getting over pneumonia at the time, but he also has a 4-month non-compete, which is obviously in place after he's fired. And his non-compete technically could be challenged because he lives in Georgia, which was a right to work state. Do you remember that even being discussed as to what you could or couldn't do just based on Georgia's local laws?
It was a gray area, but yes, Georgia is a right to work state, and it was always a gray area. However, for the most part, 9 times out of 10, we honored the non-competes.
It's bad timing all around though, because he wakes up one morning in April and he's coughing up blood. So he goes to a different hospital, and there he learns that this is worse than he thought. Not only does he still have pneumonia, but now he's got a viral infection and a big pocket of fluid around his heart. His lungs are full of blood and he's in really, really bad shape. He's in the hospital for another full week. And this is obviously got to be weighing on his mind. He's just been fired. Now he's in the hospital battling for his life. When you guys hear that he's hospitalized like this, does anybody sort of raise an eyebrow? I mean, I know that's not popular, but when we hear stories that when a guy is injured, that maybe the company gets the rap that, oh, he's injury prone. You can't trust him. We can't invest any time on him. But here's a guy who's trying to come in, and right away he's in the hospital. Is that different because it's not necessarily an injury that happened in the ring? I know that's a silly question, but we're trying to sort of peer into the mind of Vince McMahon, who gets mad at his own sneeze and says there is no sick. So chat me up here.
No, it was pneumonia, and it was just one thing after another. It was kind of like the dominoes falling. But no, there was no thought of that. It was just bad timing and unfortunate. But nobody thought, oh my God, is he going to have pneumonia every 6 months? It was a freak deal and freak timing. That's all it was.
Well, I'm not necessarily saying that. I'm just saying the guy's laid up in the hospital, and he would even write in his book that while he's there, he's lost 30 pounds. He's gray. He's swollen in the face and looks terrible. And he's going to have to work really, really hard on the Stairmaster just to get his wind back because this illness has really sapped him. And fast forward, first week of May, he flies to New York and he's driven to Stamford to the Titan Towers. He's going to meet everybody, Vince McMahon, JR, the whole shooting match. And he wrote, "What happened next is a shocking thing to have to own up to, but it's true. I'd managed to get some pills from somewhere, and I've only reconstructed what went on from what people have told me since. I can't remember a thing about it. I met Jim Ross and was ushered in to meet Vince, the most powerful man in wrestling." I'll let you take it from here.
Whew. Well, I'll give you my vantage point. I remember, William being in, we had like a little green room for talent outside of JR in my office. I remember walking in and saying hello and thinking, holy shit, are you still sick? You know, what's going on with you? And he says, no, I'm fine. But he was slurring his speech and he was not in a good way. And I remember going into JR saying, is he okay? Should we maybe cancel this? No, he'll be fine. They went into Vince and he passed out on Vince's desk in the middle of the meeting, just fell asleep, passed out. They were talking to him. His eyes were closing and he literally just passed out. Not a really good first impression with Vince McMahon in Titan Towers. And I think at that point, Vince may have written him off at that point, honestly, but we just were, there was something about him and we fought for him. And he told us that he had taken too much shit and that he was on all this medication for the pneumonia and he wanted to make the trip and that all these adverse medications, and we gave him the benefit of the doubt.
Now, he would write in his book, Steve Austin had spoken up for me. Jim had gone on a limb to bring me in, and this is how I'd repaid him. Then Jim took me for a meeting with the creative team. I rabbited on, talking nonsense. They were all looking at me, wondering what on earth this prick was doing there. It was my first trip to Titan Towers, and it was all a blur. Of the actual meeting, he says that he didn't even remember passing out. He says, I can remember coming to and Vince smiling at me saying something like, being sick must have really knocked you about. Yeah, I agreed, not knowing I'd passed out. And he even wrote this in his book, and this is a powerful sentence. Jim Ross had never spoken to me about it, but I know he's told others it was one of the most embarrassing moments in the business.
It was, and it was sad. The other thing that he leaves out, he was in horrible shape. He still looked horrible from the pneumonia, but I mean, physically he looked like he hadn't seen a gym in 6 months. And that was another thing that Vince picked up on pretty quick and was like, God damn, does he even work out? So it was, you add on that and passing out in the middle of a meeting with Vince, not a good thing. Yeah, it was terrible.
Well, if you feel like you look terrible, maybe you're a little softer, fatter, lazier, it's time for Ageless Male Max. I can even get you a lot cockier. We're talking about Ageless Male Max and the fact that it's going to boost your man boosting formula. What are we talking about? Total testosterone. That's right. You can use Ageless Male Max to boost your total testosterone while also promoting greater increases in both muscle size and twice the production in body fat percentage than just exercise alone. And how's this? You even get a 64% boost in your nitric oxide production. That's going to help you get cocky. in the gym or in the bedroom. Tell them all about it, Bruce.
You can take your manhood to the max by trying your first 30-day bottle absolutely free.
How much?
That's right. Hey, that's right. Listen, all you got to do, Conrad, is just pay shipping and handling. A full 30-day supply for free. All you got to do, text the word SLAM, SLAM, to 797979. Now, many testosterone formulas can boast about free testosterone, but Ageless Male Max is all about total testosterone. And you can grab your free supply, text 797979, and then enter the word SLAM, SLAM. And if the results are a little too intense, just decrease the use a little bit. Text 797979 and enter SLAM. Message and data rates may apply. Ageless Male Max.
May 10th, 1998 was his birthday, and he gets up out of bed and is coughing up blood that covers the wall 4 feet away from him. He knows he's in trouble, so he heads over to the hospital, but he can't even walk up the stairs without stopping halfway in order to catch his breath. He wrote in his book that he felt like he was falling apart, that he had absolutely no energy, and he was white knuckling it for drugs, which he couldn't get. And he couldn't even get out of the house to try to find any. And on top of all this physical sickness, there's the mental sickness. He wanted the drugs. And he's written that GHB had been banned, but someone had altered the formula slightly so it could be sold legally. And it was available everywhere in the United States and had essentially the same effects as GHB. And when he found out about it, he started getting it shipped straight to the house. And he discovered a place that would send him boxes of the stuff in 2-pint bottles. And it was the only stuff he could use that would give him a buzz to take the edge off. And eventually he's drinking a bottle a day. He wrote, "Whatever state I was in, Vince didn't fire me. At the time, I had no idea what any of them thought of me. Vince isn't the kind to tell you. I think he realized I was a good person with a bad problem. You were there when you're hearing that Regal's got all this stuff still going on that was prevalent the very first time you guys met him in Vince's office, but now it's continuing. Is Vince sort of wagging his finger, pulling the glasses down on the edge of his nose, saying, 'I told you so'? What's that like from your side?"
What kind of goof is he? And I believe that's a quote. However, there were a lot of, it was easy to say it's the pneumonia. It's easy to say that because of the sickness, all of these other things are happening. Nobody was looking at the drug problem. Nobody really saw the drug problem because the sickness was there. So we just use that as, it has to be the sickness, because we had never heard of him having any kind of drug issues, anything like this, other than being the model citizen. So this was all new for Darren too. So we continued to give him the benefit of the doubt.
So unbelievably, Vince doesn't fire him. And I think a lot of people would say maybe that should have happened before he ever even debuted on TV, but it doesn't. And instead, the night after King of the Ring 1998, Regal makes his debut in the WWF. Boy, we're going to have some fun with this one. He goes into the ring with Darren Drozdoff, and he wrote, "I looked like a bag of shit. I got the win, but it was just a match. The next night, I wrestled a horrible match against Tiger Ali Singh at Penn State. And the next day, he got a call from the company telling him to go to the training center to get into shape." What can you tell us about this debut?
Fucking awful. I remember he wore a singlet and he was so fat, but it was really loose fat. And it wasn't, one thing about Regal was he always looked solid. I mean, he was always in good shape and he always looked solid. Here he was, it was terrible. It was absolutely terrible. Plus he was off several steps. It was like he was, to what normally would take him 3 steps, he's taking 5 steps and tripping and getting his foot caught in the apron and shit like that.
it was embarrassing. It was really and truly embarrassing because he really hadn't been out of the ring that long and had been telling us that he was working out, that he had been in the ring and he was ready to go. Shame on us for not putting him in the ring, not on television, and finding out for sure exactly what we had before we put him out there.
So you guys send him to spend time with Dory Funk at the production studios in Stamford. I felt like you were going to say something there.
Well, no, I mean, he might have been in one of Dory's camps, but no, we made him come to Stamford to basically be in the ring with Tom and I think Kurt and whoever the hell else was there at that time. But he was living in Stamford, staying at the hotel, and had him at the ring every friggin' day.
Rhino was there, Test is there, and believe it or not, Teddy Hart was there. Eventually, though, when he gets to go home, he says he's just a complete hermit who does nothing but sit in his bedroom and drink this Renutrient, this over-the-counter GHB. I was out of my head on it all the time, he wrote, to such an extent that Chris and I were living separate lives. Out of my head, I staggered into the bathroom and I put my weight on my damaged ankle. It went to the side as I went down and I felt something in my leg pop. I'd managed to break both the ankle and my leg. This is, not a great start.
Snake bit. And now you asked me this question beforehand when he first had the pneumonia. Now we're thinking, what the fuck? Did we get damaged goods here? And it's this shit that just was kept secret from WCW, because he goes from pneumonia to being totally out of, passing out in Vince's office to being totally out of shape for his debut. Now he breaks his leg and his ankle. Now we're beginning to think, okay, what have we got here? But you also want to think that deep down, because the human being behind it, it always displayed really, really great tendencies, and you really wanted to root for him.
So he's a hermit. He's living in his bedroom and he's not moving. So he's just laying in bed and drinking this stuff until he throws up. Then he'd get mad at himself that he wasted it because he threw up. So he would drink more until he threw up again. And the only time he would venture out of the room would be to raid the fridge at night once everybody else was gone to bed. He just didn't want any interaction with anybody. And that was his life pretty much 24/7. And he's just passing in and out of consciousness when eventually the cast comes off. He's starting to heal and Vince McMahon calls and he says he has an idea for him. And he asks if he's ready to get back to work. And he tells Vince, yes, but he wrote, it was a lie. I wasn't ready to go back to work. I shouldn't have been allowed within 1,000 miles of a wrestling ring. He even admits that he had done no rehab on the foot. And Vince says, we've got this idea for you. You're going to be called the man's man. It's Vince Russo's idea. Yes, Vince, whatever you want, he said. And then he apologized to Vince for everything that had happened. And Vince says, you've just had a bit of bad luck. That's all. And Regal says that's just what he wanted to hear. Were you in the room when they came up with man's man, or this is first pitch? Chat me up about this.
No, I wasn't in the room. I had heard it. It was Vince Russo's idea. I got it pitched to me by Vince McMahon, who was like, he's going to be a man's man. We'll put him in flannel and he'll like chop trees down and be this tough, rugged son of a bitch. But really he's just this proper Englishman, and the dichotomy and it'll be great. Okay. I don't get it. And then we did the vignettes with him squeezing the oranges and the axe. And it just was, I didn't get it. I just didn't get it.
Regal wrote, I was told to go and get stuff like checkered shirts and cut off jeans. And I was to go to Stamford where he'd make some vignettes to introduce this character. We went to the house of one of the producers somewhere in Connecticut with woods behind it for the filming. And I chopped down trees. Whose house was that?
I think it was Sahadi's or Chambers, one of the two.
Were you there for those?
No.
I squeezed oranges into a glass and then I shaved myself with a cutthroat razor. Then I was taken to TV and all I can remember is the first time the man's man was on TV. X-Pac was the European champ at the time, and I hit the ring on him. This man's man gimmick was something I really hated doing, but I was willing to do it because I wanted to keep my job. Pretty famous vignettes. What'd you think of the entrance music though?
He's a man. He's a man's man. Fucking horrible. I hated the whole thing because it was, in my opinion, it was, okay, let's make him a comedy character because we haven't been able to do anything with him all this time. Bruce and JR are high on him. We'll fucking show them. That's not the case, but that's what I felt.
So I guess I should mention around this time, he has a sleep study done where they, hook him up to wires and somebody watches him sleep. And at the end, they put him on Klonopin, which mixed with somas would make him unable to speak. He can't talk at that point. And one night he's supposed to be cutting a promo on the mic, but he's slurring his words and has to wrestle Goldust, and Goldust is sympathetic and tries to help him through the match. And it's just a train wreck. He's in this world title tournament at Survivor Series in 98 against X-Pac, which we're going to be covering eventually. Meltzer would be pretty critical of it. He would say, in a match so illogical, it should have been booked in WCW. The only good thing about Regal's presentation thus far is his entrance music and his facials. His work, which had been terrible up to this point, improved where it was decent. In the end though, Meltzer didn't love it. He gave it 3/4 of a star. We're going to talk about this and the silliness that followed, when we cover this, pay-per-view later this month. But I do want to mention the next night on Raw, Regal versus Godfather never takes place. Godfather gets his shtick going, and then Regal comes out with the entrance music. Godfather offers Regal 2 hoes. And, well, what happened?
Well, there, it was kind of ugly, and he took the hose. Wouldn't you take the hose?
He eventually offers him all 3, and he says, I'm from England, but I'm not Elton John, and accepts. So I don't know. Godfather says he didn't think he'd accept because he thought everyone from England. Well, and here comes the brawl. Regal would write, I was the man's man for about 5 or 6 weeks, I think. Life meant nothing to me, and I didn't care about anything. I was 30 years old, looked like death, and might not have been far away from it. It might have taken just one more disease for my whole system to shut down. Did you guys know how unhappy he was with the gimmick, or is he just soldiering through it all?
He was soldiering through it. He constantly was coming up with other ideas, which is another way of saying I'm unhappy and I really hate this man's man gimmick. I want to do something else. How about this? So we were getting that, but it was something that Russo and Vince wanted to do. And by God, they were going to carry through with it. They felt that was the only way to get William Regal over.
Eventually though, it's time. JR and Briscoe brought him into the office and have a talk with him, and Regal explains everything that's going on. He says, I told him I was so messed up because I hadn't been able to sleep for months, which he says was the truth, but he didn't tell him the reason, because he's guzzling this fake GHB all the time. And he says they were willing to believe me, and my wife was ready to leave and take the kids. So I told him that. I told him about all the bad things that were happening to me, and I just didn't think they were my fault. And then they told him he had to report to the Talbot Recovery Center in Atlanta to talk to someone to see if he had a problem. He says he went in and bluffed his way through. He told them the answers they wanted to hear. But when he showed up back to work at a dressing room in San Diego, Jack Lanza said he had to call Bruce Prichard right away. And when he did, he wrote in his book that you told him what he didn't want to hear. Quote, listen, people don't want to work with you. You're a danger to them and you're a danger to yourself. You've got to go into rehab. Is that pretty much how it went down?
It's exactly how it went down. What had happened. And again, I go back to prior to coming in, you hear about guys, you hear the rumor and innuendo that this guy's a good guy, but he may have a problem. This one drinks too much. This one takes too many pills. This one smokes too much pot.
This one likes the uppers. And you address it. I mean, you bring it up to him and address it. We had never heard those things about Regal when he came in. So a lot of this, there were a lot of excuses. There were a lot of things to blame it on. Well, it's the pneumonia. It's the broken ankle. It's the sickness. It's all these other things. Then when he does come clean partially, he comes clean on part of it with the sleep, and I'm taking this, and the combination is brutal. He leaves out the nutrient part of it. So you're rooting for him all along. It got to the point in the ring that people said, I'm not getting in the ring with him because he can barely walk to the ring. And you hear this from the road, and it's like, okay, you get an agent, you say, how's Regal tonight? No, he's fine. He's fine. But then when he gets in the ring, whatever takes place from that time and the blood starts flowing, he starts stumbling and bumbling, and the boys don't want to be in the ring. They don't want to get hurt. And we sure as hell didn't want him to get hurt either. It was time. Plus, the feedback from the Talbot Center there in Atlanta was, yeah, he said this, he did that, but we think there's something more. So they felt they were being worked, and that's their business. That's what they do. So they're used to somebody coming in there and trying to work them, and they felt Regal was working. So they said, man, it's time. You got to go now. Fly home and go check yourself in.
He goes back to Atlanta once again, Talbot Recovery Center. He's there for a 4-day evaluation where they put him in a hospital, which is sort of half drying out, half psych ward. And after the 4 days, they tell him he's going to have to be there for a few weeks, and he's furious. He gets you and Jerry Briscoe on the phone, swearing up and down that they had to get you out of there. Do you remember that panicked call from him?
Oh, we had plenty of them. He was convinced he could kick it on his own. He didn't need to be in rehab, and he would come and check in when he was in town. But the best rehab for him was being on the road and working. The feeling was that the professionals felt that he needed to be in, and by this point, we couldn't take the excuses anymore. Said either you go to rehab or we don't have anything for you.
Well, let's talk about, his mentality at the time is he didn't think that you guys would let him stay the full 14-week course, which is what Talbot's recommending, because he thinks you guys want him back at work. But he would write, in fact, the company was doing all it could to help me. I just couldn't see it. And he was ready to get back and just do whatever to get out of here. So he finally gets out and goes back to England, and they agree, Talbot does, to let him loose, but they also say they're going to be in touch with the World Wrestling Federation. When you find out that he leaves early, that's not a good sign.
No, it's not. And it was tough because you try to help people and they don't want the help, and they're not willing to put the work in to fix themselves. So there's a part of you that wants to shake them, go down there and grab them, but they're adults and you can't do that. So he had said, well, he goes, if I go to England, I'll get my shit straight and blah, blah, blah. Allowed him to do it.
So as soon as he's out, he starts to sort of justify all of this again. He says, you know what you need? Some of that renutrient. That's all. It's not a drug, right? I mean, you can buy it in a health food store. They wouldn't sell it in a health food store if it was a drug, right? So he's drinking it all the time again. And he and the wife go back to England. And he says it's not long after he arrives at his mother-in-law's house that he goes and finds a drug dealer he knows and gets a whole bag of goodies, Valium, Nubane, and another drug, which is an injectable that puts you to sleep instantly, which he thinks is exactly what he needs because he hasn't been able to sleep. And in the 2 weeks he was home, he says he brought 500 10 milligram Valium. And by the time he boarded the plane back to Atlanta, all but a handful were gone. He was taking up to 40 a day. And that's when the shit really hit the fan, he wrote. A couple of days before leaving for England, I had agent Jerry Briscoe on the phone. Steve, you have to go back into rehab. And he would argue, no, I don't need to go. And Briscoe would continue. Yes, you do. You've got to. These doctors are professional people and they know what they're talking about. We paid for you to do this evaluation, and now you can't keep your job with us unless you go to rehab for 14 weeks. And Regal says, I can't do that, Jerry. That's all over with. I'm not going to do that anymore. It was just a stage I was going through. And Jerry persists. Steve, you've got to go in. You're a drug addict and an alcoholic. Regal would write in his book there was no arguing with him. They wanted him to go back in on December 28th, but he wasn't having that. He wouldn't be back from England until January 2nd. So they said I had to go in on the 4th. I knew rehab was there when I went back, but I can't say my behavior on that trip was one last determined blowout. This is, I just can't imagine that Vince has patience for all of this. Behind the scenes, what's the conversation like when you guys are trying to explain why this guy's even still around?
We wanted to help him, and we had him. He was in our grasp. He needed help. You don't just, we hadn't given up. We eventually do give up, but at this point, man, we just were not ready to give up on him and wanted to see him come out the other side, because we felt that it was still new enough and that this addiction problem was something that had come on in the last year or so, or at least that's what we believed, and thought if we could just get him in, that it's going to be the help that he needs. So it was belief, and we really wanted to help him, and we really liked him as well. So Vince wasn't happy about it, and Vince was determined. If he doesn't go to rehab and come out the other side, there's not a place for him here. If he doesn't go to rehab, we don't have anything for him.
He's constantly calling both Hugh and Briscoe from rehab saying, I got to get out of here. And the doctors on a conference call are even saying, yeah, he's not getting it. And he's full of denial. And he would say, no, I was getting it. Everyone was just against me. Now, in years since, he recognizes that was silly. He does finish the treatment though, gets out of there, but almost immediately has another relapse with Renutrient and winds up back in the hospital. He's back in this same rehab facility. And during the first week back in, there's a conference call with you and Briscoe, and you guys get straight to the point. What happened? Well, the very first thing that he did was what it was is you go from the inpatient to kind of like a halfway house. In the halfway house, now you're open, you're free to a point. You still have to check in, but you're in the house with other people that are in the same position you're in. He went to the vitamin store, GNC, as a matter of fact, and goes in to get his supplements and sees the Renutrient there, and gets a bunch of Renutrient, goes back, guzzles it, passes out. They think he's dead. They call the ambulance and everything, and they put him back into rehab. So he's back in, he's basically been cleared and checked out to go to the halfway house. He ODs technically while he's still in rehab on this fucking Renutrient. ODs, passes out to where they think he's almost dead. They take him back to the facility and dry him out again, and that's when we had to pull the plug. It's like, you're not helping yourself, and if you can't help yourself, we've done all we can to help you. We put you in this hospital, we put you in rehab. I hate to tell you this, but we got to let you go, and you need to, and we'll pay for the remainder of the rehab, but you don't have a job on the other side. It was totally the right thing to do, he wrote. They stressed, it doesn't mean the door is closed. Go and sort your life, and you're welcome back. He wrote that it was hardly a great surprise. He thanked them for all they'd done, and they left on friendly terms. And that's in April of 99. And he says after getting out, he wanted to go to ECW, but he's called several times and they never called back. And Darren asked DDP if he could help him get back in the WCW. A few weeks later, he got a call from our pal Dave Pinzer, the ring announcer, who was in a car with Eric Bischoff. And Dave told Eric all Darren was going through. And Eric told him, "I've always liked Steve. Tell him to give me a call." He ends up getting released in February of 2000. Russo had come in and wasn't using him. And JJ Dillon told him he wasn't going to be used enough for the money that they were paying him. So they let him go. So now he calls Triple H to say, "Look, I'm totally clean and sober. I've got a lot more left in me. Whatever's needed, I'll do it. Just give me a chance. I know I can do it." And he said he'd call back, and within 10 minutes he did, saying he'd spoken to Vince, and yes, he could have a job. Someone would be in touch in the next couple of days. What are your memories of him getting a second chance here?
I was happy he was getting a second chance because, again, we had always believed in him and thought that he deserved a second chance. So many other people had gotten second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh chances, and felt Darren deserved one as well. So we were happy to welcome him back.
So he's sent down to the Memphis developmental territory, and he's supposed to be there 6 months before they bring him up. And that all starts on March 7th. While he's down there though, the match that got everybody talking happened at the Brian Pillman Memorial Show. And it was a match he had with Chris Benoit that gets rave reviews from everyone who's ever seen it. Did you ever see that match?
Yeah, I did. And it showed that he was able to go again. It was the Steven Regal of old, the young kid that came over from England, and he was working his ass off and he looked great.
After he finishes up in Memphis, he's doing house shows. And then one day Vince calls him into his office and lays out the plan. Quote, "You're going to be the goodwill ambassador. You're going to go out and wave and smile at people. You're going to tell them how to live their lives. You're going to tell the American people how to become more civilized, and they are going to hate you for it." How did that whole thing come to be?
Vince wanted to do something different with him, didn't want him to just come back and be a wrestler. He wanted to dump some heat on him and felt that by giving him more of a talking role and an authoritative role, that it's an opportunity to do more with him. Don't have to wrestle every week on television, but you get exposure every week on television. The thing that impressed me the most during this time is after Vince tells him this and tells him what he needs to do, Regal went to a tailor and had all these $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 suits made, custom tailored, so that he could look the part. He says, "Look, if I'm gonna do this, I'm going all in." He goes, "I got to look the part, and then I'll be the part." So he really busted his ass to be the best that he could do, or that he could be, and was ready to do whatever it took to succeed.
So the following Monday, he does it live for Raw. He's out as Stephen William Regal and makes his debut as this goodwill ambassador. And now he's got Chris Jericho added to the skit. He comes along during the etiquette class and with one swipe cleared all the cutlery off the table. And now they're going at it. He thought, "Hey, this ambassador idea, it's going to work." And he found himself listed as William Regal. That was his new name. And he says that Shane McMahon explained to him the company already had too many Steves. And he says he kind of liked the name because it was his grandfather's name and it felt like it gave him a fresh start. Chat me up about William Regal.
Well, that's exactly why. We had Steve Austin and I don't know how many other Steves, but Steve Austin was the main reason. And William sounded more proper versus, Steve. And when you give him William Regal, it just felt a little more proper, a little more English.
On October 16th, he beat Al Snow to win the European title. And I think everybody can see that coming. He's basically your new Davey Boy here, is he not?
No, he was a heel. So it just added more to it. And plus he's European. Only European can have a title.
That's what I mean. It felt like every time you guys were going over, it's like, "Oh, we got to put a belt on Davey and let's put him on last. Oh, this guy's European. Give it to him too." On the October 30th Raw, he's doing an interview running down Boston for throwing tea into the water 230 years ago. And, he's going to read a list of 127 things that would improve Bostonian lives. But the Undertaker comes out and gives him the last ride. And that gets us to Survivor Series. William Regal would retain the European title over Hardcore Holly in 5 minutes and 49 seconds. And, it only gets half a star. I don't know why it wasn't very well reviewed, but he's back. He's performing the role. Is everybody sort of taking a wait and see attitude, or are people feeling like, no, this is a different dude now?
He was a different guy when he came in. His eyes were clear. He was their first one there. He was coming to production meetings. He was doing anything above and beyond. So he was constantly asking questions. He was studying his stuff. He had suggestions. Plus, he looked great. I mean, he had gotten physically in shape and was making a commitment. So you could physically see the change, and then you could see the change in how he was to work with and how he was to deal with. And it was a good change.
The Rebellion pay-per-view goes down on December 2nd in Sheffield, England. And instead of Regal winning here, instead he drops the European title to Crash Holly. On the commentary, both JR and Taz are referring to him as Steve, which I guess is going to be common for a little while since they all knew him as that for so long. Star and a half, but a couple of days later, he wins the belt back from Crash on Raw, and now he's the European champ again. Let's fast forward to November 26th. There's a strap match with him and Steve Austin on SmackDown. Of course, Austin wins. On the 18th of December, Regal would beat Steve Austin by DQ. He's using a neck breaker and has the pin for like 10 seconds, but there's no referee to count the pin. Regal's about to hit Austin with the belt. Austin stuns him. Referee Tim White gets up, sees Regal laid out and Austin with the belt, and just assumes and DQs Austin. Talk to me a little bit, because we mentioned it briefly before he went in to meet with Vince. Steve Austin had sort of vouched for him, and they were old rivals and running mates in WCW. What was their relationship like during all of his trials and tribulations? Because he's a top guy here, and now a guy that he sort of put his neck on the line for is really not doing right by his friend here.
Well, Steve supported him, and Steve Austin supported Regal. They were friends, and he was trying to help him all along the way. And also, as far as working together, they enjoyed working together because it was something different for Austin. He got to wrestle, and Austin enjoyed that wrestling, and he enjoyed wrestling with Regal because it was just such a different style. And they had a good time working together, and I think they had some great matches.
On the December 29th Raw is the number one contender match. Stephanie McMahon, believe it or not, is the special guest referee, and Regal beats Austin. The finish would see Austin grab Stephanie by the hair to make her count, but that allowed Regal to schoolboy him. And of course, Stephanie does a fast count. A couple of days later, Austin just destroys Regal backstage, laying him out with a pipe. Regal's even juicing in the process and doing a stretcher job. On January 8th, Regal's going to come out with a pipe, but Austin beats him to the punch, clocks him with a chair, and that leads to an Austin Angle fight. And a few weeks later, Regal is diagnosed with 2 herniated discs in his back. Any sort of heat on anybody or any particular incident, or is this just one of those deals where it's accumulation of all these years of bumps he's been taking?
You know, it was an accumulation because it wasn't just one injury. It was one of those nagging injuries that continued to get worse. It wasn't something that, oh shit, that was it. So they chalked it up to an accumulation of injuries all over the years. And you forget, he started working when he was 16 years old. So he wasn't, you know, where most guys would start either much later teens or in their early 20s. Shit, by the time he's 20, he's a 4-year vet. And it was an accumulation of everything.
Let's get to the Royal Rumble. January 21st, he comes in at number 21, doesn't eliminate anybody, and then is thrown out by Test. The next night, Test beats Regal for the European title in just 1 minute and 28 seconds. And of course, we know that's because of the neck injury. Meltzer would even report that he had been suffering from a sore neck for 5 or 6 weeks. And it turns out it was a bulging disc between 5 and 6. And that caused a stinger-like effect down his right arm whenever he would take a bump. So fast forward to the February 8th SmackDown, and Vince is interviewing with Trish and Regal out there. And the story is they're going to pick 2 guys, one representing Triple H and one representing Austin. And the winner would have his guy be able to pick the stipulations for No Way Out. they picked Billy Gunn to represent Austin and Jericho to represent Triple H. At the end of the segment, Regal got to kiss Trish. This is a Vince McMahon style storyline. Why did the Regal kissing Trish thing need to happen?
God damn, you need some sexuality. Everybody loves sexuality. That's all. Just a little gaga.
This is going to lead to some fun skits here on Raw. The next Raw, Vince comes out, and before Vince goes to attack Al Snow, Regal comes out, and Regal's still acting as if Trish Stratus is his girlfriend. And, I don't know why, but that's kind of fun. Let's get to No Way Out 2001. Regal's not wrestling, but Stephanie McMahon would pin Trish Stratus in 8 minutes and 30 seconds. And Vince set it up, telling Regal, quote, "You know what to do." But Regal had no idea what that meant. I don't really understand why Regal was the right guy for this storyline, but whenever you're programmed with the McMahons, it means they've got some confidence in you, and it is an about face from where they were a few years ago, right?
Sure it is. And I'll tell you exactly why, because Regal was good. And one of the best compliments I've ever heard for somebody, Brian Gewirtz, who was the head writer of Raw, would say, he goes, William Regal was a guy that could make a living as a professional actor.
Right.
Outside of the wrestling business. He was that good at everything that he was given. And we now had a completely different, dedicated Regal, a clear-headed Regal that was just wanting to succeed and do every single thing that he could to succeed. So he was a joy to work with, and all of the shit that you put him in, he made the most out of it and made it fun.
Well, how's this for fun? On February 26th, this is on Raw, Vince and Trish are tagging against Regal and Stephanie. And of course, Vince turns on Trish, and then they all dump slop on her after Regal gave her a neck breaker. And a couple of weeks after that, Regal is going to beat Al Snow for the right to become the new commissioner. And about 10 days after that, this is maybe my most favorite skit from this era. Chris Jericho peed in Regal's tea. And of course they show Regal drinking it and selling that it's rather tart. This is Vince McMahon stuff, is it not?
Actually, it was Brian Gewirtz and Chris Jericho stuff. We all kind of sat around. It's shit. It's a natural, man. You're left in a room alone with a pot of tea. Of course you're going to pee in it. Doesn't everybody?
Oh my gosh.
Hey, Conrad, what the hell do you do when you're left alone? There's a pot of tea there and the thing there.
Later in the show, Regal's going to team with Benoit and Kurt Angle to get a win over The Rock and Chris Jericho. And I guess we should mention, because we just talked about him a couple of weeks ago, on March 22nd on SmackDown, Raven wrestles Jericho for the hardcore title, which ends up in Regal's office, and they tear up the office, and Regal threw coffee in Jericho's face, and Raven then hit Jericho with a pan and pinned him. And Regal's so mad about the office being destroyed that he adds Raven to the Big Show Kane match. How do you think that Regal's settling into this commissioner gig so far?
Absolutely lovely. And we all loved, and Brian loved writing for him. I loved producing him. So it was the best of both worlds. He was the kind of talent that you wanted to write for because you knew that he was going to make it better. So he was doing great.
Let's get to WrestleMania 17. Jericho pins William Regal in 7 minutes and 8 seconds to retain the Intercontinental title. And they get 2 stars. This is 2 of the all-time greats here at one of the biggest WrestleManias ever. Why did it make sense for these guys to be the WrestleMania opponents? I guess we should mention that 1 year after this, Jericho's going to be in the main event for the world title.
Well, first of all, they had a great little issue, and I thought the match was excellent. It was different than everything else on the card, but it was a wrestling match. It was solid. They beat the crap out of each other, and it was a culmination of a great story. So I thought it was a tremendous match, and it just was the culmination for their stuff from Jericho pissing in the tea, and they just had a great rivalry there and good fodder for each other.
Let's skip around and go to the April 19th SmackDown. The winner would have to kiss the loser's flag. And this is the Texas flag, not the American flag, from Bradshaw. And he's taking on William Regal. And of course, Bradshaw wins clean, and Regal has to kiss the Texas flag to end the show. Not the American flag, the Texas flag.
God bless Texas. Well, in Texas, you know, we're just saying that that's a.
On the Backlash show on April 29th, William Regal gets the win back up over Chris Jericho. And what was billed as a Duchess of Queensberry match, complete with, a woman dressed as a duchess at ringside. What the fuck is this?
Well, if you're going to have a Duchess of Queensberry, you got to have the Duchess there. Color it up a little bit, and it was actually Regal's idea to try and do something different. Do the Duchess match, which was rounds, and it's the way that they do matches in Germany and England, and do something different for American television. And people had never seen it before, but we dressed it up by actually having the Duchess there.
Let's get to the Judgment Day pay-per-view. Regal gets a win over Rikishi really fast, under 4 minutes. And, I guess we should mention that, Rikishi is going to be leaving here with a shoulder injury. And that's the reason it's over so quickly. But after this, our hero, Mr. Regal, he's doing a lot with Tajiri on TV. I need to hear, how in the world does that come together? It is an odd pairing, but it worked.
Well, during this time, Paul Heyman was a part of the creative team. And Paul, as I've stated before, sometimes it can work to your detriment to have someone pushing you all the time if they're doing it to the wrong person at the wrong time in the wrong way. So Paul was constantly, all we need to do is put Tajiri and Super Crazy in a match, 45 minutes, and they will tear the house down. That will be the pay-per-view main event. And Vince would be looking at him like, two guys don't speak English. What the fuck am I going to talk about? If you will only put Tajiri in the ring against Super Crazy. Now, here's a funny one for you. Tajiri was, I hate to say this, but I'll use it. Tajiri was one of my guys. Tajiri was a guy that I'd known from Victor Quiñones, and he had traveled all over the world. I knew him from Japan. I knew him from Puerto Rico and Mexico. Tajiri was my translator in Mexico. Okay. But when Tajiri was in the States, no English. Okay. Very little English. So he would kayfabe, and I used to, like fuck with him. It's like, son of a bitch, you would go with me in Mexico and translate from Spanish to English and back and forth for me. And he goes, I understand you in Spanish, but he would say he couldn't speak English, but he could. I loved Tajiri. I thought he was absolutely phenomenal talent. And this was a way to get Tajiri on TV. And the first thing that we did with these two is like, we put him in there with Regal. And it was in Vince's mind, it was like the Pink Panther and his trainer, the guy that would always jump in from out of nowhere. And that's what Vince has seen in some of this. But the chemistry between Regal and Tajiri was so fucking off the chart that we had to continue it. It was, and for me, for a producer, I loved it. And Brian would write some great shit, but most of the time we would throw it all out the window because Tajiri wouldn't understand it, and just let Tajiri and Regal go. And God, it was funny shit.
On July 9th, Taz is going to beat Regal by DQ because Tajiri is going to run in, take off his shirt, reveal an ECW shirt, and then turn on Taz. And he and Regal beat the hell out of Taz. And that sets up the Invasion pay-per-view with Raven representing ECW, and he gets a win over William Regal in 6 minutes and 34 seconds. Meltzer would say that the match didn't get over, only gave it a quarter star. But after this, Regal and Tajiri are continuing their hijinks. Their things like on the 30th,
Really?
they bring out a bunch of pies for Vince McMahon, and Tajiri is eating a slice. And Vince explains to Regal that that's not the kind of pie that Rock likes. And about a month later, Tori Wilson is asking Steve Regal and Tajiri to join the commissioner's team, and Regal turns her down, and she starts hitting on them both. Eventually, we get Keebler and Taz beating Tori Wilson and Tajiri. This is some silliness here. Eventually, we get someone charging Steve Regal with sexual harassment. It's Lance Storm, of course. Regal's skits with Tajiri really turned him from a heel to a babyface in short order, did they not?
They loved it. The audience absolutely loved it, and we loved producing it. It was, I think Vince thought it would be, he knew it would be entertaining, but just didn't know how entertaining it was going to be, and it really took off. I thought that some of that shit and the stuff with Tajiri and Tori Wilson, where he fell in love with her, I was just classic stuff, man. Good shit.
On the October 8th Raw, Regal would turn heel again when he hit Kurt Angle with the title belt, and this allowed Austin to beat him and regain the WWF title. And therefore Regal was joining the alliance as their commissioner. It's sort of late in the game though. A month later, for the WCW title, The Rock would beat Steven Regal. Successful defense there for The Rock. On November 18th, we finally get Regal squaring off with Tajiri. Regal gets the win at that Survivor Series show. But the next night on Raw, and this is a pretty famous angle, Steve Regal has to join the Vince McMahon Kiss My Ass Club to keep his job after the alliance was defeated at the Survivor Series by Team WWF. Regal has said about it, Vince had to think of a way to keep me on the show, and his solution upset a hell of a lot of people. Vince came to me in the afternoon before show and told me the idea. What we're going to do is the Kiss My Ass Club. You're going to have to get on your knees in the middle of the ring and kiss my ass to save your job. It sounded like fun to me, but Vince wasn't sure how real we should make it. What do you think? Should we actually do it, or should we only tease that we're going to do it and then I stop you and we hug each other? No, I said, let's do the whole thing. Regal would say there were plenty of reasons why. Made a lot of sense because he was about to have a hard-hitting program with Edge, and he wanted a reason to be as mad and as aggressive as he could be and would have to be. He says there's nothing like being humiliated to make someone mad, and he thought that was the perfect excuse. And he wrote, and I was totally at ease with actually doing it. I can look everyone in the eye and tell them I've never kissed anyone's backside to get a job. I've stayed in work by being good at what I do, being polite and professional. That's the one reason I stayed in work so long when I was heavily into my drugs, because people knew what I had been like before. So he actually kissed Vince's ass. What do you remember about the Kiss My Ass Club?
It was Regal's idea, and it was Regal's idea to actually kiss his ass. He thought that it was going to dump a shitload of heat on him, and he was right. In addition to that, I'll never forget it because there were people that, oh no, you can't kiss his ass. That's crass, all this other shit. But the way Regal did it, how he did it, and him actually doing it was the right thing to do. It is still talked about today. And it was the only thing to do really at that time with that whole story. So it dumped a shitload of heat on him. And if you do it right, then you can see what happens. And it did dump a shitload of heat on him. And I'll never forget, Regal didn't even remotely get upset, didn't have that second of hesitation of, well, it was, I love it. And then when Vince came up with the shit, he goes, do we do a swerve where we don't? We actually hug. He's like, no, I should kiss your ass. I should actually kiss your ass. Pull your pants down and I kiss your ass. Because he knew that was for a heel. There's no more heat than to kiss the boss's ass. So masterfully done. And I credit Regal for doing it the way it should have been done.
Raw on November 26th, we see Regal beat Big Show, Fast forward to Vengeance on December 9th, and Edge would beat Regal to retain the Intercontinental title. Into the new year, we get Regal and Test beating RVD and Edge when Regal pins Edge after hitting him with the brass knuckles. It's around this time he starts to do the power of the punch gimmick, where he's going to use brass knuckles to knock his opponents out. Pretty old school idea. Who should we credit with it?
That's going to go back to Regal and Fit Finlay, going back to the guy going into his trunks and pulling out a gimmick. But then the thing became, we don't want to do that old school bullshit where it's a bar of soap wrapped up in tape. It was like, let's actually have real brass knuckles and let Regal use brass knuckles. So we had a shitload of brass knuckles made, and that's what Regal used night after night. And you can't carry them on the plane since they're illegal. You had to carry them on the trucks, and they had to have them each night for him in the gimmick box. Box of gimmicks.
Let's get to the Royal Rumble. William Regal is going to beat Edge here to win the WWF Intercontinental title. And, it's a pretty good match. 2.25 stars. Of course, he's using these knuckles. Regal here really having a revitalization in his wrestling career with this feud with Edge. As you know, I mean, he's been sort of doing some funny ha-ha stuff. It's all entertaining stuff, but it's not hard hitting matches. And that's what he's doing here now.
Sure. And it was something that he enjoyed doing. And when you get to do it with a guy like Edge, it was rewarding. Plus he's continuing to do his backstage stuff too, which helped him as well.
And if you're looking to get a little help in the wrestling business, we've got a tip for you. Tell them all about the new school, Bruce.
Well, my brother Tom Prichard and Glenn Jacobs of Kane fame are going to be opening up a brand new training facility. It's the Jacobs Prichard Wrestling Academy. It's going to be in Knoxville, Tennessee. And if you go over to jpwrestlingacademy.com, you can get all the information. They're going to be having an open house in January, but shoot them over a text or an email and let them know that you're interested, because this is a way for you to learn. You learn the right way from the beginning. And if you have been wrestling for a while and you want to get rid of some of those bad habits, I would highly suggest the Jacobs Prichard Wrestling Academy, not just because it's my brother, but because I think it's going to be one of the best training facilities out there anywhere in the world.
So there you go. If you haven't already, go check it out. Let's talk about RVD. He's going to beat William Regal in about a minute in a non-title match on January 24th. And a couple of days later, RVD is going to beat him on Raw by DQ. I guess we'll just start hitting some of the major pay-per-views here. William Regal beats Edge at the No Way Out pay-per-view in a brass knuckles on a pole match. And the rules were that you could use brass knuckles, but only the ones that were suspended on this pole. So the referee had to search Regal before the match, and he didn't find any knuckles, and Edge couldn't seem to get the knucks no matter how close he got to him. What do you remember about this brass knuckles on a pole match? It got 2.25 star.
I thought it was actually a pretty damn good match, and it was a clever way for Regal to have a match. And, he ended up with knucks that he had hidden in his trunks that the referee didn't find. And it was just a good old school wrestling match and kind of a page out of the Tennessee wrestling territory to make it a little bit different. But it was good shit. Regal and Edge had some great matches, man.
Well, the great matches keep rolling. WrestleMania 18, March of 2002 in Toronto. We get to RVD taking on William Regal. And, man, this is an intercontinental title match that gets 2.5 stars. Meltzer would even say a few moments of miscommunications, but overall a pretty good opener. And that's hard to argue. You talk about styles clash though, but these guys managed to pull it off. What'd you think?
Well, their styles clashed, but they clashed in a complimentary way to where Regal made Van Dam shit look good and vice versa. And they enjoyed working with each other because neither guy's shy about laying one in and throwing some potatoes. So I think that's what made the match so good.
Super stiff. If you haven't seen it in a while, you should go watch WrestleMania 18. Let's talk about March 21st here. We got William Regal beating DDP to win the European title. This is fun for me. You know, you take the Intercontinental title off of him at WrestleMania on March 17th. Just a handful of days later on SmackDown, he wins the European title. Is this just a vote of confidence from Vince that, hey pal, we're not done with you?
He's British. He needs a belt. Wait a minute. We don't have belts. Give him a championship. It just was, again, time, and it always helped with him to have another little prop.
March 25th, just a handful of days later, we see the first WWE draft. We've covered this in long form in the archives, which are available at somethingtowrestle.com. But in this show, Regal is drafted to Raw by Ric Flair. Why was Regal a better fit on Raw than SmackDown?
Because Brian wanted him on Raw. He was fun to write for, and they had good chemistry. So Brian wanted to keep him on Raw.
We talked about it last week, the flip-flopping of the hardcore title, briefly on April 2nd. What do you know? Even Regal gets a shot with it. I don't know why that's fun, but it is. Spike Dudley beat Steven Regal to win the European title on April 8th. What? How did that happen?
Man, Spike was getting over. Spike was on a roll at this point in his career and really had a hell of a following. People were getting into the shit with Spike. Why not Spike? So it was a nice storyline with Regal, and dropped the title.
It's kind of fun here on April 29th. Regal's doing an interview backstage and he's surrounded by Hulk Hogan merchandise, and the Hogan cartoon is even playing on a TV in the background. And Regal is just appalled that Hulkamania is running wild in 02. So later in the show, he's going to wrestle Hogan, and Regal asks Hogan to drink tea with him before the match. Hogan takes a sip and then spits it into Regal's face. They only go like 30 seconds before the Undertaker runs in. Even if you're not necessarily a huge Hulk Hogan fan, having a segment with Hogan like this, that's every young wrestler's dream in that era, was it not?
Yeah, and go back and watch the facials of William Regal, and you can find it on YouTube of Regal watching Hulk Hogan's Rockin' Wrestling. His facials and his reaction to it are some of the best shit you'll ever see. And that was the beauty of William Regal. He could sell everything perfectly.
I do want to ask, this next segment here is something that, I don't know. It's just weird to me. Insurrection is May 4th, and Spike beats William Regal to retain the European title. When did the switch sort of flip? Like at SummerSlam 92, Davey Boy gets the big crowning. It's a big blow off at the end of the night. What a celebration. But it feels like with, by the time you get to 97, Shawn beats the Bulldog for the European title, tons of heat. And now you've got another British wrestler. This is the second time we've had a British pay-per-view that Regal's been on, and he loses both times. Is that by design? Did Vince just love the British heat? Chat me up.
He's a heel. Well, fuck, he's a heel. And why not beat him in his home country?
Okay. Thanks for participating.
Well, no,
today.
I mean, it's like, well, why do you beat him in Kansas City?
Well, I'm just saying 2 fucking days later on Raw, Regal beat Spike to win the European title for the 4th time. Well, why wouldn't you do it 2 days prior at the goddamn pay-per-view?
More eyeballs on Raw.
Well, then why have the pay-per-views? There's less eyeballs there.
Well, no, there's eyeballs, but then people are paying for that, and you give them a good show.
Why wouldn't you fucking give them a title change that they're paying for? I feel like I'm talking to myself.
They're not paying for a title change. They're paying for a good show. And if you're paying for a title change, then you're paying for the wrong damn things.
Oh, okay. So if there is a title change, it's not a good show. I understand.
That's not what I said.
No, that is what you said. You said they're not paying for a title change.
If you're paying for a title change, then you're paying for the wrong things. You should be paying for the show itself. If you get a title change, then
is there no school of thought? When did it leave the WWE's just normal course of business to send them home happy? That's what I don't understand.
Well, you can't always send them home happy. And frankly, when you're doing a monthly pay-per-view is also kind of when it changed, because you have to adopt the old school live event strategy where most of the times in wrestling territories, you left with heat. The babyface would win once every 6 to 8 weeks. And the babyface had to fight from underneath all those times. When Vince went national with Hulk Hogan, it was always leave him happy, leave him up, leave him happy no matter what. And that changed when we went to the monthly pay-per-views, and the philosophy has changed, I think, even more so now with the network. And they're trying to get heat. They're trying to get people not as satisfied with those big shows, so they'll come back to see their hero or whatever in a return, get it later on down the road.
All righty. We start to see, on May 27th, Trish and Spike beat Regal and Molly. And after that, we see Regal and Molly have some sort of strange relationship. How would you categorize that?
Sexually frustrated platonic.
Well, what was not sexually frustrated on the June 22nd episode of Confidential is one of the members of, William Regal's reptile collection. This is real. He shared a story on the show where his iguana humped his wife's head during breeding season. You ever have any reptiles try to hump your head?
Well, of the iguana species,
I was hoping you had a Jake the Snake story. I'm sorry.
I've never had a reptile hump my head. I have had Jake's try to ejaculate my arm.
I'm sorry.
Excited.
I'm gonna need you to run that by me again.
One of Jake's snakes tried to ejaculate my arm.
Ejaculate your arm? What is that?
Yeah, it was the left one. Massive.
I don't even know what you're talking about. I don't even think you're using the words right.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Ejaculate your arm. Your arm.
I tried. It was wrong. You can't ejaculate an arm, but the snake was confused.
Okay. All right. If you know what the fuck he's talking about, send us a tweet. I don't know. I don't speak Bruce for the first time ever. Let's talk about July 8th. Jeff Hardy gets a win over William Regal for the European title. And after the match, Coach goes to interview Regal about his loss, and Regal breaks down and starts weeping. And, Chris Nowinski appears and starts to console him. What's the thinking here?
Just to give another dimension of William Regal. And I think that with that character, you never know what the hell to expect. And the fact that he lost, this European championship to Jeff Hardy, he had just lost his wits, didn't have his wits about him.
On September 9th, he joins the Un-Americans when he runs down and hits Kane with brass knuckles, and that allows Christian and Storm to retain the tag team titles. Why was Regal a good fit for the Un-Americans?
Well, Regal was the only one in the Un-Americans who was not afraid of heat. And you had a group of William Regal, Lance Storm, Christian, and Test that were going to denounce America and call themselves the Un-Americans and talk about how great it was to not be American, coming from Canada and coming from England. But no one, with the exception of Regal, was willing to embrace the gimmick. And I'd say the rest of those guys were afraid of the heat, and Regal really wanted to do it, but it was extremely short-lived because after watering it down, nobody gave a shit.
The Unforgiven pay-per-view, we had Booker T and Goldust and Bubba Ray Dudley teaming with Kane to take on the Evil Canadians and William Regal. Meltzer would say it was good. It was a good opener, and it got 3.25 stars. On the September 30th edition of Raw, we would see every member of the Un-Americans lose their matches, causing the group to separate later in the night and break away into separate groups, where Regal would start teaming with Lance Storm. Why'd you guys split the group up here?
Because nobody wanted to do it. They were uncomfortable with the heat. All the guys lived in Florida, I believe, at the time, with the exception of Regal. And they were like, man, we've got to cross the border. We've got to live here, and we've got families, and we don't want to be un-American. We love America. And it's like, it's a work. It's a gimmick. But they were uncomfortable with it. So we ended it.
Here's a pretty notable match. October 10th, there's a Las Vegas Showgirls match where Regal's going to beat Goldust. And Regal has said that a lot of people thought that he would hate this and he would be horrified, humiliated by it. But in reality, it could have been further from the truth. He had a blast doing it. And he threw in some old comedy bits that he had grown up on. And a lot of the guys even couldn't believe that he didn't have a problem with this. What'd you think of the Las Vegas girls show match where he beat Goldust?
I thought it was excellent. And again, it's another example of Regal embracing the shit that he's given. And it's like some guys, I don't want to dress up in a dress and you have to go out and wear lipstick and all this other shit. Regal took it the other way. He took it as, I get an opportunity to go out and dress up in a dress and put makeup on and be over the top and perform and have a performance that people will never forget. And that is the attitude that you want with an entertainer.
He's working mostly house shows for the rest of 02, teaming with Lance Storm, usually against Hurricane and Spike Dudley, or maybe the Dudley Boys. At the Armageddon pay-per-view on December 15th, Booker T and Goldust win the tag titles by beating the former champs Christian and Jericho, the Dudley Boys, and Regal and Lance Storm. On the 500th Raw, about a month or a week later, on December 23rd, they're in Oklahoma, so you know what that means. JR is in the ring, and this time tagging with Jerry Lawler, and they're going to get a win over Regal and Storm. And this happens when JR gets Regal's knucks, hits him with them, and pins him. This is a change of pace.
Wait a minute. We're in Oklahoma.
And JR won.
And JR goes over?
I know. It's like, as long as Regal gets the loss, everybody's okay, right?
What kind of bullshit is that?
I know. You got to build the live show business, pal. You're not here to send them home happy. This is why the business must have suffered in 03. You guys were trying to make people happy. Yeah. On the January 1st Raw in 2003, Regal and Storm beat Booker and Goldust for the tag titles, and Chief Morley was the ref. Let's fast forward to the Royal Rumble. The Dudleys are going to beat Regal and Storm to win the tag titles, and the very next night, Regal and Storm win them back in like 19 seconds. What the fuck is the point of the tag change or the title change at the Rumble?
God damn it. Anything can happen any night, every night. Championships on the line. They can change hands at any time. You never know.
I guess we should mention that No Way Out 2003, where Regal and Storm beat RVD and Kane to retain. That's actually Regal's last match for over a year. A few weeks prior to that match, he got sick during a tour, and a lot of the other guys did too. But the afternoon of that pay-per-view, he started swelling up, like his abdomen, his legs, his ankles. And when the match started, the first time he got in the ring was with Kane, and he picked him up and slammed him. And he remembers going up for the slam. And the next thing he remembers was lying on the canvas, oblivious to everything going on around him. He wrote, "I felt so calm and peaceful. The thought even passed through my mind, I wish I could rest like this at night." Suddenly, Kane and referee Nick Patrick were leaning over him, asking if he was all right. And it was only then I realized I'd been knocked out by Kane's slam. I felt like I'd been lying peacefully there for hours. How long have I been out? I wanted to know. We carried on and got through the match okay, but afterwards I noticed I was swelling up worse than ever. The concussion meant I wasn't allowed to wrestle the next day, so I went to the ring with Lance while he had a match, but I was still swelling up. My stomach and legs were enormous. I got home on Tuesday, and 2 days later I weighed 265 pounds. He went to the nearest hospital, waited for 5 hours for them to run tests. Eventually they tell him he's got to see the gastro doc. And he says they never put a heart monitor on me. And if they would have found out what was wrong. After several more tests, it was discovered that he had congestive heart failure. His heart had gotten larger and was beating at over 100 beats a minute. His heart had gone into some sort of abnormal arrhythmia, which caused the problems. And they had to stick a camera inside of his hip to check everything out. And while he's in the hospital, he says that a nurse told him, whatever you were planning on doing for the rest of your life, just forget it. Everything starts or stops now. What you've got, people have heart transplants for, and that's what you're going to have to do too. Man, you talk about, if it wasn't for luck, or wasn't for bad luck, he'd have no luck at all. Talk to me about this health scare here.
Well, it was, I believe it was right after a tour to India. We got back to the pay-per-view. I don't remember if it's the pay-per-view or the Raw right afterwards, but I remember Booker T was sick as a dog, and we sent Booker to the hospital. He was in a bad way, and then Booker went home right after that. And Regal was like, yeah, I'm not feeling really well, but it's a trip. We just did this long tour, and it's the effects of the trip. And then all this shit happened with him. So it was a pretty damn scary time. And they chalk it up to him getting some kind of parasite while he was in India that got into his system, infected his heart. And it was some pretty fucking scary shit, because at this point, early on, all we knew was something was wrong. And until they found out, that it was actually his heart and they could do something about it, that unknown is a scary deal. And, it's nut cutting time. What do you do now? And the doctors love to tell you, your career, your life as it's over. I think the doctors get off on telling people that.
While he's in there, he has all these alarms start going off, and the doctors and nurses come running in, and they tell him his heart's beating 108 beats a minute. And they tell him they're going to have to do a procedure the next day to stop his heart and restart it. And they told him, that this is something where they're going to have to give him anesthesia to put him to sleep. And as soon as his heart restarts, he'll wake up. And he said the next thing he remembered was sitting in bed screaming, and then he fell back and fell asleep again. He woke up and didn't know how long he was out for, but the doctor told him he could go home. His heart was beating fine, but all the doctors told him it was over. He went to the doctor later about it, and the doctor said he couldn't give him any answers why someone his age had that issue. And when he told him about his past drug use, the doctor said that may have been an underlying cause of it. What say you? Do you think that maybe some of the drug use is what caused this?
Well, I definitely think that it might have had something to do with the deterioration of his heart. But I think that for the most part, people chalked it up to the combination of that and whatever the hell he might have gotten in India, and just a chain effect that took place. So yeah, I think the drugs would definitely play some sort of part in all that shit.
I guess we should mention here that Johnny Ace eventually calls and invites him to come back to be a road agent, and he agrees to do it, but he only lasts about 6 weeks because he says he came back too soon. He winds up going to England for a bit, and when he comes back to a doctor and tells him he's doing 500 squats and 200 push-ups and feels fine, the doctor still told him because of insurance reasons he couldn't clear him to wrestle. Were you guys aware of that he felt like he was good to go, but for whatever reason, the doctors wouldn't clear him?
Yes. And again, I think that any athlete, anybody that is in that field, they're always going to tell you, no, I'm ready to go. I'm good. I'm good before they are. So that's why you have to, well, I don't always agree with the doctors. You have to have that third party, and you have to have somebody on the medical side say, yes, we can clear them, or no, we can't. Because unless you can watch them for 15 days or a month or whatever, do all of this shit, and there's no repercussions, it's hard to do. So you got to take the doctor's word for it. And yeah, Regal did feel that he was ready to go back.
I guess we should mention that he's voicing his frustrations, and eventually they send him to a cardiologist in Birmingham, and he goes and sees the doctor, and the doctor told him they'd take him off all the meds he was on. And if he was okay after a month, he'd clear him to wrestle. And that's what happened. So he wound up being out for 15 months. And then he got a call from the office saying they wanted to put him in a manager's role with a new character named Eugene. Chat me up. Why was Eugene the right way to bring him back?
Well, because he was ready to come back, and he had been cleared. So what do you do with him? Being able to utilize him, and just the thought of being able to do something with with Regal and Bischoff and Nick Dinsmore, who portrayed Eugene. It was, from a writer's standpoint, an opportunity to come up with some good creative shit. And Regal provided a shitload of entertainment during that whole thing. And he was the right guy for Eugene. I thought that they did some entertaining stuff.
Eugene, of course, was played by Nick Dinsmore. In storyline, he's Eric Bischoff's nephew. I'm sure we'll talk about him some more another time. Evolution is picking on Eugene, and Regal sticks up for him, which causes this match. And it also turns him babyface in the process and puts Regal and Eugene together. And Regal comes out and cuts a fiery promo on Triple H. And it's pretty good stuff. That leads to, of course, the match with Triple H. And during the match, Triple H hits him with a sledgehammer. Regal does a stretcher job, and Triple H even tips it over as they're taking him out. So he's been gone for over a year. And when he comes back, you guys beat the shit out of him and put him on a stretcher.
Goddamn right.
No,
Well, no, Triple H beat the shit out of him.
sure. So I know you loved it.
Damn right. Every bit of it.
Chuck Palumbo and Stevie Richards are working with him on house shows after this. He does get a win over Ric Flair on August 23rd. Batista beats him the next week, though, just continuing this Evolution feud. On the house shows in August, September, and October, he's tagging with Eugene against La Resistance for the tag titles. And on October 25th, Snitsky beats him in like 26 seconds. So that's where he is at this point. He's working with Heat or on Heat and getting a win over a guy with Heat, Ken Anderson. A couple of weeks later, he's teaming with Eugene and wins the tag titles on November 15th when he beat La Resistance and Tajiri and Rhino in a triple threat match. Is this a big moment for him? You know, he's, it's his first real title win since he's been back after the long injury and after being told that, hey, you'll never wrestle again. Even if it's the tag titles with Eugene, it's got to be like, fucking A, I did it, right?
I just think he was happy at this point to be back and being able to do what he loved to do and being able to do what the doctors told him you're never going to be able to do again, and shove it up their ass and do it.
And on some level, even though they flip flop titles a lot, for the company to put it on you, knowing that was in your not so distant past where you had this major heart issue, it's a vote of confidence that, hey, we're glad you're back and we believe in you.
Yep. And happy about it.
They stick with La Resistance on the house show loop through November and December. And then they close out 04, working some with Christian and Tyson Tomko. There's a name I don't know what we'll talk about again. On a house show, January 16th, 2005, La Resistance gets a win over Regal and Coach, who is subbing for Eugene. This sounds fucking weird all the way around, does it not?
No, not really. It's just, you got, Eugene not able to make the show, and Coach was a nice little replacement there. It's special for the house show. Just a house show. God damn.
They continue working with La Resistance through February and March. And here's a little bit of a hodgepodge match here on March 21st. Regal, Tajiri, and Christy Hemme beat Maven, Molly Holly, and Simon Dean. And that gets us to Backlash. Before you know it, it's May 1st on 2005. Regal and Tajiri lose the titles to Rosie and Hurricane in a gauntlet match, which also includes Maven and Simon, the Heartthrobs, and La Resistance. Pretty good little run here for Regal and Tajiri. Overall, is that your favorite pairing of Regals in the WWE?
Yeah, I think so. It was the most entertaining by far.
June 23rd, he sent to SmackDown as a part of an 11-person trade. And, he's been back for a bit at this point. Are people saying this is the William Regal of old, or can you tell that he's lost a step?
I think it was William Regal. Well, I hate to say of old, because I still think there was always a little bit of hesitation, and there was always that, maybe a half of a step off that some people wouldn't see, but I don't think that the audience at home is looking at it and saying, oh, that's not the old Steven Regal. I think the people are looking at it and going, hey, there's William Regal, and he looks just as good as he always did.
He starts working with Bobby Lashley through house shows in like late July and August. And then randomly, or it feels like to me, he's teaming with Paul Burchill. Why were they put together? What's your favorite Paul Burchill match?
Well, they're put together because they're both damn Englishmen.
I knew you were
That's
going
what
to
you
say
do.
that. My God.
That's what you do. And my favorite Burchill moment, let's do my favorite Burchill moment, was SmackDown when we were introducing the network executive from UPN, and we had the Pirate come swinging down from the rafters through the set into a group of little people, one who was eating a ham and dancing. And I'll never forget, there's Paul Burchill with the makeup and all this shit, and all of these little people gathered all around us, and the network executive, and Vince and I are watching the monitor, and he looks at me and he says, "God damn it, pal. Yeah. You think it's maybe a little bit too much ha-ha with the Pirate?" And I'm just looking at all these little people all around, and fucking the Pirate standing there going, "Arr!" And just thinking how surreal that moment was at that point in time. Yeah, it might have been a little too much ha-ha, Vince. I think it was the Pirate, though. Yeah, sure, it was the Pirate. Not the guy eating the ham, not the little fellows dancing, but the Pirate. Poor Paul Burchill.
They start working house shows against the Legion of Doom, which at this point are Animal and Heidenreich. There's an Eddie Guerrero tribute show on Raw November 13th, 2005. Ric Flair would beat Regal there. I'm sure we're going to talk about that Raw sometime soon. I should also mention the Armageddon pay-per-view. Lashley would beat Regal and Burchill in a handicap match on December 18th. Was Regal ever one to complain about, his assignments on the show, or was he always just happy to be on the show?
For the most part, he was always happy to be on the show. However, I think that he would express whether or not he thought something could have been done better, but Regal wasn't a bitcher. He wasn't somebody that constantly complained. First thing he would do is come to you with a suggestion as a way to make it better in his eyes.
On the February 3rd episode of SmackDown, Regal and Burchill told the network representative Palmer Cannon that they no longer wanted to be a tag team so they could go their separate ways. Chat me up here. Talk to me about Palmer Cannon.
Palmer was somebody from, I believe he came out of Deep South Wrestling, the developmental territory that we had outside of Atlanta. And just didn't last long. He wasn't made for the business. The boys ribbed him, and he didn't know how to take it. Wasn't a good worker. So we were trying to get him on the road so that he could work with guys. And it just wasn't a match. It didn't work. He was in the wrong profession.
This leads to a match where Burchill wants to be a pirate, and he's going to start a rivalry with Regal, who's going to try to convince Burchill to return to their old team. But Regal loses to Burchill in the first match where he's a pirate. And there's a stipulation where if Regal lost, he had to dress like a buxom wench. And Lady Regal is the way they would refer to him here. Boy, he's a loyal soldier. He'll do whatever.
It's his idea.
I'm just saying, April 2nd for the U.S. title, in London, JBL would beat Regal. Of course, they're in England. Regal's got to lose.
It's a U.S. title in England.
Well, he lost the European title over there too.
Damn right.
And every other time he wrestled in England.
That's not true.
Okay. Through Regal, or through June, Regal's going to be putting over the new United States champion, Bobby Lashley, and occasionally even Big Vito on house shows. And around this time, Booker T becomes the king of the ring, and Regal joins his court, playing something of a town crier. What's your memories of this, and why was Regal perfect for Booker T's angle here?
Because the English have kings.
They have royalty, so it's logical for the royal king to have an English crier. Hear ye, hear ye. And then what came of that was, again, another one which we'll do one day, the Booker T, Queen Charmel shit, and the King Booker stuff was some of the most fun I've ever had producing, because we would get to the buildings and laugh and produce that stuff. But Regal in the very beginning was to try and help Booker get over a little more.
Great American Bash, Fit Finlay would beat him, defending the U.S. title. Over at No Mercy, William Regal would beat him. And after the match, Booker called him useless, slapped him, and that resulted in Regal punching him and leaving the group. And 12 days later at No Mercy, he stated that while he had once been one of the world's greatest wrestlers, he'd since become a doormat, and he referred to being dressed as a buxom wench for a pirate, the locker room incident with Vito, being knighted by a false king, all these different examples. And he introduces his new tag team partner, Dave Taylor, who we talked about before. And although they reformed their previous tag team, they did not reuse the Blue Bloods gimmick. Instead, they portrayed themselves as these badass sadistic fighters, and they're quickly put into jeopardy because Taylor almost immediately tears his meniscus in his left knee. So he does a little more relaxed role for a little bit. And, I guess we'll fast forward here. December 16th, we see Armageddon. They're teaming to, challenge for the tag titles in a ladder match. That match also has basically everyone else: London and Kendrick, Eminem, the Hardys, and London and Kendrick win the match. And this is the match that most people remember for Joey Mercury's brutal injury. What are your memories of the match and this pretty incredible injury?
Well, for me, it was all about the injury, because I saw it happen and thought, oh, wow, that was a stiff shot. And I was at gorilla position, so I was able to have one camera zoom in on Joey Mercury's face. And at that point, it was like, get him out of there, because you could tell half of his face looked like it was gone. And Joey didn't want to leave. Joey didn't want to leave the match. He had taken a ladder shot straight to the face. He had shattered his orbital and his nose, and it was a horrible slash across his face. We got him to the back, had paramedics there and our doctor, and they wrapped him up easily. But the one thing I remember more than anything was not wanting to unwrap Joey's eye, because no one was sure if his eye was there or not. And that was an absolutely terrifying feeling. On top of that, the paramedics wouldn't leave to take him to the hospital because of a rule that the ambulance can't leave unless there's one there to replace it. Now, there was an ambulance en route to replace it that was a block away, but yet they stayed and they sat there for another 10 or 15 minutes before they would leave to go take Joey to go get his eye fixed. That drove me nuts. That's one time that, I mean, holy shit, Stephanie McMahon went absolutely berserk on the whole EMT crew and everybody around. It was not a pretty sight, but that was a scary, scary night. That's all I remember really about that match.
I wanted to ask you this. In my research, I found between March 10th and the 12th, Regal and Taylor are tagging up to take on Henry Godwinn and Cousin Ray on a handful of house shows. This is a very brief return here for Henry Godwinn in 2007, but Cousin Ray, who was that?
I think that was Ray Gordy.
How about that?
Terry Gordy's son, who was later, I forget what the hell, when we brought him in with Festus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was a great idea, wasn't it?
Oh yeah.
So throughout March and April, Regal and Taylor are teaming up on all the house shows against Deuce and Domino, Jimmy Wang Yang and Nunzio, Kendrick and London. Is it safe to say that you guys didn't really have a lot for Regal at this point, creatively?
Well, no. And part of it also at the same time was Regal really wanted to do this team with Dave Taylor. And I think it was Regal giving back to Dave. He wanted to be in that tag team with Dave, and he wanted to give back, and Vince and everybody else honored that because Regal had been, a stalwart guy, and we tried it out.
He drops a couple of matches to Boogeyman and Kane in May, and throughout most of May and June, they're losing to the Daltons, Festus and Jesse on house shows. June 17th, we see Regal finally get drafted back to Raw. And I think most people remember, towards the end of the month there, we see the Benoit tragedy unfold. And during the Raw tribute to Chris, Regal is the only guy who didn't really say anything about Chris as a person. He only talked about him as a wrestler. And a lot of fans picked up on this, and people have speculated years since that maybe Regal was suspect before a lot of others. Do you ever have a conversation with Regal about that?
No. And that's just stupid. I hate when people judge other people on how they react to tragedy, because you never know how you're going to react in a tragedy. We had been given limited news about this horrible, horrible tragedy. And it's about your friends, your coworkers, and you're asked if you want to do something. It was voluntary if they wanted to do it, and they do something from the heart, but they're not thinking clearly. And everybody reacts to tragic issues in different ways. And that's just such bullshit. For anybody to bring that up, I just think I just fuck you. I hate that. I'm sorry.
On July 2nd, Regal's going to serve as the interim GM of Raw, filling in for Jonathan Coachman. And while he's there, he's going to introduce the Beat the Clock match, which was used to determine who would challenge John Cena for the championship at Great American Bash. A week later, he gets a win over Sandman. And when we fast forward to early August, Regal becomes the new general manager by winning a battle royal. Is this more of, hey, that worked before, let's do that again?
Exactly. He was entertaining there. Let's put him back in that role.
Believe it or not, he's working house shows with Jim Duggan after this. That's a real sentence. He even gets some house show matches with Johnny Jeter. And on New Year's Eve, Triple H is supposed to wrestle Ric Flair, which is Flair's win or retire stipulation. It's still active here. And Regal announces if Triple H loses the match in any way, he would not participate in the Royal Rumble match. And he's scheduled that night to wrestle Hornswoggle with Mr. McMahon at ringside. And McMahon tossed Regal some knucks during the match and encouraged him to use them on Hornswoggle, but he didn't, and he left the ring. So during the Flair Triple H match, Triple H is about to pin Flair for the win when all of a sudden Regal appears and punches Flair in the face with the brass knuckles. This gives Flair the win by DQ, ensuring that he could continue to wrestle and that Triple H would not be a part of the Royal Rumble. Pretty creative writing here. Who can we credit for that idea?
Oh, well, much I hate to credit him. That'd probably be that old Brian Gewirtz.
That's good stuff, man.
It was entertaining, and it was good storyline. A lot of different shit that you can't call happening.
The next night on Raw, of course, Regal was squashed by Triple H in a first blood match because, well, on January 14th, with Flair's career on the line, Flair gets a win over William Regal, and he's working house shows at this point against some names you might recognize: Cody Rhodes, Fit Finlay, D.H. Smith, Super Crazy, and Paul London. On the April 21st Raw, they did a one-night King of the Ring tournament, and it was a famous pay-per-view for years and years. Now it's on Raw. Regal is going to beat Finlay by submission in round 1. In the quarterfinals, this is real. He beat Hornswoggle by submission. And then in the finals, he beat CM Punk by submission to win the King of the Ring. This seems sort of out of nowhere. Regal's the King of the Ring. How does this come to be?
He's British. He's got to be King of the Ring.
Oh my God. Unless it was in England and then beat his ass.
Well, though, yes.
Yeah.
When we toured England, we'd beat his ass for the King of the Ring. Put the crown on the line.
On the May 19th Raw from the Kemper Arena in Kansas City, Regal is doing a coronation for himself being King of the Ring. And of course, Kennedy comes out and wants a match tonight. Eventually Vince comes out and he gave Regal his 100% endorsement. And, I don't know. This is fun. It feels like Vince really enjoyed being on camera with Regal. Would that be fair to say?
He did, because again, it was somebody that he could ad lib with and banter back and forth that was believable and entertaining.
So the storyline here is viewer dissatisfaction abounds. And every time your face appears on this television channel, viewers just leave minute by minute. So we've got to get you out of here. So tonight, Regal versus Kennedy is a loser gets fired match. Of course, Kennedy pins Regal in the match. So he just won King of the Ring and now he's fired. Now behind the scenes, it looks like he failed the drug test and was suspended for 60 days. It felt like this part of his life was put to bed. When it pops up again here, what's Vince and the rest of the office's reaction?
Well, it was one of those drug tests. It was something that was over the counter that was on the banned list that came back. And I don't know if this was Dr. Black days or who it was, but there would be times when guys would go and get supplements and different things. And there would be an ingredient in the supplement that's on the banned list, and it would show up on the test. So that's what this one was. It wasn't something for, New Bane or anything like that. It was one of the ingredients in something that he didn't realize he was taking.
Is the timing of this shit, could it be any worse? He's about to get, when he's first getting signed with WWE, he falls asleep in the meeting. He's suffering from this really bad pneumonia. Once he's got another good push and he's really settled in and turned his life around, the whole parasite thing sidetracks him. He's out for 15 months. Now, after not doing shit with him forever, he wins the King of the Ring, and then immediately, bam, this pops up. Worst timing ever.
You could write a book. Oh, wait, he did. But seriously, you could write a book on just all the horrible turns that have come throughout his career. Gets going, and then boom, another stumbling block. But it also speaks to the perseverance and the human being that he is to overcome the adversity.
Well, let's keep going. Well, believe it or not, we're almost at the end here of your run. When he returns on July 28th, he's defeated by world champion CM Punk. Starts working house shows with Jamie Noble. On November 3rd, he wins a battle royal to get a shot at the Intercontinental title. And the following week, I can't believe it, in England, he beats Santino Morello in 31 seconds to win his second Intercontinental title. I can't believe it.
Wait a minute. We were in England and he won?
He won.
What the hell?
Survivor Series 2008, he teams with Randy Orton, Cody Rhodes, Mark Henry, and Shelton Benjamin against Batista, CM Punk, Kofi Kingston, Matt Hardy, and R-Truth. And he's pinned 11 seconds into the match by CM Punk. But as fast as he's out of there, you were out of there first. You're out of the company. He winds up losing the Intercontinental Championship to CM Punk on the January 19th Raw. We never really talked about this, but did you keep in touch with Regal once you were persona non grata?
Yes, I did. And Regal was one of the guys that I did keep in touch with, and always been very friendly and always been a good guy. But he would call and check on me and just call to say hello. He would usually call on my birthday to wish me a happy birthday, but he would just call out of the blue to say hello and make sure I was doing all right. So, yeah, we still keep in touch from time to time. Now it's maybe once a year. Hello, Darren, how you doing? And check up on each other when we hear things about one another.
In the years since you've left, he's gotten heavily involved with Florida Championship Wrestling. And then of course now NXT, and he's been the GM of NXT since 2014. Have you had a chance to keep up with any of his NXT work? And what do you think?
I have. And I think that it's the right role for him. I think sometimes they play it a little too straight. I think that his strengths are more to the comedic and entertainment, but at the same time, I enjoy him because I like Darren. So, I think they're using him and utilizing him to the best of his abilities.
Behind the scenes, I think most of us, quote unquote, smart marks who listen to a show like this, know that he has been pretty crucial to bringing in new talent. And in February of 2018, WWE.com started to refer to him as the WWE Director of Talent Development and the Head of Global Recruiting. Is there a better guy for spotting an eye for having an eye for talent than William Regal?
I think he has a great eye for talent. And I'll go back to a gentleman by the name of Daniel Bryan, who I brought in from Sean's school in San Antonio, him and Spanky and Lance Cade. Everybody thought at the time that Lance Cade's going to be the big star. He had the size, he had the look and everything. At the same time, when Regal was rehabbing and getting his ring legs about him, he was working in Memphis. It was at the same time that Daniel Bryan and those guys were there as well. And I remember Regal saying to me that Bryan Danielson will be a huge star. You just have to find the right thing for him. It was Regal is the one that put him under the mask. He sent him overseas and got him booked in England. He got him booked in Germany, got him booked in Japan, all over the place, and constantly would tell us about how great Bryan Danielson was doing. So if it wasn't for Regal constantly bringing Daniel Bryan, as we know him now, bringing him back up, I don't know that maybe, cream rises to the top. His talent would have gotten him there, but Regal helped out tremendously in Daniel Bryan's career and saw it before anybody else did. Maybe Sean saw it early on, but Regal was a champion and a cheerleader for Daniel Bryan from the minute he laid eyes on him. Great talent scout.
What do you think his legacy in the business will be?
It's going to be, in my opinion, I think it's just going to be him as an overall worker and entertainer. But I think that the things that he has done behind the scenes, like the talent scout, like going out and discovering and working with young talent, to me, that's the most valuable. And that's where he is best, in my opinion.
Where do you think he ranks on the list of like all-time general managers that WWE's had over the years?
Well, definitely top 5. He's up there because he's memorable, and the stuff that he did during that time with Tajiri and Tori, it was really memorable, entertaining things that to this day people still call back to.
What's your favorite William Regal match?
Wow. I think probably the one with Benoit, which brought him back into the fold and got everybody to see that he was in shape and ready to go.
That's the Pillman Memorial Show.
Yes. Yep.
By the way, there's a match at Uncensored in WCW that Tony Schiavone calls his favorite match ever. And it was Fit Finlay and William Regal. And they just beat the
parking lot brawl?
No, they were in the ring and they just beat the shit out of each other.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people probably still talk about his match with Goldberg. That got a lot of people buzzing.
Do you know, I've never seen that match.
You should go out of your way to see it.
I've heard about it, but I've never seen it.
As somebody who knows what to look for, you should go watch it. Do you think Regal belongs in the Hall of Fame? When do you think he goes in?
It'll be a few years before he goes in, but I do think that he's deserving to go in.
Let's do some questions here, some rapid fire questions. And if you've got questions for next week's episode, we would encourage you to find us on social media at Prichard Show on Instagram, at Prichard Show on Twitter. Of course, you can find us on Facebook at facebook.com/something to wrestle. And the rumor and innuendo is that we've got a couple of fun shows coming your way, man. Are you looking forward to next week?
I sure as hell am. It's Christian time.
I'm looking forward to it, man. No, wait, you know what?
Oh, wait, it isn't. It's Survivor Series next.
Survivor Series 1998, you rat bastard.
I screwed
That's
up.
what we're doing. Yeah. And then on Thanksgiving night, we're going to have Survivor Series 1988. That'll actually be a watch along and it'll be a day early. Christian, though, is still coming your way on November 30th. I guess you're just really excited to talk about Christian.
I really and truly am. I've already started my notes and just kind of going back.
But next week, though, man, it's going to be maybe Vince Russo's best one show story ever. Go watch it this week. Survivor Series 1998. And while you're doing that, maybe boost that total testosterone with Ageless Male Max. They've got a formula that's going to help you promote greater increases in muscle size and twice the reduction in body fat percentage than just exercise alone, plus an amazing 64% in nitric oxide. Try your first 30-day bottle for free. Just pay your shipping and handling when you text the word SLAM to 797979. For your free bottle, just text SLAM to 797979. And remember, your message and data rates may apply. Bruce, let's get to some questions. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Colton wants to know, how big was Sir William Regal's part in getting a lot of the newer WWE superstars to sign with WWE?
Well, actually, it was big. And, you know, he was also one of those guys that when I would go out to different places, California, and I would go to scout talent, I would bring him as a WWE star to work on those cards. And he would always sit there and watch. And I valued his opinion tremendously. And later on, he's now their guy they send out to evaluate talent. He knows what he's doing.
Jim wants to know, did he go by Steven or William backstage?
Usually, well, I mean, he got the whole gambit. He got Steven, he got William, and he got Darren. Everybody.
Andrew wants to know, was there ever a time Regal was seriously considered for WWE champion?
No, not necessarily, but he was a great Intercontinental champion and somebody that fit that level.
Brian would write, is it safe to say that Regal is one of the stiffest yet safest workers in the business's history? Never really heard anything about him hurting anybody, yet his stuff always looked very stiff. Do you remember any stories about guys who were injured with his style? Because I don't.
Yeah, he wasn't stiff. He was snug. He was tight. There's a big difference. Stiff people hurt people, and Regal was snug and kept it tight, but he didn't hurt people.
Michael Bradley wants to know if Bruce can sing Regal's Man's Man theme, please. Just one chorus or one verse will suffice.
He's a man. He's a man's man. That's all I know. I don't know the rest of the words.
Mikey writes, being able to swing back and forth believably from comedy and serious business is incredibly hard to do, and Regal did this perfectly. Who else would you say is the best at both serious and comedy? I only have one, but me personally, Conrad, I have one name. I wonder if we land on the same one.
Vince McMahon.
Kurt Angle.
Kurt Angle's another great one. Yeah.
Maybe
Vince is able to do it too.
Maybe for that matter, Steve Austin.
Yes. All good.
Yeah.
All great examples because they're believable in whatever role you put them in.
Nick writes, has William Regal ever been in a backstage fight that you know of? He seems like the kind of guy you don't want to mess with.
No, he hasn't, because he is the kind of guy you don't want to mess with.
Allie wants to know, was there ever any talk of trying to put Davey Boy and Regal together?
Yeah, boy, I don't know if Davey was with us during Regal's really intense run, but no, there was not.
Tony wants to know, ultimately, will you remember Regal for his wrestling or his time as GM?
For me, the best time that I had with him was during his GM roles.
Ricardo wants to know, what's Regal like away from the camera? I've always heard he has a really dry, witty sense of humor.
Yeah, he does. He's funny as shit, but it's that English humor. And I'll never forget the time that there was Regal and the gentleman Lemmy from Motorhead. They were in a limousine and they were talking, and a friend of mine by the name of John Paul Shellnut, who is kind of difficult to understand sometimes. John Shellnut was talking about that. We're going to let you. So Shellnut came in and sat in the limo and started talking to Regal and Lemmy, and he had met Lemmy before and so on and so forth, and had this whole conversation. And Shellnut walks out of the limousine, and Lemmy, who could be hard to understand, looks at Regal and says, "Mate, did you understand the fucking word that guy just said?" And they got a good laugh out of that, but they laughed about it for like a month. It felt like every time Regal would see me, he would tell me the same story and just laugh his ass off. But yeah, very dry, very British humor.
Justin wants to know, can Bruce give several examples of what a real man's man would do in various situations?
You squeeze your own goddamn juice.
I'm glad you mentioned that, because Mike wants to know, were those shoot oranges or working oranges? They
were working oranges from Oranges R Us, working and shit. Juice, actually, it was Juicy Oranges R Us.
I was told that Fernum Schnavitz was your contact there at Working Oranges.
At your pace.
Martin Adams wants to know if you have any funny or interesting stories of William Regal we've never heard. Any good ribs? I'll pile that on. It feels like Regal almost has like an Owen Hart sense of humor. Would there have been any sort of fun Regal ribs you can share with us?
Not, I can never think of ribs off the top of my head when I'm just put on the spot like that. But
you didn't know we were doing a show on Regal? Cause I announced it about 2 months ago.
No, not about ribs. But I remember just spending a lot of time with Regal out in California. And it was during a time that he was straight, and I used to terrify him with my driving, because I would go from the right lane all the way over to the high occupancy vehicle lane, and he didn't know what the hell that was. And he would just white knuckle himself all the way home. I like to kind of scare him like that, but no, Regal's a pretty straight shooter, man. He really does abide by the, I don't rib and I don't want to be ribbed.
Cool. Daniel wants to know, is Regal one of the top 5 most underappreciated WWE talents in history?
I believe he's up there. Yeah. Because he had so many setbacks that you can only imagine if he didn't have those setbacks, how far he would have gone. How
would Jim Cornette describe the man's man gimmick?
This is the stupidest fucking song I've ever heard in my goddamn life, motherfucker.
All righty.
Fuck you.
Thank you.
Motherfucker.
Mark wants to know, not looking like the prototype for a WWE champion, did Vince ever express frustrations with Regal's physique?
He expressed frustrations in the beginning when he was out of shape and he was flabby and he was loose. That was the only time that Vince really had a frustration with him. The fact that he wasn't muscular, that didn't bother him at all. But when his body and his shape affected his work, that's when Vince got pissed off.
Keith wants to know, what was the long-term plan for the real man gimmick? Had it actually worked out?
God, I don't think there was one. I don't think that they saw a whole lot in him. Hence that gimmick. What the hell really do you do with it? Because it was presented in a comedic way from day one. So I don't know. I don't think they had any plans.
Craig writes, Regal is known, or well known rather, for doing anything, no matter how embarrassing. Do you remember any ideas he ever said no to?
No, absolutely not. He was willing to do what he was asked. And if he felt that there was something better, he would suggest a better idea. But no, that's the beautiful thing about Regal, is he was willing to do whatever it took to get over.
Well, and we're willing to do the same. We hope that you'll get over to the Regent Theater and come see us, where we're going to be doing our thing, man, right before the Survivor Series, the day before the Survivor Series, just before NXT kicks off. You'll be able to see us and then cruise over and make it in plenty of time to see the NXT show. Tickets are on sale now at brucepritchard.com. And the rumor and innuendo is that we might have a special guest. Just a week later, on the 24th, we're making our North Carolina debut, and we are going to have a ton of fun there. It's WrestleCade. Tickets are on sale now at brucepritchard.com. You don't want to miss that. We've got tons more dates that are available all at brucepritchard.com. Lots of extra bonus footage, lots of behind the scenes of Bruce when he's on the road. And we let a couple of bonus shows slip out there that you, the patrons, get to pick out over at Patreon. It's patreon.com/something to wrestle. Had you been on the Patreon bandwagon, you would have gotten this and every show early and commercial free. So give it a whirl. It's patreon.com/something to wrestle. We don't talk about it very often, but it's still happening. BrucePritchard.com has all the t-shirts you can possibly stand. And eventually Bruce is going to call and thank you for making your pick. We've got new shirts coming your way right now at BrucePritchard.com. And don't forget to support our sponsors, man. If you need a hashtag super hard dick, you need some Blue Chew, and you can use our promo code, which is in the show notes right here on the podcast. You can try it for free. Just pay $5 shipping and handling. And until next week, Bruce, goodbye. Or wait, I forgot, you're doing a thing now, right? We're not saying just bye. We're doing a thing.
Shaka Khan.